Attacking Zone. A Utah Fury hockey romance. Written by Brittney Mulliner. Text copyright 2018 by Brittney Mulliner. Production copyright 2023 by Brittney Mulliner. Attacking Zone. Rule 103(c). These three areas shall be identified as the defending zone, the area in which the goal each team defends is placed, the neutral zone, the center area between the blue lines, and the attacking zone, the area farthest from the defending goal. The blue line shall be considered part of the zone that the puck is in. Per USA Hockey Rulebook, https. /www.usahockeyrulebook.com/ Chapter 1, Wyatt. I stepped out of my building pulling my cap lower over my eyes with my left hand, strategically blocking my face from any lurking cameras. Even with my lame excuse for a disguise, it was hard to cover up the fact I was over 6 foot and a bit more muscular than the average person. I walked down the sidewalk with purpose and checked in the windows of the shops I passed, but didn't see anyone following me. Had they really missed me? Maybe moving had worked. When I asked Chloe and Colby for recommendations on where to live, they both said the same building as Noah Mulkin. It was close to the arena and within walking distance of plenty of restaurants and cafes. It was fine with me. My address had gotten out to too many reporters, and even the public. The guys helped me move in at night, so no one saw. The reporters and paparazzi at this building were on the lookout for Noah and Colby, so I was able to hide in plain sight. They were one of the most famous couples right now, at least in the sports world. Noah was the top rookie in the league and people loved them together. Their notoriety was a blessing for me. It had been almost a month since I moved in, and still no one outside of the team knew where I was. It was glorious. I had more freedom than I'd ever had since joining the NHL almost 10 years ago. I checked over my shoulder one more time before walking into the cafe Noah had introduced me to. He said no one had ever bothered him there and the other customers ignored him. It sounded perfect the first time he told me about it, and now it was a part of my routine. I came every morning that I could. I had a regular drink, a regular seat, and a regular barista. It was predictable. Reliable. My one source of normalcy in my crazy life. I got in line and waited. I didn't check my phone or look at the TVs. This was my place of peace. When I got to the counter I paused. This was not Matt. Matt was a college student with more piercings than a tattoo parlor and a beanie that had most likely never been washed. I liked Matt. He didn't talk. I eyed the perky-looking blonde in front of me. She looked like she was in her early 20s. Blue eyes. Big smile. Beautiful. She looked like a fan. I almost turned and walked out. What can I get started for you? She had a cup in one hand and a marker poised in the other. A regular with sugar. No cream? I shook my head. Your name? Matt didn't ask my name. He didn't even write anything down. We just made eye contact when it was ready, and he gave me a nod. Dave. She nodded and wrote on the cup. That will be $2.39. I handed her 3 singles and walked away. I didn't like how attentive she was. She was the type to draw attention. Yell my name so everyone turned and looked. The last thing I wanted was for this place to be exploited. Maybe the Pride girls were right. I should have my assistant do things like this. As nice as it would be, I knew I couldn't. This was one of the few things I did on my own, for myself. My world was the team. Everything I did was somehow related to the team. This, my cup of coffee, was my only place outside of that world. Sure, it would be more convenient. My stress levels would decrease, but giving this up would further isolate me from the rest of the world. Chloe said I needed a hobby. I told her it was hockey. Madeline said I needed a girlfriend. I told her I was planning on being an eternal bachelor. Colby said I needed a vacation. I told her I didn't have time. I didn't have time for model cars or dating. I only had time for workouts, practice, meetings, interviews, charities, galas, events, and whatever else the team needed me to do. Time for myself was a foreign concept. I'd made my bed, and now I had to lay in it. Not that I regretted any decision that got me to this point. I was living my dream. I was in a position very few ever experienced. I was in my prime, playing hockey professionally, and on the championship team. I just wished I could go outside without feeling paranoid. Like someone was going to attack me or rabid fans would maul me for the chance to say they touched my shirt. No thanks. Dave. I looked up to see the blonde smiling wide and holding out my cup. I walked to the counter and took it from her. Thanks. Have a nice day. She said it a little too sweetly. I eyed her before turning and walking to my normal spot, a leather chair in front of a coffee table packed with old newspapers. I sat down and closed my eyes for a second. I needed to relax. I was getting paranoid. Maybe yoga could be my hobby. I bet none of the guys would mock me for that. What did I care? I was the captain. Actually, I could probably tell coach it would be good training and make all of them do it with me. That wouldn't be such a bad idea. Every athlete could stand to be more flexible and calmer. I took a sip of my coffee. Paused. Lifted the lid up enough for me to promptly spit it out. What the world? That was the most disgusting thing I've ever had. I looked to the counter where Blondie was smiling. She didn't even bother looking away. She did this. She ruined my coffee. My one moment of peace. My sanctuary. I stood and stomped toward her. What did you do? She smiled and shrugged. I'm not sure what you mean, Dave. The way she said the name made me suspicious. I looked around the prep area. You have got to be kidding me. There was a salt shaker next to the sugar. That little. Oh no. Her eyes went big, round, and she pouted. Did I mix up the salt? Oh boy, it's my first day and I'm still getting used to things. I narrowed my eyes. You mixed up salt and sugar? She batted her eyes at me. It's an honest mistake, mister. All right, she was laying it on a little thick. The whole oh golly me act wasn't working for her. I tried to keep my voice even. I was ready to yell and scream at her like I would to an opponent on the ice. Can I ask what I did to deserve this? Her eyes narrowed and her entire demeanor changed. She crossed her arms and sized me up. Alisak, Game 4, that was an illegal hit and you know it. I stepped back. Wait, she knew who I was? So much for staying incognito. But what was she talking about? Alisak. The center from the Baltimore Harbors? We'd played them in the finals 2 years ago. I couldn't remember what hit she was talking about. What are you? She took a step closer to me, almost toe to toe. Cut the crap, Hartman. You know what you did. I held up my hands and took a step back. As shocking as it may be, I don't remember every single hit or penalty. I do remember that we beat the Harbors 4-0 that series. She leaned forward, not backing down. Because Alisak was out the rest of the game. I rolled my eyes. There's no coming back in Game 4. They weren't going to come back and sweep the rest of the series. She looked defiant. Guess we'll never know since you seem to slide by the refs without ever getting called. All right. Now she's just being dramatic. You and I both know I spend my share of time in the penalty box. Don't act like I'm never sent in. She folded her arms. Barely. I shrugged. I don't do things to deserve it. She shook her head and mumbled. If only my uncle was here. Why, so he could get revenge on something that happened 2 years ago to someone you've never met? I didn't actually know that. She would be Alisak's cousin for all I knew. She shook her head. It doesn't matter. I stay loyal. I looked around. So loyal you moved to the heart of the enemy territory? Her eyes dropped for just a second. It's not by choice.
Yeah.
I understood that. It wasn't an excuse for bad customer service or ruining someone's drink, though. I looked around for Matt, or anyone else I recognized, but it looked like she was alone. Where's the manager? Her face went blank and she jumped back. What? The manager? Or Matt? She stuttered and seemed to have lost all the fight she'd had moments before. Oh. Why? I held up my cup. This is not okay. I don't care if you have some old vendetta against me. I'm a paying customer. I'm a regular here. I want to talk to someone about making sure this won't happen again. The color in her face drained. Huh. Not so cocky now. That won't be necessary. I can assure you it won't happen again. I raised an eyebrow. Oh really? You are going to reassure me? The person that did it in the first place? I had to. My uncle would never let it go if I didn't get some sort of revenge when I had the chance. I counted to 10 to keep from yelling at her. That's cute that you and your uncle can have your little joke, but I'm real. I'm not just an athlete on the TV. This is my life. This is my neighborhood. My home. This is the cafe I come to every day. I paused and looked at her. Well, maybe not anymore. I'll have to find somewhere else to go. She looked panicked. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have done that. I set down my cup and slid it toward her. No. You shouldn't have. You're a grown woman, and this is your job. You shouldn't abuse that situation for your own kicks and giggles. I turned and strode out. I was so sick of being treated like a character. Like I'm only a hockey player. Something for people to cheer at. Mock. Dissect. Discuss. I was a person. Someone with a life outside of the arena. I had friends and family and my own issues to deal with. I just wished people realized that. The guys on the team were lucky. Ollie and Porter got married young, before their status became their identity. Eric, Reese, and Noah found women that really got their lives and all that came with their profession. They understood what they were getting into. They knew the person, rather than the player. I doubted I'd ever find that. Since my relaxation time was cut short, I headed back to my building to grab my bag. Might as well get some alone time in the gym. I snuck by the cameras waiting outside again and made it to my apartment without incident. I was in the locker room 10 minutes later. I changed and walked into the gym, finding it lit up. I looked around and saw Noah and Brassard at the squat rack. Not the alone time I'd been looking forward to, but at least it wasn't the whole team. Hey, guys. Noah waved but kept his eyes on Brassard, who was mid-squat. I went to a treadmill to warm up and put in my headphones. The piece only lasted one song. The guys were waving me over and I didn't want to seem like a jerk. I paused my music and walked over. What are you guys doing here? It wasn't surprising to see them together. The two defensemen had formed quite the bond over the last few months of Noah being here. I'd called it a bromance once, but they didn't care. Fitting in an extra leg day. What are you doing here? Noah looked suspicious. He'd already made comments about my routine and tight schedule. I was here when I should be at the cafe. He thought I was too uptight. I thought he was too young and spontaneous. My morning plans changed. I knew I sounded gruffer than I should have, given it was just a cup of coffee. But it was more than that. It was my place. Did something happen? Noah looked to Brassard, who looked back to me. I had an encounter with a new barista. You should probably stay away from her, Noah. Brassard chuckled. Did she hit on you? No. Did she make a scene? Noah asked. No. Did she get your order wrong? Brassard wasn't even trying to hide his smile. Sort of. They both smirked. Noah had the decency to shake it off. What happened? She put salt in my coffee instead of sugar. When I called her out on it, she told me it was to get back at me from a hit 2 years ago. Brassard looked confused. You hit her? No. I hit Alisac. When? Noah looked equally perplexed. 2 years ago. During the finals. Noah held up a hand. So, this chick ruined your coffee because of a play, 2 years ago? I nodded. They seemed to finally understand the level of crazy I'd confronted. That's messed up. Noah shook his head. So, I'm guessing she isn't a Fury fan. Brassard cringed. Nope. Baltimore Harbors. Brassard chuckled. That's a rarity here.
Yeah.
And apparently, she hates us, or at least me. Noah gasped. Someone that doesn't fall at the feet of the almighty Hartman? I glared at him. That's not the point. That cafe has been compromised. He smiled. Don't worry, man. I'll go in with you tomorrow and make sure the big scary lady doesn't mess with your drink. I considered punching him. I really wanted to. Coach would probably frown upon that. Instead of starting a fight, I walked back to the treadmill and turned my music up to block out the noise. Sometimes running was the best option for getting out my frustration. Today, it saved Noah's face. He could tease me now, but just wait until she got him. He might be new to the team, but he'd already created some upsets. I'm sure she wasn't a fan of his either. Chapter 2, Kendall. Well, I'm not sure if I should fire you or applaud. I froze. Joey was here. I thought she had left for day. I forced a smile and turned around. Applause should be held until the end of the show. It's a good thing you're cute. She cocked her eyebrow. You wouldn't have gotten this far without those looks. Joey looked serious. Then again, she usually did. The Main Street Cafe was her baby. Her pride and joy, her livelihood, and I just pissed off a very influential customer. I'm so sorry, Joey. I didn't have an excuse. I behaved like a child. On my very first day at my new job. The job that I really need. It's surprisingly hard to find a decent paying job that worked around class schedules. I should have planned for that. I should have saved more money before moving here. Maybe taken a year off. I had gotten tunnel vision when I received my acceptance to Utah for grad school. I just wanted to get here and get started so I could graduate and start working with children. Counseling them through the hardest time of their lives meant so much to me. I couldn't delay. My uncle David told me I should wait a semester, but I didn't listen. Now I was paying for it. Literally. I shared an apartment with a girl I'd never actually met in person, and it smelled like moldy rice. It was all I could find in my price range on short notice.
Yeah.
Maybe things would have been better if I'd waited, but that would be another 5 months I'd have to wait before I could start helping. That was too long for me. You just violated one of our best customers? One that comes almost every day, sometimes with a trail of cameras and fans? A customer that's increased our revenue by 150% since he put this place on the map? I nodded. That about summed it up. She'd warned me that some of the Fury players lived in the area and came here. I was told to treat them with discretion. Give them their privacy. I planned on following directions. I really did, but when Wyatt Hartman walked in I couldn't pass up the opportunity. He'd been the cause of my broken heart that season. The harbor hasn't been the same since they lost that series. I regretted my decision now. I could have just given him a cold muffin rather than heating it. I could have made a sly comment and left it at that. But no. I reverted back to a child and pulled a gross prank. My stomach was on the ground. I'd made a terrible mistake and I felt like scum. Uncle David would be disappointed in me, even if it was some of his buddies that had taught me the old salt switch. Next time he's here, if he dares coming back. She shot me a glare. You apologize to him and his order is on you. I deserved that. Okay, Joey. I'm so sorry. She gave me another stern look before cracking a smile. At least you made an impression. He's not likely to forget you. I wouldn't mind that. I picked up a cloth and began wiping down the prep area, stalling for time. I knew what she was talking about, but I wanted to play it cool. What do you mean? I might be a bit outside his age range, but I'm not blind. He's one sexy man. Even though she was right, it felt wrong having her say that. She was at least twice his age, and while it was fine to look, it felt a little weird. If you're into mediocre players. I looked up and smirked. The cold look he'd given me before walking away flashed in my mind. I hated myself now for making that perfect smile of his disappear. I shook the thought away. He was the rival. I couldn't think of his smile, or broad shoulders, or sparkling eye. She gave me a look that said she didn't believe me. I didn't even believe me. Oh honey. Hartman is one of the best in the league. You need to accept your inferior territory, stop fighting it. I've been here for a week. She shrugged. More than enough time to adjust. It wasn't. I'd lived in Maryland my whole life. It was my home. Utah felt off. Hard to warm up to. I'll apologize next time he comes in. Hopefully, he wouldn't. I'd probably offended him enough to never return. The worst part was that the thought of never seeing him didn't make me as happy as it should have. Wyatt Hartman had been right. He was a person. A normal guy who came in for his morning cup of coffee and I treated him horribly. It was one thing to make a funny meme or complain about him to my uncle, but it was entirely different to be rude to his face. Not saying he didn't deserve it, just maybe not from me. Not on a normal Tuesday morning. My vendetta against him and the fury was something better handled by the Harbors on the ice. Good girl. Now stop wiping the counters before you wear them out. Matt will be in for his shift in 20 minutes. I'd like everything restocked before you leave. I nodded, and she went to the back office. I started with the straws, stirring sticks, and cup holders. Once the customer side was full, I moved to the prep area. I checked the levels on the milks, syrups, and whipped cream. I cleaned all the machines and finished restocking the cups when Matt walked in. His long, black hair falling in front of his face. Hey. I waved as he joined me behind the counter and pulled on an apron. This was my first time meeting him as an employee. He'd been working when I came in for my interview, but I didn't get the chance to talk to him. He nodded at me and pinned his name tag to his black shirt. I'm Kendall. I stepped to the side as he moved toward the register to clock in. I felt awkward hovering around him, but I wanted him to say something. Anything. We were coworkers. Coworkers often became friends. I needed friends. Joey was nice, and I was pretty sure she liked me, but she was older than Uncle David. If I needed maternal advice I'd go to her, but hanging out after work? Not so much. It's my first day. He gave no indication that he heard me. I just moved to Salt Lake. Nothing. From Maryland. The Baltimore area. Actually, Fort Meade to be specific. He looked away from me, walked to the back without a single word. Great. There goes my chance at making a friend. He probably thought I was some crazy chick. I looked around the empty cafe. I'd already cleaned the tables and straightened the chairs. Maybe I should mop. No, I was off soon and I didn't want to start something and have to pass it off to Matt. I checked the clock. 3 minutes left. Perfect. I could hurry home to the stinky silence. School hadn't started yet, so I didn't have homework to occupy my time. I needed a hobby. You pulled a prank on Wyatt Hartman and lived to tell the tale? I looked around to see Matt showing confusion. It was the first emotion I'd seen him display.
Yeah.
I was surprised Joey had told him and that he cared. Why? I looked at the ground. How many times would I have to repeat that I was sorry and made a mistake? A very stupid reason. I've seen the error in my ways and will be apologizing to him. Matt shook his head. You'd better. What's that supposed to mean? He moved to the register and I stepped away. Wyatt is not only a loyal customer, which is good for business, which is job security for you, but he's also one of the best people I've ever met. I narrowed my eyes at him. Oh really? He's walking old women across the street and getting kittens down from trees? Matt looked at me like I was an idiot. Not really surprising. Joey had given me the same look earlier. It wouldn't surprise me if he did, but he also donates a good chunk of his salary to charity, visits the children's hospital weekly, and is always willing to meet fans and give autographs. Okay, that was a little better than I was expecting. But he doesn't publicize any of that, Matt said. Then how do you know? He folded his arms. My friend writes a sports column for the newspaper. He did a whole exposé on Hartman last year, but when Hartman's agent found out that they were going to publish his secrets, they asked him not to and gave him an exclusive interview after the championship. He told my friend he does that stuff because he enjoys it. He doesn't want it to turn into a media circus and prevent him from being able to continue to visit. He sounds like a superhero. I couldn't keep the skepticism out of my voice. To a lot of people, he is. He surprised me in his passion defending the local hero. I thought he was one of those people who sleepwalked through life. You might not like him as a player, but there's no reason not to like him as a person. So even Matt, the punk possible stoner, was more mature than me. No, wait. That was rude. Just because he wore a lot of black didn't mean he was punk, or a stoner. I was on one today. Maybe going home to be by myself would be a good idea. I was in a strange mood, and isolation might be the cure. You're right. I'm going to apologize to him the next time he comes in. Cool. He paused and stared at me. You're off. Oh. I jumped and turned to the register to clock out. They were probably excited to have me gone. I wouldn't be able to ruin any more drinks or enrage any more customers. I'll see you later. He didn't even look up as I walked out. Oh well. I'd grow on him, eventually. I hoped. Uncle David told me I had the kind of personality that took some getting used to. I think that was a nice way of saying I was mean. Or prickly. It was a bummer since I was actually trying to become friends with Matt and Joey. It's not like I could turn my personality off, though. I was a little rough around the edges. Likely, the product of being raised on an army base. I was used to being blunt and direct. Uncle David wasn't exactly the most open or cozy person either. Somehow, though, we worked together. He was more than just my pseudo-parent. He was my best friend. The one I'd left behind. Was all of this worth it? Moving across the country, leaving behind everyone I knew, starting a new job. I could have found a school closer to home. Granted, I probably wouldn't have gotten the same scholarships, but maybe a little debt would be worth being near Uncle David. I looked around at the downtown streets and the mountains behind us. It was beautiful. I'd worked hard to get here, and Uncle David had made a lot of sacrifices to make sure I did. I got in my old, gold Camry inside. David's dog tags hung from the rear-view mirror. I'd begged him for them when I was 16. I wanted a piece of him with me, always. Now they were a reminder of how far he was. I closed my eyes and blew out a breath. Now wasn't the time to feel bad for myself. I pushed down the sorrow that was trying to take over and headed home. It was only 10 in the morning and I'd already worked 6 hours. What was I going to do with the rest of my day? Nap. Yes, that was a given. Maybe I should explore my new city. No. That sounded exhausting. I could go walk around campus. Find my classes and get familiar with the library.
Yeah.
That was the most likely choice. When I got home, I opened the door hoping my roommate would be home, but it was silent. The kitchen looked exactly how I'd left it and her door was open, so I assumed she still hadn't come home. I didn't know her or her routine well enough to be concerned, but if I didn't see her in another 24 hours, I'd call someone. No need to worry about that now. All I saw was my bed, waiting for me with open arms, well, sheets. I slipped off my shoes, removed my socks, and changed into the pajamas I'd worn last night. I set an alarm for 2 hours out and laid down. First day of work done. It wasn't the best, but at least it could only get better. Chapter 3, Wyatt. After waiting a while, I finally went back. I managed to avoid any reporters and the barista from the other day. Maybe she got fired so I'd never have to deal with her again. Or maybe she lost some of her hatred for me over the last week. Matt handed me my coffee, only making eye contact for a brief moment. I wondered if he would say anything about his coworker, but he maintained our status quo. The cafe was packed, but my spot was open, so I took my coffee, with sugar this time, and sat down. No one around me even glanced up. It was what I loved about this place. It was a haven for introverts. We all kept to ourselves and let each other enjoy the peace and quiet. Most people didn't know that about me. Since I was a leader on the team and often interviewed, people thought I enjoyed the attention. I didn't. My entire life had been in the spotlight. My parents made sure of it with their fancy fundraisers and Dad's political campaigns. I valued my privacy and living a normal life, without all eyes on me. I also accepted it was a necessary part of my job. I didn't complain. I didn't try to avoid it, except when I was outside of the arena trying to live a semi-normal life. As long as they were polite, I was too. I didn't have to worry about any of that here. I was pretty sure no one cared who I was, if they even recognized me. My face was plastered on banners, billboards, and bus stops through the city, so it would be a miracle if they didn't know who I was. I didn't care though. They could even take pictures of me and post it on their social accounts, as long as they left me to my coffee and book. Another surprise to most people. I was a reader. I loved mysteries and suspense novels. It might seem like a waste of time to some people, but it was the only time I could get away. Immerse myself in a different world and forget about everything else. My assistant made sure I had a new book each week. It was one of the few things I was adamant about. I opened my book, getting right back into the crime. I took a sip of coffee and sat it back down on the table. The detective was interviewing the prime suspect when someone tapped my shoulder. I looked up to see the barista with a vendetta against me. I leaned away. Needed space between me and another potential prank. I was lucky it was only salt she put in my drink. It could have been a lot worse. Okay. I might be reading a little too many murder mysteries. I couldn't connect the beautiful woman before me with her actions. She looked too sweet to be so conniving. Yes? I said through clenched teeth. She bit her lip and sat in the chair next to me. I cringed. This wasn't going to be short. I want to apologize about the other day. Okay. I picked my book back up, hoping she would take a hint, but she kept talking. I shouldn't have switched the sugar. It was juvenile. You were right. I glanced to the counter hoping Matt would come rein in his crazy coworker so I could drink my coffee in peace, but he was busy with other customers. I gave up and looked back at her. Thank you. She remained sitting, looking at me. What else did she want? She'd done what she came for. Did she really want to chat? I shouldn't have taken my frustration with the harbor out on you. If anything, Olisak got his payback last season. He hadn't. He tried, but I was faster than him. He couldn't get close enough to check me. The team hasn't been performing well, and I need to stop blaming other people. I narrowed my eyes. There were very few people outside of the team, staff, and family members that cared this much about a team. Are you related to a player? She shook her head. No. I just grew up going to the games. I nodded. She was a superfan. Oh good. Those were always the stable, sensible people. That's nice. I picked my book up again, but her body turned rigid. As if she were entitled to indignation. I thought you'd be nicer than this. She stood up. Sorry to bother you, Mr. Hartman. I dropped my book and stood, too, flustered. Wait, now you're turning the tables on me. You ruined my drink, and I'm supposed to apologize? I don't expect an apology, just at the very least some understanding. Her voice softened. I'm a person like you, too. I get that. I'm sorry. I guess neither of us have been on our best behavior. She laughed once.
Yeah.
But I started it. I sat back down, hoping we were done. Her smile grew as she mimicked me and took her seat again, leaning back comfortably. I heard you spend a lot of time at the hospital. Dread washed over me. What did she know? Was that what all of this was about? I like to keep all that private. I emphasized the last word. Her smile vanished in an instant. She sat up suddenly. Oh, I didn't mean anything by that. How do you know I go there? She gestured to the register where Matt was standing. One of the other employees mentioned it. He said his friend wrote an article about you but didn't end up publishing it. I eyed her. What was her angle? It's not for the public to know. She nodded. Of course. No, I wasn't going to tell anyone. I just thought it was nice. It seems like you understand wanting to give back. I blew out a breath and nodded.
Yeah.
Just keep it to yourself, please. Once things like that get out, it makes it harder for me to go. She looked down. I really hoped she understood. I could forgive the salt prank, but I wouldn't be as understanding if this was leaked. I promise. I won't tell anyone. Okay. She smiled once before finally standing. Again, I'm really sorry about the other day. It won't happen again. I took her in. It was the first time I'd really noticed her, well, without being angry. She was pretty. No, that's too bland. She's striking. Her curly blonde hair bounced when she spoke, and her aqua eyes were full of life. Something I hadn't noticed before. If she wasn't slightly evil, I might even be interested in her. But I couldn't trust her. And she loved my rival. But most importantly, I don't date. The guys on the team like to hassle me about it, but I didn't have time for a relationship. I needed to focus on my career. Have a good day, Wyatt. You too. I paused, realizing I didn't know her name. It's Kendall. I nodded, and she turned and walked to the counter. Finally, peace. I looked around the cafe, making sure no one else felt the need to interrupt me. No one was paying me any attention, so I picked up my book and got back to reading. I only made it through a few paragraphs before my phone started ringing. Great. I picked it up and checked the screen. Eric was calling. I couldn't ignore him, so I put my book down and answered. What's going on? I asked. Reese and I are heading down early for a workout. You want to come? We had a game tomorrow, so we were supposed to take it easy today, but I knew they would give me crap if I didn't go. Sure, I'll be down in a half hour. I started to gather my stuff before I stood and turned to the door. I was almost out when Kendall walked up. I got you a to-go cup. I eyed it. No salt? She raised an eyebrow. I thought we were past that. There was something about her. Maybe it was the fact she didn't fawn over me like most women. The fact that she dared to stand up to me helped me relax. I still get a few days of teasing, I think. Fine, but hopefully this shortens that time. I accepted the cup and took a sip. It tasted normal. Thanks. You're welcome. I paused. I should just walk away, but then I remembered the lonely look from earlier. We have a game tomorrow. There's a huge group of women that sit together. If you want to go, you can sit with them. They're really nice. She seemed to consider it for a moment. I don't think I can betray my team. I shrugged. You don't have to cheer for either team, just come and enjoy the game. She smiled but shook her head. I'm good. I'd never had someone turn down tickets. I wasn't sure what to do. Turn and walk away. Tell her she really was crazy. Okay. I pushed open the door expecting her to stop me, but she didn't. She just let me walk away. This was another reason why I didn't date. Women were confusing. I'd rather not waste my time trying to figure them out. If she wanted to be alone and miss out on a game, one for a sport she obviously loves, that was up to her. I pushed her out of my mind and hurried home. I didn't have time to think about some woman from the cafe. I managed to evade the reporters on the way into my building. I was beginning to doubt their abilities. The team captain was able to come and go without notice just by wearing a baseball hat and sunglasses? Either they didn't care about me or they were so focused on Noah and Colby that they didn't see anyone else. I was fine with both options. It gave me freedom to come and go to the cafe and get negligibly insulted by a beautiful barista. There she was again. I needed to forget about her. Now. Nothing good could come from even thinking about her. Chapter 4, Kendall. I'm an idiot. A full-blown moron. Again. Joey came out from the back with her usual smirk. Way to offend him again. I shook my head. I didn't offend him. She put a hand on her hip and shot me a very judgy look. You turned down a gift. That's rude. I glowered at her. The Harbor is my team. I can't go watch the Furies play and cheer for them. Why not? How did she not get it? Because that's traitorous. She pursed her lips and paused. So, you don't have other plans or any other logical excuse? I shrugged. Did I need one? No. She threw her arms in the air. You silly girl. He was trying to be nice, which he has no reason to do, and you turned him down. She was right. He had no reason to be kind to me. To offer me a ticket. And what had I done? I shot him down. Great. Now when I did want to go to a game, I'd be out of luck. It's not like I could afford a ticket on my meager tips. I stood straighter and pretended to organize things. Well, it's done. No use in making me feel bad. She finally smiled. Fine. I'll let you think about the mistake you made for the rest of your shift. Matt left already, so you're on your own till you clock out. Are you ready for that? I knew I was closing based on the schedule, but I didn't know I'd be alone.
Yeah.
Sure. I sounded much more confident than I felt. She smiled. I have all the instructions written down for how to cash out the register and what to clean. Don't forget to lock up. You can drop the key back inside through the mail drop. We only have one right now for you and Matt, so I don't want it lost. Sounds good. She went to the back room and came back with a binder. All of the instructions are in here. You can call me if you have any problems. I've got this. Don't worry. I could follow directions. Matt closed all the time. Surely, I could figure it out. I know you do. She pulled her purse strap over her shoulder and looked around the near-empty cafe. I heard there's a winter storm that's supposed to come in. So, if it's dead around 6 you can close early. A winter storm in April? Her smile grew. Welcome to Utah. With that she walked out leaving me completely alone for the first time. I could handle this. I'd worked at a cafe back home, so I knew how to deal with the machines and supplies. It was the register that made me nervous. Joey had recently upgraded to a fancy pants tablet register. It was supposed to be an all-in-one computer, inventory manager, and register. I was used to a simple cash drawer and receipts. Still, I could do this. I'm getting a master's degree, for heaven's sakes. Closing down would be easy. As long as I made it that long. It had been a slow day at the cafe. That's why I'd been able to sit and talk with Wyatt. I'd helped less than a handful of people so far. Maybe a storm really was coming. I grabbed a rag and started wiping off the tables. The skies looked clear and blue when I looked out the front windows. I shook my head and went back to cleaning. A few hours later, things had completely changed. The sky was dark gray, threatening. The cafe had been empty for over an hour. I'd thoroughly cleaned everything, even the floors and bathrooms. I stepped outside, but the street was empty. The air was shockingly cold. It had been a nice day. What happened? I checked the clock and saw it was already 5:30. It was probably safe to start closing down. Things with the register went surprisingly smoothly. I put the cash deposit in an envelope and locked it in the safe before grabbing my bag on the way to the front. I took the key and locked the door, then dropped it back inside. Done. I did it. No calls. No help. I turned to face the sidewalk and gasped. There was at least another inch of snow on the ground from the last time I'd checked, and it was coming down like Christmas morning. Where had this come from? I pulled my thin hoodie tighter around me. It was plenty when I left the house this morning, but now I needed a full coat. I hurried to my car, parked down the street. I slid into the driver's seat and shut the door quickly behind me, so no snow followed me in. I shoved my key in the ignition and nearly cried when nothing happened. I tried again and again and again. No rough sounds. No lights. Nothing. My car was completely dead. I looked out my window where at least another half-inch of snow had been added. This was crazy. How was it snowing this much? Should I call someone? Who? Uncle David. He would know what to do, but he was on the other side of the country. There was nothing he could do except listen to me complain. I'd have to call for a tow. Not that I could afford one. I dropped my head to the steering wheel. This was not what I needed. I didn't have money for car troubles. A knock on the window scared me to the point of screaming. A gloved hand waved at me. I couldn't see through my window though. Who was there? A murderer? A crazy person? A murderous crazy person that waved at their prey first? Not likely. I opened the door and peeked out. I'm fine. Before I could pull the door shut, the hand grabbed it and pulled it open further. This was it. I was going to die. Kendall? He knew my name. It was a stalker. He'd had this planned. The hand disappeared, and a face came into view. It was Wyatt. Of all the luck. I took a deep breath and relaxed. It's you. He reluctantly smiled.
Yeah.
It's me. His face softened a bit as his smile grew. It was almost enough to warm my shivering body. Sorry I scared you. I was coming down the street and saw you get in, but when you didn't start it I thought maybe you needed some help. I forced a smile. I'm fine. His eyes narrowed. Then why don't you start your car? I froze. I'm waiting for a friend. I didn't want him to think I was here helpless and alone. If he was sketchy, I hoped telling him someone else was coming would scare him away. His eyes crinkled like he was trying to stop a smile. Good try. Your car won't start and I'm not leaving you alone in this storm. I live just up the street. Come stay with me until it passes. Then we'll get someone to come out and take a look. I waved him off. I can call right now. This time he laughed. No one's going to come. I guarantee you there are already dozens of accidents on the freeway. Everyone's priority is cleaning up those messes. You'll be waiting all night. Nope. No way. His smile grew. I have hot chocolate. I narrowed my eyes. Now he was trying to lure me in? I also have quite the movie selection.
Yeah.
So did anyone with a Netflix account? And heating. All right. That almost got me. I'd only been out here for a few minutes and I was already freezing. I shook my head. He waited for another moment before shrugging. Fine. I just wanted to offer. He backed away with a single nod before turning around. Great. I was going to be buried alive in my crappy old car in a stupid blizzard now. I bit down on my lip. I didn't have to die out here. I just needed to ask. Speak up. I blew out a breath. Hey, Wyatt. He spun to face me with raised brows. Fine. I cracked, probably because I was going numb from the cold. If the offer still stands, I'd like to go. I waited for a joke or snide remark, but he just walked back toward me and opened the door all the way, then waited for me to shut and lock it before leading me back to his car, a SUV, a Toyota like mine. Why on earth would he drive a car like this when he could afford literally anything he wanted? Not that it wasn't nice. He opened the passenger door and I slid into smooth leather seats.
Yeah.
It was very nice, but nothing extraordinary. Not what I pictured the captain of the Fury driving, like one of those fancy Italian sports cars. He got in and I tried not to look around too much. I was waiting to see a diamond-encrusted cup holder, a fancy stereo, a marble dashboard, anything for this to make sense. We only went 2 blocks before he pulled into a parking garage. Huh. He lived so close. No wonder he came to my cafe. He got out and I followed him to the elevator. We stepped in and he remained silent. I couldn't take it anymore. I needed to know, even if it wasn't any of my business. What's with your car? I asked. He looked at me with furrowed brows. What? Don't get me wrong, it's nice. Way nicer than anything I could afford, but it just seems so normal. He shrugged. Not every athlete likes to flaunt their money. Plus, that's my winter car. I drive my Mercedes when the weather is dry. I looked to him to see if he was joking. I didn't think he was. He shrugged. I know it's a bit much, but the Mercedes was a gift from my parents when I got into the NHL. I bought the SUV myself. I don't like to be a show-off or be one of those pain-in-the-you-know-what athletes. Who was this guy? Really? Money's not that big of a deal. I like to spend mine on charity. He seemed to have really thought about this. He didn't just spend everything he could on making himself look better. Not many athletes do that. No. They don't. He shrugged. I don't want to be one of those stories you hear about. The ones that lose everything. I know I've been very blessed and I'm not going to take that for granted. I nodded and followed him off the elevator. He led me down the hall and stopped at the last door. He unlocked it and opened it for me. I stepped in as he turned on the lights. The living room and kitchen were visible from the entryway. Everything was so nice. Much nicer than my apartment or my home back in Fort Meade. Once again though, I was taken back by how normal everything was. It wasn't some penthouse or luxury apartment overlooking the city. It was something anyone could live in. This is nice. I turned and smiled. It's everything I need. He set his bag down and moved to the kitchen. I walked further in, examining the kitchen and living room. It looked well put together. Not quite like a designer helped, but as though someone with taste made sure things went together. He opened the fridge. I'm starving? I'm going to make some pasta, want any? I shook my head.
Oh no.
I'm fine. He eyed me but finally nodded, took off his jacket, and stared, pulling out ingredients. I realized then he was wearing workout clothes, not the jeans and shirt I'd seen him in earlier. I didn't want to stare, but it was hard. The shirt was just so tight, showcasing his muscles. He looked larger than life. Like one of the actors in the superhero movies. I guess being buff was one perk of being a professional athlete. I walked toward a row of framed pictures and studied each one. Wyatt as a teen wearing a white and green jersey. Him with his parents, I assumed. Him with the Fury, holding the Stanley Cup. All of them were hockey related. No friends besides teammates. No women. No family, except that one. He was nothing like what I pictured him to be. In interviews he was always so confident and direct. A leader. You could see how hard he worked and how much each game meant to him. In person, he was different. Calmer. More reserved. Which one was real? I'll be done in just take a few minutes, you can relax if you want. He called while I walked through the living room. Thanks. I wandered over to the leather couch and sat gingerly on it. It smelled and felt new. Still supple. Nothing like the old green musty couch in my apartment. I ran my hand over the silky smooth material and sighed. I looked around the room and it finally hit me. I was in his home. I was in Wyatt Hartman's home. Never in a million years would I have ever thought this would happen. I didn't think I'd meet a famous person in real life, let alone a hockey player. They were rare creatures you saw on TV. This was so weird. This made me nervous. I was so afraid I was going to mess it all up with yet another goof. The weirdest part was how normal everything was. I didn't think of him as just the Fury captain. He was the guy from the cafe. The one I'd messed with. The one I'd talked to. But that was on my turf. It was like we went from the neutral zone to the attacking zone. I was in his space. He had the advantage. He could score. Who knew what he would do as revenge? Chapter 5, Wyatt. I looked over my shoulder at Kendall. She was sitting silently on the couch. Looking uncomfortable. Probably because she tricked me the first time I met her. And because of her unfounded hatred for me and my team. I kept expecting her to mess with me. Like at any moment she would do something to make me regret inviting her here. I wasn't sure why I did. I was on my way home from practice when I saw her try to start the car. I had pulled over when I saw her forehead drop to the steering wheel. I knew that level of frustration. I had to help. I mean, I wasn't going to leave her out in the cold, but I could have driven her home. She couldn't live too far away. But no, I brought her here. I told her it was because I lived so close, but that wasn't it. I was curious. She was full of contradictions, and I couldn't quite figure her out. I stirred the pesto sauce and tested a noodle. Everything was ready. I filled 2 plates and set them out on the bar before pouring water into glasses. It's ready. She jumped up and turned looking at the bar. You didn't have to make me anything. My mother would kill me if she heard I wasn't a good host. Now come on. When she got close, she eyed the plate and glass suspiciously. I smirked and sat down. It crossed my mind, trust me. But I didn't do anything. A smile tugged at the corner of her lips. Promise? I promise. She finally sat next to me and grinned. Thanks. I couldn't really blame you if you did. I deserve it. I'm not the type to hold a grudge. I didn't realize that was an insult until I noticed her wounded expression. Oh right. She held a grudge against me. Anyway, let's eat. I picked up my fork and began shoveling noodles into my mouth. After training today, I was starving. I knew I shouldn't have pushed myself so hard, but the guys kept challenging me. I watched her finally start, but she poked her fork at the pasta before finally taking a bite. She instantly moaned. Oh wow. Wyatt, this is delicious. I wiped my mouth. Thanks. How did you learn to cook? She was taking in another mouthful before I could answer. I shrugged. It's just noodles and pre-made sauce with some leftover grilled chicken. But it's so good. She was acting like I'd just served her some fancy dish. Well, thanks. We continued eating in silence. Me enjoying the momentary quiet, and her eating like the food was going to be ripped away. Did she not eat? She made a comment about not being able to afford a tow, but she could afford food, right? So, tell me about Baltimore, or Fort, I'd forgotten which one she said. Meade. She smiled. I lived just off the base with my uncle. I nodded. Was this the point where I could ask about her parents? She never brought them up, just an uncle. I lived with him since I was 9, even through college. I had to ask, and that was basically an invitation. What about your parents? Her smile dimmed a bit. You don't have to tell me. Never mind. Her jaw clenched once before relaxing. I just don't talk about them very much. I got that. I probably wouldn't either. She cleared her throat. My dad was killed in action when I was 2. I don't remember him at all. My mom was killed when I was 9 in a car accident. Wow. That was heavy. No wonder she didn't talk about it. She seemed so put together. More than I think I'd be in the same situation. And that's when you moved in with your uncle? She shrugged and put down her fork. He was on tour when Mom died. The Red Cross contacted him and his unit, but he wasn't given leave. Since it was up to his commanding officer, there wasn't much he could do to get home sooner. So, what happened? I was in the foster system for 18 months. By then Uncle David was able to get home and discharged from active duty. He got a position at the recruitment center near the base, so he was still involved with the army, just not as a solider. I couldn't imagine what she'd gone through. A lifetime's worth of heartbreak all before she was 10. Were you close to your uncle before? She shook her head. No, he was my dad's little brother. They both enlisted when they were 18. I wanted to ask more, but she was staring ahead, lost in her own thoughts. I was surprised she was giving all of this information. I thought she would be a lot harder to crack, but once she started talking it was like the flow couldn't be stopped. Maybe it was good for her to talk about it. Must have been tough. She smiled. I thought it would be too, but it felt like we just clicked into place. He didn't know what to do with a little girl, but he tried so hard. I was just grateful to have a family again. What about grandparents or other aunts or uncles? I knew it was too late, but I wanted to help the little girl version of her. I hated the thought of what she had to go through. My dad's parents already passed. My mom's mom was alive, but she was in a care home, and her dad had passed away around the time she had me. Mom was an only child and dad's only sibling was his brother. As hard as what she went through had to have been, I couldn't picture myself in her uncle's place either. If someone called me and told me I had a 9-year-old niece that I needed to adopt, I don't know what I'd do. Panic? He gave up his career to raise her. I hoped one day I could meet him. Someone that's selfless must be incredible. I'm so sorry you went through all of that. I wasn't particularly close to my parents, we had our own issues, but I couldn't imagine life without them. Her eyes met mine as she smiled. It was hard, but I'm better for it. Uncle David gave me everything I wanted and needed. I had a whole community supporting me. I nodded. That must have been hard to leave. Her smile wavered. It was, but I know I'm supposed to be here now. I'll get to go back home soon enough. I appreciated her optimism. Maybe I judged her a bit harshly at first, but that could be for her own protection. Be rough or mean at the beginning, then there's little risk in getting hurt. There was more to her. I knew there was. More than what she'd told me so far. I couldn't explain why, but I wanted to know her. The good, the bad, and the ugly. She intrigued me. She was stronger than I thought, passionate, too. When she was done, I rinsed off all the dishes and put them in the dishwasher. I know I promised hot chocolate, but I'm too full. Do you mind if we wait? She shook her head. No problem. We can watch a movie. I was glad she made the suggestion. She could have pretended to be tired to get rid of me. I went to the couch and turned on the TV. All the movies are there. I pointed at the stand with glass cabinets. She sat down in front of them and began looking through. What are you in the mood for? Anything. Maybe not one of those natural disaster movies though. She laughed.
Yeah.
Probably not the best time for that. She ended up selecting an action movie she said she hadn't seen before. I put it in and returned to my end of the couch. It was a large sectional, so we could each lie out without coming close to touching each other. Once the movie started, she seemed to relax and even snuggled under a blanket that was lying on the arm of the couch. Halfway through, I went to the kitchen and made us each a mug of hot chocolate with whipped cream on top. I set it out in front of her on the coffee table and sat down beside her. A few minutes later, she picked up the cup and took a sip before smiling. "This is yummy." "Thanks." I looked over at her and smiled. She looked tired and comfortable. I wouldn't mind if she fell asleep. It wasn't like the storm was letting up anytime soon. It would be easier for me than trying to convince her to stay at midnight. By the end of the movie, she was fast asleep. I stood and spread the blanket out to cover her feet. She looked so peaceful. So beautiful. So incapable of pulling pranks, but I knew better. I moved away before she woke up and saw me staring down at her. The last thing I needed was for her to think I was some creep. I checked the locks and went to my room. I didn't want her to feel uncomfortable if she woke up and saw me sleeping on the couch with her. After showering and brushing my teeth, I climbed into bed and promptly passed out. My alarm went off at 7. I laid in bed thinking about the upcoming game. I'd watch enough footage of the opposing team to have a game plan, but I still wanted to get in early to go through things with Coach Kendall. I'd forgotten I had a house guest. I got dressed in some sweats and walked out to the living room. It was empty. I checked the bathroom, but she wasn't there. Had she really just disappeared? I looked around for a note or something to let me know where she'd gone, but there was nothing. Fine. Just fine. I opened my home to a near stranger. Fed her. Gave her a place to sleep, and this is how she repays me? Disappearing in the night? I went to the windows and looked out. Most of the snow had already melted. Hopefully she made it to her car okay. Not that it was even working. What was her thought process? Why would she bail? Unfortunately, I didn't have time to think about it. I had to get ready for a game. Chapter 6, Kendall. I was a coward. I knew that. I shouldn't have left before he woke up. I felt like I was sneaking out after a one-night stand. He didn't deserve that. He'd been so kind to me. Especially when I gave him no reason to be. I just didn't want to wait around to see the look on his face when he realized I was still around. He'd be annoyed. Disappointed he still had to deal with me. So, I'd done us both a favor. Avoiding any and all awkwardness by leaving before 5. My body woke up naturally at that time since it was when I got up to go to work, but I still felt groggy. Fatigued. I'd felt that way more often than not lately. I shook the thought away. The blizzard was over and most of the snow was already gone. I walked the 2 blocks back to my car and got in. My phone was dead, so if I needed to call a tow I was screwed. Joey wouldn't be here for another half hour or so. I could wait that long. It wasn't nearly as cold as last night. I tried to start the car, just in case last night had been a fluke. It came to life on the first try. What the heck? I wanted to get out and kick the car. What was its problem last night? Did it want to leave me stranded in the cold? Stupid hunk of metal. I slapped the steering wheel once for good measure, then started driving home. When I walked in, I was met with silence, as per the usual. I plugged in my phone and turned it back on. I had a few voicemails and texts from Uncle David.
Oh no.
He was probably freaking out not being able to get a hold of me. He hated when he couldn't reach me. It was one of the promises I made before moving out here. I would always have my phone with me. Oops. He was probably thinking the worst. Not that I could blame him. He'd had too much happen to him. Too many deaths. Lost too many. When he couldn't get in touch with me, that's where his mind went. He was going to kill me. I called him back and took a deep breath. I could handle whatever lecture he had for me. Kendall? Are you all right? I could hear the panic in his voice and I felt awful. I'm so sorry, Uncle David. There was a freak snowstorm last night. My car wouldn't start, so I stayed over at. I couldn't tell him where I'd really been. He would lose his mind. First, that I stayed at a strange man's place. Second, I was with one of the Furies. No way. At a friend's house. My phone died, and I just barely got back home. He let out a sigh and I could picture him sitting in his office with his elbows on the desk, holding his head. I knew that pose. I'd seen it hundreds of times. But I'd never been the one to cause it. Not even when I crashed his truck. I'm really sorry, Uncle David. It's okay. I'm just glad you're safe. You said your car wouldn't start. Did you have someone look at it? I sighed. I still couldn't believe it. No, when I tried this morning it started right up. No problem. Huh. Maybe the cold messed with it. Maybe. Stupid car. How are things going? How are you liking the new job? I was grateful for the subject change. It surprised me that he didn't ask more about who I stayed with, but I wasn't going to offer any additional details. It's going really well. I really like the owner. She's a cool lady. Good. I'm glad you like it. We sure do miss you down at Callie's. I chuckled. I'd worked at Callie's Cafe since I was 15. All through high school and summers between semesters at college. I miss it too. Have you been up to the school yet to check it out? Just to the library. Good. It's probably nice to start in the summer semester. Less crowded. You don't have to stress as much.
Yeah.
It will be nice to ease into getting around without dealing with thousands of people. We were both quiet for a minute. I missed him, and I could hear in his voice that he missed me. He'd been a bachelor his whole life. When I came to live with him, it had been quite the shock to his routine. He left active duty in the infantry and returned to civilian life. It was a complete change of pace for him, but he did it for me. I just hoped one day I could repay him. Somehow. My goal was season tickets to the Harbors. Not that tickets could measure up to the sacrifices he made, but it was a step. There was no real way for me to make up for what he'd given me. Maybe I could buy him a house on the beach for him to retire to?
Ha!
Like I could afford to buy myself a house, let alone one for him. Not with specializing in my field. I'd be working for very little, but helping the children would be worth it. How are things back at the center? She asked. Busy, as usual. Anthony Myers asked about you again. I cringed. Anthony was a nice enough guy, but I wasn't interested in him and nothing I seemed to do or say got that message through. I was pretty sure he didn't like me. He just wanted to be connected to Uncle David. He had a weird hero worship thing going on for my uncle. You'll have to tell him I'm very happy and very far away. Uncle David laughed. The poor guy is heartbroken over you moving away. Just because he's less likely to become your sort of son-in-law. Now Kendall. You be nice. He's a great guy. I knew he was trying to be serious, but I heard the smile in his voice. He's in love with you, not me. He's just easily impressed. I rolled my eyes. My uncle's war stories were entertaining, sure, and he'd been a great solider, but that had nothing to do with me. Maybe change the subject whenever he brings me up. Out of sight, out of mind. He laughed again. I'll try that. He paused. Have you checked in with the doctor there? I cringed. That wasn't something I wanted to talk about. No. He sighed. Soon.
Yeah.
Soon. I sure miss you, kid. My heart broke just a little bit more. I missed him so much. I knew I was where I was supposed to be, and one day I'd return home, but it still hurt being away. I miss you too. You just need to start making some friends, plant some roots there, and you'll forget all about your grump old uncle. I laughed. You're neither grumpy nor old. I'm getting there. I shook my head as I changed into workout clothes. You're 45. That's young, says the 23-year-old. Oh, please. I'm heading out to go for a run. Have you met with Dr. Thompson yet? I cringed. I was supposed to meet with her a few days ago, but I canceled. I wasn't ready. I have an appointment with her next week. That wasn't exactly a lie. I plan to reschedule my appointment. He didn't need to know that though. Sounds good. Let me know what she says. I will. I've got to go mow Ms. Larson's lawn and later I'll be at the boys' club, so I might not be around my phone. I admired him so much for his willingness to serve. If he wasn't doing something for me, he was helping a neighbor or volunteering in the community. That's what made him such a great solider and leader. He put everyone else first. Okay. I love you. Love you too, kid. I could hear the sadness in his voice. He missed me as much as I missed him. I hung up and fought the tears threatening to explode from my eyes. If I let it start, I knew I would be a mess for the rest of the day, and I wanted to enjoy my day off while I still could. Before a tear could fall, I jumped up and changed into running clothes. I put in my headphones as I jogged down the stairs. Once my music was playing, I headed toward the university. My breathing slowed into a rhythm as the pavement passed under me. 20 minutes later, I was across from the hospital. I hadn't intended on coming this way, but my feet brought me here. I couldn't get away with avoiding this for much longer. Uncle David would stay on top of it. He probably already called to make sure my files were waiting. Dr. Thompson knew I was coming. She'd been the one to approve my move. I should go. I should meet her. I urged myself forward, but my body didn't react. If I went in, it would be real. I couldn't escape it. It wasn't gone now that I lived in Utah. A cross-country move didn't make it go away. The longer I waited, the more it would build up. I needed to get it over with. Later. I turned and ran, putting distance between me and the hospital. I'd face it later. A few days of being normal. Of no one knowing. Watching. Worrying. Questioning. I'd had my time off, but it wasn't something that was going to magically disappear, no matter how badly I wanted it to. My feet pounded against the pavement. I changed direction, not going anywhere in particular, just away. Minutes later, I was in front of Wyatt's building. I hadn't meant to. I didn't plan it. At least, not consciously. My breathing came out in labored puffs. I shouldn't be struggling this much. It was the altitude. Right. I was fine. A crowd of people hovered near the doors, staring into the building. I stepped closer and tried to look in. What was so interesting? Had something happened? I took another step and accidentally bumped into a man. He turned and shot me a nasty glare. Watch it. Sorry. I've been here for 2 days. If you want your shot, you're going to have to wait. My shot. Like a gun? I looked him over and noticed a camera strap hanging across his chest with the camera in his hand. He hasn't been seen today, so back off. Who? What? I shook my head and took a step back. Sorry. I turned to walk away, then I realized they were there for Wyatt. Poor guy. He couldn't even walk out of his building without being hounded by photographers. If only I had his number, I'd warn him to stay away. I took another glance at the crowd before taking off toward my apartment. I couldn't imagine living like that. No privacy. People waiting for days to take a stupid picture of me. Another reason why it was smart for me to leave this morning. Wyatt was not someone I needed to be around. Chapter 7, Wyatt. The game was rough, but we'd pulled it off. We were playing again in 2 days, so I needed to get to the arena quickly this morning. No time for reading or relaxing today. It was weights and practice all day long, but I did have time to stop by for a coffee. I could only hope Kendall wasn't there. If she wanted to run out, that's fine, but I wasn't going to change my routine, so she could avoid me. I opened the door and let an older couple leave before walking in. Matt was at the counter and I let out a breath. Good. No awkward encounters. I shook my head. If only the guys could see me now. They would mock me forever. Me, Wyatt Hartman, captain of the Utah Fury, two-time world champion, afraid of seeing a girl. It was ridiculous. I knew it, and I bet Kendall knew it too. Matt waved me forward. Your usual? I nodded and handed him my card. Are you back to working mornings? That was casual, right? No underlying meaning. He shrugged and filled my cup. We're rotating now. I can't even keep track of when I'm supposed to be here. Hopefully we'll go back to normal soon. I wanted to ask why that would happen. Was Kendall quitting? He passed me my drink and returned my card.
See ya.
Man. Thanks. I walked over to the self-serve counter and added some milk to my coffee. It was a slow morning and there were only a few other people in the cafe, but it was still early, maybe I'd just beaten the crowd. Excuse me? I looked around and finally turned to see a young boy staring up at me. Hi. I smiled, he was probably a fan. Hi. I'm Dylan. I go to North Elm Elementary. My class is fundraising for a trip to Yellowstone to study geography. I looked around to see if this boy had a parent with him and saw a young-looking woman hurry over. I'm so sorry. I told him not to talk to anyone without me, but I was ordering when he slipped away. I smiled. No problem. He was just telling me about studying geography. She relaxed a bit and laughed. Geology. Dylan nodded.
Yeah.
That one. I laughed at the mix-up. Geology is good too. How are you guys fundraising? Dylan slipped his backpack off his shoulders and unzipped it before reaching in and pulling out a box of generic candy bars. We're selling chocolate. No way. I love chocolate. Dylan beamed at me. Do you want to buy a bar? I have to sell 2 whole boxes to go on the trip. That seemed a little rough on one kid. The school could have made it a little easier with at least some good candy. Let's go talk outside. I looked to his mom and she nodded. They followed me out to the sidewalk and I was grateful the weather was warm again. The trip sounds really fun. How many kids are going? Dylan pursed his lips. All the 3rd grade kids are supposed to go, but my class is the only one that hasn't raised enough money. I nodded and looked to his mom. How many kids are there? 32. Whoa. That's a big class. She nodded. It's pretty mixed too. Not all of the parents can afford to pay for the trip, so his teacher had the fundraiser idea. I picked up on what she meant. These kids needed help. I hated the thought of some of them being left behind because they couldn't afford it. How much does each student need to go? His mom narrowed her eyes. It's $170 per child. I nodded. Call it $5,500 total. Dylan, would you mind if I bought your whole box? His eyes widened, and he nodded his head like I might change my mind. Yes. Thanks. You're a lifesaver. I've been craving chocolate and haven't had time to go to the store. Now I can take this whole box home and I'll have a bunch to tie me over for at least a week. Dylan handed me the box and I took out my wallet. I pulled out a few $100 bills and passed them back to him. His eyes lit up like a Christmas tree. His mom stopped his hand though. We can't accept this. It's way too much. I smiled and shook my head. I promise it's not. If she was getting freaked out now, she was going to lose her mind when she heard about the check I'd have dropped off. What's your teacher's name, Dylan? I asked the kid. Ms. Sommer. Okay, you be sure to give that to Ms. Sommer. He nodded. I will. Thank you. I gave him a high five and turned to his mom. You have a great kid. You guys have a nice day. She thanked me and took her son's hand. It was nice being able to do something for people, especially when they didn't know who I was. I'd rather be a stranger that did a nice thing than Wyatt Hartman making a donation. Hopefully it showed Dylan he should be kind and generous. I was about to leave when the cafe's door swung open. Kendall walked out wearing a black polo and Baltimore Harbors hat. I shook my head. Really? In public? You do realize you're in Fury territory? She ignored me. Why did you do that? Do what? Call her out for wearing a rival team's apparel? Invite her to my house and give her food and a place to stay just so she could run away? Her eyes narrowed. Why did you give that little boy so much money? I shrugged. He and his class needed it. You don't know that for sure. They could have been scammers. Her assumption caught me off guard. I didn't expect her to jump to that conclusion. You're right. They could have been, but I didn't think so. He told me his class needed help, and it seemed like a good cause. I can do it, so why not? She just stared at me. I didn't know what else to say. She could question me all she wanted, but my answer wasn't going to change. I liked being in a position where I could help people, and I tried to be aware of situations where I could.
Yeah.
I could have just bought a single chocolate bar, but I had the capability to do so much more. They didn't ask Wyatt Hartman for money. I don't think they knew who I was, and that made it so much better. She shook her head. I guess I just don't understand. What's to understand? Having money to give away like that. I mean, I think I saw you hand him $100 bill. There were 3, but I didn't correct her. She folded her arms over her chest. I guess I can't imagine doing that. I didn't like the direction she was taking this. I don't throw my money around. I wasn't doing that to flaunt anything. I wanted to help that kid's class go on a trip. I have the means, so I'm making it happen. It's not like I drive a car worth more than your home and wear jewelry to show off. That's not who I am. I looked at her and realized she was hugging herself. Like she was closing in on herself. I'm sorry that made you uncomfortable, Kendall. I really am, but I came out here, so we'd have privacy. I tried to make it all as nondescript as possible. I know I make more money than most, but that means I can give more than most. She barely nodded, but I felt like I wasn't getting through to her. What did it matter? She ran away from me. Maybe she expected me to be some nightmare version of a man she made in her head. That wasn't me. Money had never been important to me. Hockey was all that mattered. I just happened to be good enough to play professionally. It obviously made her uncomfortable, so I backed up. You have people outside your building waiting for you, she said. I paused and stared at her. What? She looked at the ground. I went for a run. I ended up in this area. There was a crowd, so I stopped. Some guy with a huge camera lens told me they were waiting for you. My stomach dropped to the sidewalk. They'd figured it out.
Goodbye.
Freedom.
Goodbye.
Privacy. It was fun while it lasted. It must suck having them wait for days just to get a picture of you. I sighed. It hasn't been bad. I moved a few weeks ago, but I guess they figured it out. She nodded. Sorry. It's fine. I hoped they would focus on Noah for a while longer and not notice I lived there too, but I guess my time's up. She looked up, confused. Another player lives there? I nodded. Noah Malkin, a rookie. They've been stalking the place for weeks. I've heard that name. Her eyebrows pulled together for a second before she looked up at me. I just assumed. Assumed what? The photographer said he, and I just assumed he was talking about you. She smiled. Maybe they don't know about you. Wait. You didn't say I lived there, right? She shook her head. No. I let out a breath and smiled. Then I think my secret's still safe. Good. She looked down, so her hat covered her eyes. I'm glad you're safe. She looked up at me, confused. You disappeared. I was worried something may have happened, but I'm glad you're okay. She nodded. Sorry. I just didn't want it to be awkward in the morning, and I thought it would be better to get out of your way. Well, now we're having the awkward moment. I tried to make light of it and I was relieved when she laughed.
Yeah.
I guess I didn't think it through. Well, we almost had a normal conversation. I'll see you later. I turned and walked away without her saying anything. I didn't get that woman. What was worse, I didn't get why I cared. On my way to my car, I texted my assistant and asked him to get a check over to North Elm Elementary. I wasn't going to let Kendall's awkwardness about the situation get to me. I would help when I could. I looked at the car parked in front of mine. The one with Maryland plates. I smiled and looked around. She was gone. I opened my trunk and pulled out a Fury bumper sticker. With one more glance around, I placed it on her bumper and stepped back to examine my work. Perfect placement. I got in my car and drove off before I got caught. It might not do much to win points with her, and I told her I wasn't one for grudges, but I couldn't resist a bit of teasing. Maybe one day, hopefully sooner rather than later, she would see me for who I really am. She met me with her opinion of me and who I was firmly established. I wasn't just getting to know someone for the first time, I was undoing prejudices I had no part in creating. It was an uphill climb, and yet I wanted to do it. Even after she left without leaving a note. Making me worry. Seeing her today was enough. All the feelings, curiosity, attraction, frustration, flooded back the moment I saw her again. I was in over my head. I knew it. Because of a girl that didn't even like me. I didn't need anyone to tell me I was crazy. I knew it. I didn't have the time to invest in chasing after her, and I knew I'd have to. Not that she was trying to play hard to get, the odds were stacked against me. She had a solid, steel wall built around her and I had my work cut out for me trying to break through. If I even wanted to. Who was I kidding? This was the first woman that ever held my attention. Maybe it was the challenge. Unfortunately, I was used to getting the things I wanted. Some came with being in my position, but the things that mattered to me were the ones I had to fight for. This wouldn't be easy. I had a feeling she was tougher than she looked and just as stubborn as I was. I would have to chip away at her defenses and show her who I really was. Chapter 8, Kendall. Life wasn't fair. I'd learned that lesson way too early. I didn't get why some people had all the money in the world, more than they knew what to do with, while there were so many that went without. I got that Wyatt was trying to help people, but sometimes giving money wasn't the solution. Sometimes it wasn't enough to fix everything. It hadn't helped me. The money my parents left me hadn't done anything for me. Not until college. I shook away the thought and went back to work. Matt and I were working together, which was a rare occurrence. Joey was actually taking a day off. She deserved it, but it meant a long day for me. If it was busier it wouldn't have been as bad, but it had been a quiet morning, so time was passing slowly. Can you refill the milk containers? I looked up at Matt and nodded. I took care of cleaning up the machines as well. He said, Joey said you're going to the U. Matt was standing behind the register refilling the cups, not looking at me. I would have asked who he was talking to if there was more than just me in the area.
Yeah.
Grad school. He nodded. That's cool. I'm almost done with my undergrad. Huh. A real conversation? Matt was a quiet person and Joey told me he took a while to warm up to people. I was shocked he was making small talk already. Maybe he was as bored as I was. What are you majoring in? I asked. Graphic design. Very cool. That fit him. Not that I'd seen his artistic abilities, but he definitely had the artist vibe. What are you getting your master's in? Psychology. He smirked. Are you analyzing this conversation? I laughed. No. I promise. He nodded and actually started laughing. I smiled at the first genuine emotion he'd showed. What's so funny? He closed his mouth and looked away.
Oh no.
You can't laugh like that and not tell me. He finally faced me. You're studying people. Why they do or think things, right? I nodded. Yet you can't seem to get Wyatt. I narrowed my eyes. What? Matt shrugged. Joey told me about your previous encounter, then whatever that just was. He nodded in the direction of the front door. I don't get why you're so hard on him. I tried to think of a defense, but he continued. I don't know the guy very well, but from everything I've seen he's a good person. He's genuine, and he's a great tipper. I laughed. Of course, that's what he cared about. Matt shrugged. I know he's not on your team, but that doesn't make him a bad guy. I nodded, and he went back to restocking. I couldn't believe we'd just had this conversation. It was my first time really spending time around Matt, yet he picked up on one of my biggest flaws. I'm not good at giving people the benefit of the doubt. I've seen too much darkness to believe everyone has good. It's more like they're bad until proven otherwise. He was right though. I had no reason to assume anything bad about Wyatt. He'd done nothing but prove how kind and caring he was. He saved me in a storm, opened his home to me, donated to a child's fundraiser. All things that pointed to him being a good person. I sighed and got back to cleaning. My past had made me a little bitter, but I hoped I had moved on. I thought I'd grown. Gotten better while at school. Now I was about to enter grad school to start an occupation that wouldn't allow me to have personal prejudices. I couldn't let my outlook on life affect how I saw other people. No more. I needed to apologize or ask to start over. While I worked, I came up with a list of things I could do. A simple "I'm sorry" wouldn't suffice. I needed a peace offering. I could bring him a bag of his favorite coffee. No. Too simple. It was the same stuff he drank every morning, and I think he liked coming here to get it. I could make him dinner. Only I wasn't the best cook. I could bring him dinner from a restaurant around here. I cringed and shook that thought away. I couldn't afford to eat out. Maybe just a small treat. A cookie? Donuts? Did he even like those? I didn't know much about him. Wait. He had hot cocoa at his house. That means he at least likes that. I bit my lip and looked out the window. Should I just bring him hot chocolate? I could make a fancy one here. But what if he wasn't home? Could I even get to his apartment building, or would there be security to stop me? Crap. Who knew this would be so hard? Fine. I would take a risk. Bring him my peace offering and hope he was home. And that I could get in. The cafe had been empty for the past 20 minutes, so I started to close up. Do you mind balancing the register? I asked Matt while rinsing out a blender. Sure. I had everything else cleaned up, but before I turned everything off, I made a cup of caramel hot cocoa and peppermint hot cocoa, so Wyatt would have a choice. Both for you? Matt looked at the cups with a raised brow. I felt myself blush. I was actually going to stop by Wyatt's and apologize. He watched me silently for a moment. You know where he lives? Crap. I hadn't thought about Matt knowing that. What would he think of me? It's a long story. He shrugged. Whatever. See you later.
Bye.
I followed him out and locked up. With a cup in each hand, it would probably be easier to walk a few blocks than try to drive. I didn't trust my cup holders with hot beverages. The doorman opened the doors for me and let me in with a smile. I took that as a good sign and headed to the elevators. Either he remembered me coming in with Wyatt, or robbers didn't come in with hot chocolate very often. When I got to Wyatt's floor, I stepped out expecting to be met with bodyguards or staff blocking me, but the hall was empty. I went to his door and took a deep breath before awkwardly knocking while trying not to let anything fall. The door opened a minute later, revealing a half-naked Wyatt. Oh. Brain gone. Tan. Skin. Muscles. So many muscles. My eyes drifted from his rippled stomach to his well-defined chest. Oh, good grief. I took in his sculpted shoulders and drifted up to his smooth jaw. He'd shaven recently. I was a little disappointed his scruff was missing. I blinked and met his eyes.
Oh no.
I'd been staring. Full-blown checking him out. And he watched. Amused. I brought you. I shoved both hands out and nearly threw them at him and ran. I couldn't believe I just looked at his body like I was memorizing a sculpture. Although, if there was a quiz later, I'd ace it for sure. You brought me 2 drinks? His easy smile was making this worse. Him not calling me out actually made me feel like a creep or a fangirl. He was probably used to it. Not okay. I didn't want to be one of those girls. I shook my head. I brought you 2 options. Caramel or peppermint hot chocolate. He looked at me like he was a bit concerned about my sanity, and I couldn't even blame him. You can have either. I raised them up closer to him. Caramel. I dropped my right hand and took a sip of the peppermint. It was the perfect temperature. He reached for the other one and took a drink. This is good. Thanks. I nodded. He smiled lazily. Are you going to stand there staring at me, or is there another reason for this visit? I should have smacked him to wipe that obnoxious smirk of his face. I wanted to, but that would be counterproductive for what I was here for. This is a peace offering. An apology. He raised an eyebrow. It is. I nodded. I haven't been very nice since we first met. I projected my expectations onto you rather than getting to know who you really are. You've been nothing but kind to me, and I've been a bit of a brat. A bit? He smirked, and I ignored him. I hope we can start over. He nodded slowly, as if he was considering it. Okay. I think I can do that. He extended his hand. Hi, I'm Wyatt. I rolled my eyes. I don't mean like that. He pulled his hand back and laughed. Do you want to come in? I can put on a shirt and we can watch a movie or get dinner. It was tempting. Really, really tempting. I need to get home. He nodded. Then will you come to practice tomorrow? What? That was out of the blue. Why? He shrugged. I want you to see that we're not all that bad. You might even start to like the Fury just a little bit. I wanted to tell him no. I wasn't a traitor, but it would be cool to see any NHL team practice. And he'd done so much for me. If that was all he wanted, I guess I could do that. I nodded. Okay. A smile slowly spread across his lips. I'll see you tomorrow. Wait, I don't know when. I'll text you the details. You don't have my number. He smirked. Only one way to fix that. I narrowed my eyes for a second before laughing. That was smooth. He looked pretty proud of himself with his cocky smile. I thought so. He stepped back and grabbed his phone off a table and handed it to me. Don't give me a bad number. I know where you work. I rolled my eyes and saved my number. I would never. He chuckled and shook his head. Hey, we're starting over, remember? So far, I've done nothing to make you think I would do that. He sobered. You're right. He took his phone from me and tapped the screen. My phone started ringing from my back pocket. Really? He smiled. Just checking. I turned so he couldn't see my smile. I'll see you later. See you. I heard his door shut before I got to the elevator. That had gone better than expected, even if there were a few surprises. I walked back to my car and stopped when I realized my poor, junkie baby had been vandalized. I crouched down at the back and tried tugging on the corner. The abomination was stuck on there. I shook my head and laughed. There was nothing else to do. I would be driving around with Wyatt's face on the back of my car until I found a chemical that could get the sticker off. If only I had a harbor sticker to cover it. I had a feeling if I did that, another sticker would mysteriously appear. This was a war I didn't think I was going to win, and I would never, ever admit it aloud, but I didn't mind losing. Chapter 9, Wyatt. I expected her to bail. Not only because of her track record, which I needed to forget, but the idea of her coming to support the team seemed ridiculous. She hated the Fury, but I think she liked me. At least a little bit. After all, she brought me a drink and apologized. She wouldn't have done that if she didn't care. If her manager had made her apologize, she would have waited until I came back in. She went out of her way to make things right. That meant something. We may not have started out on smooth ground, but we were getting there. I was alone in the weight room before practice, getting in an extra session when the doors opened behind me. Brassard and Ollie walked in together talking but stopped when they saw me. I pulled off my headphones and greeted them. Well, what are the odds? Ollie dropped his bag near the door and sat on a bench next to me. Captain getting in extra training. Even when coach told us to take it easy. I ignored him and finished my set. I dropped the dumbbells and took a sip of water. What are you guys doing here? Brassard sat on another bench and began bicep curls. We're just making sure you don't show us up. It's going to take a lot more than one day of lifting weights to get on my level. They both laughed and got to work. I put my headphones back on and tried to focus, but between them and Kendall, I was having a hard time. You're slacking off, Captain. I ignored Brassard's taunt and focused on finishing my set. What's on your mind, Cap? I swear this place was more of a therapy office than a gym. Guys were always having deep conversations when they should be working out. I was tempted to turn up the volume and drown them out, but I knew they wouldn't give up. I pulled my headphones off and answered them. Just tomorrow's game. They made eye contact in the mirror while I pretended not to notice. You know, Brassard, I've been thinking I need to find a new place to get my coffee. My barista has been getting a little too friendly lately. Do you have any recommendations? Gee, Ollie. I don't know. Maybe Cap has an idea. I narrowed my eyes. Who told you? Ollie cracked a smile first. First Noah, then Colby confirmed. I clenched my jaw and started in on shoulder presses. Ollie's grin grew. Oh, come on. Don't get mad. You're the one that brought her back to your place. That's asking for it to spread. How did you know that? I asked. Brassard laughed. Colby has that place wired. She also has the staff keeping eyes out and reporting back to her. She knew before you even texted Noah to hang out. I shouldn't be surprised. I guess I really wasn't. Colby took her job as Noah's assistant and girlfriend very seriously. Since he was the hottest rookie in the league, there was a lot of press covering him. It was a security issue. I'm sure she knew all of the people that came in and out of the building. Why didn't you tell us you have a girl? Ollie pouted while I rolled my eyes. There's nothing to tell. She's the first girl you've ever taken back to your place, Cap, don't lie. Brassard had a point, but he was under the impression something happened. It didn't. I just had her come to wait out the storm. Her car wouldn't start, and I didn't want her waiting in the cold. So, she didn't sleep over? I stood and exchanged my weights for a higher set. She did, but I was in my room and she was in the living room. I wanted to drop it. Talking about the disaster that night turned out to be wasn't a high priority. The guys looked at each other and Ollie smiled. So, nothing happened? Nope. When I woke up she was gone. Wow. That bad, huh? Brassard laughed and I nearly threw the weight at him. It wasn't like that. I was a gentleman. I made her dinner, we watched a movie, then I went to my room. I told her I'd help with her car in the morning, but she was gone. Ollie narrowed his eyes. Why? I shrugged. Honestly, I have no idea. She came by and apologized last night.
Yeah.
She did. Brassard hooped, and I leaned over to punch him. She said she was sorry and wanted to start over. Ollie chuckled. Seems like a good idea. I shrugged. I invited her to come today, but we'll see if she actually shows. Brassard was staring at me in the mirror. I don't get it. Get what? I asked as I started my next set. You're putting in a lot of work and effort for a girl that seems, he paused mid-curl. She doesn't seem to like you. I laughed while Ollie looked at Brassard like he'd just grown another head. I've asked myself the same thing. She hated me the first time she met me. She hates the team. She ditched me, ran away after I helped her. She was almost rude to me after I donated money to this kid's fundraiser. Then she showed up at my house with hot cocoa. I'm not really sure what to think of her. Then why invite her? Why waste your time? Brassard looked as confused as I felt about the situation. Ollie interrupted before I could respond. This is the first girl you've ever hung out with as long as I've known you. She might be a little rough around the edges, but there must be something about her that you like if you're putting in any effort at all. I nodded and set down my weights. I like that she treats me like a normal person. She might not necessarily like me, at least not when we first met, but she doesn't act like other women. She doesn't suck up or ask for things from me. She doesn't expect anything. Ollie seemed to understand, but Brassard didn't look convinced. Man, I'm telling you it's not worth it. You'll get sucked into their drama and crazy. It's better to just stay out of things like this until the season is over. Or until you're retired. I laughed. I'm not dating her. We're just getting to know each other, maybe we'll be friends. Ollie laughed this time. Oh.
Yeah.
'Cause that happens. I glared at him. It can. I'm not going to let any distractions in. We're closing in on the playoffs, and that's the most important thing in my life. Brassard nodded. Good to hear. His worry was unfounded. I'd never let a woman come between me and winning before, and that wouldn't change. I wasn't the type to get swept up in things. They knew that. I'm sure they were just happy to finally have something to tease me about. How's Emma doing? I decided changing the subject was my best hope of keeping my sanity. Ollie instantly smiled. She's great. And the baby? Getting big. He looked so proud. Still going to wait on the gender? He nodded. She wants the surprise, but I just wanted to get out of having to do one of those gender reveals. I laughed, and Brassard shook his head. I can't believe you're going to be a dad. I had to agree with that. I'd known Ollie for 5 years, and
Yeah.
we'd gotten older, but it still felt like we were kids sometimes. Now he was having a kid. What about you, Brassard? Seeing anyone? He made a sour face. You know I stay away from all women. They're monsters. Ollie rolled his eyes. Lucy was the only bad experience you had. You can't let her ruin every other woman for you. Yikes. I watched Brassard for his reaction. We didn't speak of Lucy. His college girlfriend was off limits. He clenched his jaw and paused before responding. That was more than enough for me to know I want nothing to do with them. No dating for me. I laughed. You can't live alone forever. He smirked. I don't plan on it. But I'm never going to get married like you guys. Once I'm out of the league, I'll travel. Or coach. Or whatever I want. I'll get a dog and date around. No commitment. No heartbreak. I shook my head and started another set. He said that now, but I knew all it would take was the right woman to change his mind. Don't hang around Schultz, Malkin, or Murray. They'll try to convert you to their ways. Brassard rolled his eyes. Those three are such saps. Schultz is a completely different person now. In a good way. I might have been the one to point it out, but I knew Ollie agreed. I just don't see the point. It's just going to end in heartbreak. Ollie shook his head. It doesn't have to. I smiled and thought of him and Emma. They were really perfect together. They were exactly what I wanted, one day. In the distant future. You're the exception, Ollie. Not all of us can be that lucky. I really hoped Brassard wasn't right. I didn't want to think that one day I'd end up alone, broken-hearted, and bitter. It just took the right person. The right woman, and you could have it all, like Ollie did. I wouldn't let myself think of either possibility. Finding the right woman or not, that didn't affect me right now. All I could focus on was today. Training, then practice. Then the next game. Those were the things that mattered. Sitting here analyzing whether or not Kendall was interested in me or why she brought me hot chocolate was a waste of time. It was irrelevant to what I needed to be doing. I finished the rest of my workout, then stood. Practice starts in 10, so hurry up. They began putting back their weights as I left the room. I changed into my pads and skates and went out to the ice. A few of the guys were already out, so I caught up with them, but my focus was on the pride. Chloe and Emma were there. I looked for Kendall's blonde curls but didn't see her yet. That was fine. She had a few minutes before we started. I'd made sure to have a pass waiting for her, so there should be no problem about her getting in. I even warned Chloe, so she wouldn't try to kick Kendall out. All she needed to do was show up. Who are you looking for? Noah stopped next to me and waved to Colby sitting in the stands. No one. Noah smiled. Sure. He pushed off the boards and started skating away before I could ask him what he meant. The rest of the guys flowed out of the locker room followed by Coach, so I didn't have any more time to look for Kendall. If she showed up, great, if not. Well, then I was done trying. Chapter 10, Kendall. I was running late. I thought I'd have plenty of time, but my doctor's office was busy. She was late seeing me, then the lab was backed up and I had to wait almost an hour to get my blood drawn. I had no idea how long practices lasted, but I was already 30 minutes behind. Luckily, parking wasn't an issue and I was able to get in without waiting, but I didn't know where to go from here. There was no one around, which felt strange in an arena this large. None of the food stands or stores were open either. It didn't help that I'd never been here before. There were no portals to the seating, so I had no idea where to go. I walked down the hall hoping to run into someone. There was a sign hanging above a staircase with a sign for Portals AL, so I followed it up. There were a few people on this level, so I took that as a good sign. A security guard stood at the entrance to Portals, so I approached him. Hi. He turned to me and nodded. Yes. I'm here for the practice, but I'm not sure where to go. He eyed me, then took a step back. Wait here. He disappeared down the steps and returned a minute later with a gorgeous brunette in tow. She sized me up with a look only women seem to perceive. You're Kendall? I nodded, grateful someone knew what was going on around here. Nice outfit. I fought the urge to touch my Harbors jersey. She seemed like the type that could smell fear. Wyatt told me he invited someone, but you couldn't possibly be the right person. She tilted her head and looked at me almost like she pitied me. I didn't know who this woman was, but I was feeling a bit intimidated. I am. He invited me last night. I can show you the texts. She took a step closer to me. No one that was personally invited by the captain of the Fury would be insensitive enough to wear another team's jersey to his practice. He's someone that deserves respect from his friends and fans. Not just because he's the captain. She took a step forward, narrowing her eyes. But because he's one of the best people I know. If he thought you were worthy of his attention, then you would know better. So, you couldn't possibly be the person he invited. I didn't know whether to laugh, cry, or run away. I waited for a moment for her to tell me she was kidding, but she didn't crack. I had a shirt on under the jersey. I could just take it off, but I wouldn't. Wyatt knew me. He knew how I felt about the team, and he invited me anyway. I rolled my shoulders back and hoped she couldn't tell how intimidated I was. Thanks so much for your opinion, but I'm here because Wyatt invited me. I'm not here to start a war or heckle. I nodded to the security guard and he handed me over an all-access pass. Thanks. I walked past her and down the stairs without a second glance. She could boss other people around, but I wasn't going to take it. I was from a military family after all. A little yelling and empty threats didn't scare me. There was a group of women sitting down at the glass, so I stopped toward the top of the section and took a seat in the middle of the row. The brunette walked down a moment later and sent me a scathing glance as she passed. Hopefully pissing off the queen bee wasn't too much of a problem for Wyatt. I doubted we'd be apologizing to each other anytime soon. I focused on the players on the ice looking for Wyatt. He was number 55, but I didn't see him out there. A few players were on the bench, so maybe he was taking a break. A group of guys on the bench all stood together and got on the ice as another 5 took a seat. One of the players headed for the center of the ice and I finally saw Wyatt's number. It was so surreal being here. I was seeing the behind-the-scenes side of hockey like I'd never been privileged to before. I took a few pictures to send to Uncle David for later. Wyatt was amazing. So fast, and he seemed to know what was going to happen 10 seconds ahead of everyone around him. There was a reason he was one of the best in the league and I was witnessing it firsthand. It was hard to reconcile the person on the ice with the person I knew. To me, he was just Wyatt. My customer. Someone that I'd screwed up with too many times, but he always forgave me. He wasn't just the captain or a player. I think I could actually consider him a friend. He had accepted the apology drink and agreed to start over. He invited me here. Those were things friends did, right? I wasn't sure when the transition happened, but it was a strange revelation. I wanted to feel comforted by it, but it made me nervous. Were we just friends? I was attracted to him, for sure. But was there any potential for more? Did I want there to be? I snapped out of my thoughts when I saw a woman stand and start walking up the stairs. She was a pretty blonde with a small baby bump. She smiled and came down my row before sitting next to me. "You're Kendall?" She didn't seem nearly as intense as the last woman. "I am." Her smile grew. "I'm Emma Latang. Ollie's wife." Ollie Latang was the goalie. I felt like I was in another world. I was sitting, talking to Latang's wife. "Nice to meet you." "You too. Chloe told me you were here." Chloe must have been the she-devil. Emma seemed to notice my reaction and laughed.
Yeah.
She can be a bit hard to take at first. She's just very protective of the guys. I picked up on that. Emma nodded. She's Eric Schultz's sister and Reese Murray's fiancé. You could say this team is her whole life. Those guys out there, she said, pointing at the ice, are her family. She can come across as a jerk, but she's really just trying to watch out for them. I nodded but didn't really understand. How could she protect those big guys? It's not like I was going to storm the ice. She watched me for a second. A few of them have been hurt before. Taken advantage of. Had women pretend to love them just so they could get their claws on their fame or money. Chloe doesn't want that to happen again. Oh. Got it. I nodded. It's not like that with Wyatt. We're just friends, barely even that. Emma smiled and tilted her head. You're the very first person he's ever invited to a practice. Really? She seemed to register my surprise before nodding. Our captain is a very private person. He's got a lot of heart, but I think he's afraid of letting people in. I heard you've been to his home. I nodded. That's a first too. She laughed. I've never been to the new place. This was all too confusing. What she was saying didn't seem to match up with the person I knew. Sure, he was reserved, but he wasn't a recluse. Wyatt must see something in you. I hope the rest of us get a chance to see it, too. I smiled but felt unsure of what she meant. Did she think he was going to kick me to the curb? This world is hard, Kendall. It can chew you up and spit you out if you're not careful. What do you mean? Her smile weakened. The fame that comes with his position can be a lot to handle. If word got out that he was dating someone, they would be all over you. Your home, your work, everywhere. I know Wyatt is just a person to you. I raised my eyebrows. How did she know that? She smirked. I felt the same way about Ollie when I met him. She turned and looked at the ice. To the rest of the world, Wyatt is the captain of the championship team. He's never publicly dated. He's kept his life insanely private. Anything that gets to the press is done with purpose. She paused and sighed. If you two start dating, you'll either have to keep it a secret, which has its own challenges, or you're going to have to prepare yourself for the media mess that will follow. It's not going to be easy or fun, and it will probably drive you two apart. You have to be sure of what you want with Wyatt. Both of you could get hurt. That was a lot to take in. A lot to really think about. But we're just friends. She patted my arm. For now. I rolled my eyes and she laughed. You'd be surprised by what happens around here and who ends up together. Don't count him out before giving him a shot. She leaned forward. If that's what you want. Please, don't drag him along if you aren't interested in a future with him, and if you're not willing to pay the price. She made it sound so grim. Like it would cost me my life, but she was right. He wasn't just a normal customer. He was a really big deal. If we came out as a couple, there would be a media circus to deal with. I really needed to decide if I wanted that. If I could handle it. Uncle David would hate it. Not because of Wyatt being a fury. He would worry about me. My mental state, my health, my ability to leave the house without being hounded by paparazzi. This was all something I had to consider. I looked out and found Wyatt again. Would he ever be interested in me in that way? Emma could be talking about a future that would never come to fruition. I could be worrying about nothing. Thanks, Emma. She nodded. You can come and sit down with us. I promise most of us don't bite. You just might want to keep an eye on Chloe. She stood and walked away before I could respond. I appreciated her coming and talking to me. It did make me feel better knowing not everyone down there hated me. She'd left me with a lot to think about. Did I want something to happen with Wyatt? Yes. Did I want something to happen with the captain of the Utah Fury? Not so much. They were the same though. I couldn't have one without the other. Emma knew firsthand everything this life came with. I watched Wyatt move on the ice. Was he worth the risk? I wanted to stay up here where I was safe. If I wanted there to be a chance for a future, I needed to make an effort. I stood and walked down to the front rows. Emma smiled and patted the empty seat next to her. Once I was seated, she introduced me to the women around us. I smiled and tried to ignore the looks I got. I crossed my arms, trying to cover the enormous harbor logo, but it was no use. They glared, even shook their heads. These women might not like me, but Wyatt did. That's what mattered. Chapter 11, Wyatt. I'd spotted Kendall in the stands during practice, but when I was done in the locker room she was gone. I didn't want to push her, but I wanted to know how she liked it. I'd hoped she'd sit with the pride, so she could get to know some of the women, but she was alone several rows up from them. I had a media day and an away game, so I wouldn't get to see her for a few days. I sent her a text, but she never replied. I didn't get it. Was she upset about something? Had something happened? I hated not knowing almost as much as I hated the fact that I cared. Brassard wouldn't leave me alone about it. He caught me checking my phone and made fun of me the entire trip. I didn't care. He was probably jealous I had someone to talk to. Not that she was replying. I needed to get home. I needed to talk to her in person. We won the game and were finally heading back to Salt Lake. I just had to wait a few more hours before I could see her. I shook my head and put my headphones on. I couldn't remember ever caring this much about a girl. Not through high school or college. And I was still confused why I cared now. She wasn't exactly my type. She didn't like my team. She'd been gruff and unpredictable, but there was something about her that kept pulling me back. She tried. She apologized for her mistakes. It was like two forces were warring inside her. She wanted to be rude and push me away, but at the same time she made the first move to talk to me, and it had been her that wanted to fix things between us. She was confusing, and I couldn't stop whatever was pulling me to her. It was all her broken pieces that made her real. She wasn't perfect. She wasn't all put together. I could tell that I was barely scratching the surface. There was so much more to her, and I was dying to dive in and understand. I just hoped I had the chance. When we touched down, I turned on my phone, hoping for a missed text or call, but there was nothing. That was fine. I'd just have to go to her. I got home and dropped off my bags before turning around and walking down to the cafe. I saw her behind the counter before I walked in. She was smiling and chatting with a man who was smiling at her almost like they were flirting. I was instantly jealous of him. She looked so carefree. Why wasn't she like that with me? I opened the door and got in line. She didn't notice me until it was my turn to order. "What can I get for, oh?" She looked up and seemed surprised to see me. "Hi." "Hi." She blinked and looked around. "What can I get for you?" "A regular, please." She nodded and turned to fill it. When she handed it to me, I didn't immediately pull away. "Can we talk?" Her mouth opened but nothing came out. "She certainly can. You're due for a 10. Go sit." Her manager waved her away and Kendall seemed to follow the directions on autopilot. I took my normal spot and set my coffee on the table, watching as she took the seat next to me. "How are you?" She nodded. "Good. Good." I was worried. Her eyebrows shot up. "Why?" She really didn't get it? "You disappeared on me?" "I've tried calling and texting you but haven't heard anything." She bit her bottom lip and it triggered more panic within me. I paused, trying to proceed cautiously. "I'm just glad everything's okay." She nodded.
Yeah.
"Sorry. I should have replied sooner. Things were a little crazy this weekend." "What happened?" She blinked and looked away. "My uncle was supposed to come, but something came up and the base needed him for something." She wasn't showing it, but I knew that must have been hard. She was obviously close to him, he was her only parent. It would have been disappointing. "I'm sorry." She shrugged. "I'm used to it. Army first." I hadn't been around that world, but I could understand. I scooted forward until I could touch her. I put my hands on her arm and waited for her to meet my eyes. "I'm really sorry. I know how close you two are. I'm sure it's hard being so far away from him and your home." She nodded and blinked again, this time I could see tears in her eyes. I stood and pulled her hands up with me. "Come on." I walked us to the back room, not caring if her manager got mad. I didn't want her to get upset in front of everyone. She was sniffing, and I pulled her against me and wrapped my arms around her. "I'm sorry, Kendall. I'm sorry I wasn't here either." She let out a sigh that seemed to rattle her. "It's okay. It's not. I know you've been through a lot. You of all people don't deserve any more disappointments." She rested her head on my chest. "I just miss home." I nodded and rested my chin on the top of her head. "I get that. Do you miss your parents?" She didn't know how loaded that question was. Yes. The simple answer was I did. They were my family, of course I missed them. "Do you get to see them?" "Not really." She tilted her head back and looked up at me. "Why?" I was glad her mind was off her own sadness, but this wasn't a conversation I wanted to have. I don't have much time off to see them. Why don't they come see you? A great question. One I've asked myself for the last 8 years. I don't know. She tilted her head up and looked me in the eyes. They don't visit you? I shook my head. Can they? I shrugged. They definitely have the means. It's the effort or desire they lack. Her eyebrows furrowed. They don't even try? I shook my head again. No. They could afford to be at every game, home or away, but they don't care to. I'm sorry, Wyatt. I smiled at her genuine concern. Thanks, but it's okay. We were never really close. They're missing out. You think so? She nodded. It's really too bad for them. My eyes met hers and I felt something. Something that hadn't been there before. A pull. A spark? I couldn't quite pinpoint it, but it was definitely there. I watched her, waiting to see if she felt it too, but she backed up. She stepped out of my arms and I suddenly felt empty. I'm sorry about this weekend, Wyatt. I won't ghost you again. She tugged on her ponytail. Is everything else all right? I watched her carefully, waiting for any reaction. She flinched and shook her head. She was lying. I took a step toward her and fought the urge to wrap my arms around her again. She'd felt so right being close to me. Did something happen at the practice? She avoided my eyes. No. She was lying. Did one of the women say something to you? She looked up and crossed her arms. I can take care of myself, Wyatt. So, something had happened. I closed my eyes. Chloe. She was like a ruthless mama bear. Fiercely overprotective. Which I appreciated up until now. I'm sorry, Kendall. I should have warned you about Chloe. She can be a bit much sometimes, but she means well. Kendall's eyes dropped to the ground. It wasn't her. I put my hands on her shoulders and rubbed them gently. What happened? She licked her lips and didn't respond. Hey. You can talk to me. What was it? She blinked and met my eyes. I met Emma. Emma? She was upset about Emma? She was the nicest person you could ever meet. Why would that upset her? Did she do something? She shook her head. Did she say something? She shrugged. I felt like I was pulling information from a child. What did she say? She sniffed. She just pointed some things out. Like what? I was starting to panic. She just made me realize that you're more than this guy. What? I was getting more confused. You're not just my customer from the cafe. The one that saved me during a snowstorm and made me hot chocolate. You're the captain of the Fury. You're a huge deal. You're a celebrity. I'm not. I'm not from this world. I stopped her before she spiraled into a full-blown panic attack. Her breathing was already getting shallow. I'm not from this world either, Kendall. It was something I had to adjust to. I know it's a lot. I know it's overwhelming, but I'm not asking you to jump into it with me. She looked confused. You're not. No. At least not yet. I want us to get to know each other. I want us to spend time together. She seemed to be thinking about it. No media? I shook my head. None. She looked much calmer. I promise not to throw you to the sharks. Even if I did wear a Harbors jersey to practice. I rolled my eyes and pulled her against me. I can forgive you for that. I'm not so sure about the other guys though. She smiled up at me. I'm not too worried about them, just you. I laughed but wanted to scoop her up and kiss her right there. She wasn't interested in me as a player or what connection I had. I really thought we would have a better chance if I was just some regular guy. I couldn't change who I was. I couldn't change my career. I don't think she wanted me to either. I did go sit with them. I leaned back, keeping her in my arms. Who? The other women. Emma invited me, even though Chloe made it clear I wasn't welcome. I decided I put on my big girl pants and go down to sit with them. And? I smiled as I watched her bite her lip. Most of them were really nice. A couple seemed to agree with Chloe. I got a few glares, but it wasn't as scary as I expected. I shook my head. I'm sorry. They should all be nice to you. She stopped me with a dubious look. They're women. We tend to be a bit territorial. I laughed. You're right about that. Just give it time. She nodded and sniffed. I will. I hugged her again before stepping back. I've got to get going. I should get back to work. She wiped under her eyes and smiled up at me. It was good to see you. You too. I walked out through the cafe and ignored any looks I may have earned. She was okay. We were okay. Chapter 12, Kendall. Wyatt didn't come in while I was working for the rest of the week. I'd started classes, so I wasn't working mornings anymore. It was probably for the best. Grad school was no joke. I was either in the library, class, or work. I barely had time to sleep or shower. It was exactly how I wanted it. I moved here to study, not to date. Uncle David hadn't sacrificed, my doctor hadn't gone above and beyond, and I didn't take this risk for me to blow it. Why don't you just call him? I jumped at Joey's voice. I thought she's left a while ago. What are you doing? She smirked. I had some paperwork to finish. I came out to tell you I was leaving, and I found you daydreaming. I rolled my eyes. I wasn't. She ignored me. I've seen it time and time again. I know all of the signs. You, my young friend, are falling. I wanted to brush off her words, but I couldn't. She was a tiny bit right. I haven't seen him since Monday. Haven't heard anything from him. Have you tried to reach out first? No. I hadn't. I shook my head. She nudged my shoulder with hers. You need to show the poor guy you're interested. He's stuck his neck out for you several times, and where has that gotten him? She eyed me, and I finally cracked. Not very far. It's not that I'm not interested. There's just more to it than that. Like what? I've got school. And work. I'm busy. It's just not a good time. She shrugged a shoulder. He's traveling and has practice, too. You guys can make it work though. He's from a different world. I didn't want to have to explain to her how different our families were. She waited with a single brow raised. Plus, he's a rival player. Oh honey. You need to move past that. It's not like you play for the other team. I didn't argue with her. People that weren't into sports didn't get it. Growing up cheering for one team, wearing their colors, buying their merchandise. It was more than being a fan. It was a part of me and my family. It was my childhood. It was almost like a religion. I couldn't just ignore that. Hanging out with him and going to his practices were one thing. Dating him would be a whole new level of betrayal. I couldn't picture how Uncle David would handle the news. He would have problems with it. I have other things going on in my life right now. It's not a good idea for me to get involved with someone. I've only been here a few weeks. I can't jump into something right now. She looked at me through narrowed eyes. You can hide behind those excuses, but don't get upset when he moves on. I nodded even though the thought of seeing Wyatt with someone else physically hurt. I had no right to feel that way. We didn't owe each other anything. We were barely friends. Just be careful, Kendall. She walked away and left me alone to continue to convince myself of everything I said. I knew it was right, but that didn't make it any easier to swallow. I was off in just a few minutes and planned on driving straight to the library to study, but Wyatt had invited me to come to practice again. It would be the last chance I had to see him before he left for the weekend for an away game. Not that I really got to spend time with him from the stands. Should I do what I was supposed to or take a risk? Something stupid. Something that would likely have negative consequences. Life was short. I was going to do it.
Bye.
Joey. See you tomorrow. I waved through the back door and passed Matt on my way out.
See ya.
He nodded once and walked to the register. We were back to nonverbal communication apparently. Great. I got in my car and slipped on my Harbors hoodie before heading to the arena. I walked in much more confidently and headed down the portal from last time. I saw the women sitting together at the bottom of the bowl but stayed up at the top, again. Getting myself to come was hard enough. I didn't want to sit down there being scrutinized. I picked out a seat when Emma stood at the front and began waving. Kendall, down here. I looked around but there was nowhere to escape. I had a feeling she'd come after me if I tried to run. Fine. I stood and went down to her row. She patted the seat next to her and smiled. Nice to see you. Thanks. You too. I tried to ignore the looks I was getting and focus on the guys. Wyatt was on the ice running a passing drill. I'm Sophia. A beautiful brunette leaned around Emma and extended her hand. I shook it and forced a smile. Kendall. Welcome to the Pride. Thanks. She opened her mouth but was interrupted by whoops and hollering on the ice. I turned to see a player throw something at Wyatt as the rest of the team laughed. Wyatt unfolded and held out a Harbors jersey. A boulder fell to the bottom of my stomach. They were making fun of him. Because of me. I felt sick. I tried to stand, but Emma held me down. You'll make it worse. That was the last thing I wanted, so I slouched in my seat and prayed practice would end soon. Wyatt threw the jersey into the bench area and yelled at the team while shaking his head. Everyone went back to the drills, but I could tell Wyatt seemed distracted. He kept missing passes and even tripped. Things I'd never seen him do before. Shame and guilt washed over me. This was all my fault. He was getting harassed by his own team because of me. I wanted to rip my hoodie off, but I knew that would only draw more unwanted attention. This has been going on all week. Emma's words broke my heart. It's not just because I'm here? I asked. I turned to see her shake her head. No. It's just harmless teasing. Don't worry too much about it. That was nice of her to say, but I couldn't believe this had been happening for days, and Wyatt still wanted me to come. It wouldn't happen if you just stopped wearing their colors to our arena. I cringed when I heard Chloe's voice behind me. I turned in my seat and tried to keep a smile glued on my face. It's just a sweatshirt. Then it wouldn't be that big of a deal to take it off. She smiled sweetly. Here, I have an extra you can wear if you're cold. She held out a red hoodie and I shook my head. No, thank you. She rolled her eyes. It's not like I'm offering you drugs. You're not a bad person if you wear this. You would just be showing your support to Wyatt. I shook my head and turned around. She had a point, but I didn't want to cave. Retract the claws, Chloe. I looked up to see who had spoken to her like that and watched a beautiful woman with long blonde hair walk toward me. She's one of us. No need to go all mama bear on her. She sat next to me and smiled. I'm Madeline. Sorry about Chloe, she forgets there's a world outside of this arena sometimes. I didn't want to see Chloe's reaction to that. Who was this lady that dared speak about the ringleader like that? I'm Kendall. Oh, I know. All the guys have been talking about you. The first woman to ever catch Wyatt's eye. It's a pretty big deal. It is. My stomach tightened. She smiled. Oh.
Yeah.
He swore off women until he retired, then you waltz in and suddenly he's not so sure about that. I knew from reading articles about him that he wasn't big on dating, but he didn't plan on getting involved with anyone until he retired? Then what was he doing with me? Don't worry. Eric was convinced he was going to be an eternal bachelor until he met me. Eric Schultz? She grinned and held up her left hand. He's all mine. I laughed and shook my head. I'd heard a few of the guys had gotten engaged recently, but I couldn't keep track of who. Wait. If she was engaged to Eric, that meant Chloe would be her sister-in-law. I looked over my shoulder, but Chloe was blocked by her laptop. Madeline was smiling when I turned back. Yup, we're going to be sisters. She's really not that bad. I nodded like I understood, but I couldn't imagine spending the rest of my life related to her. I'm not sure exactly what's going on with you and Hartman, and it's none of my business, but please be careful. He's got a really big heart and he's a really amazing guy. Don't take advantage of that. She smiled, but I felt the weight of her words. She didn't say it in a way that made it feel like a threat. She seemed to genuinely care about him. I won't. I had a feeling my life would get a whole lot harder if I did. I wouldn't put it past Chloe to find my address or phone number. She nodded and looked out to the ice. I tried to push away the feelings of guilt and focus on Wyatt as he played. I wasn't sure what was going on with us either. Joey thought we were practically dating, and the pride seemed to agree. We weren't though. We hadn't even really hung out, as being snowed in together didn't count. Maybe I was getting ahead of myself. Sure, we had a definite chemistry and I was attracted to him, but that didn't mean anything. He hadn't asked me on a date. He had his own life outside of the cafe. I couldn't let myself forget who he was. I wasn't lying to Joey when I said I had things going on. Inviting him into my life at this point wouldn't be fair to him. It was better this way. We could be friends. Share a coffee or something, but nothing more. He skated past me and I caught his smile. That smile would never be mine. I had to be okay with that. Chapter 13, Wyatt. I really wasn't good at this. I was worse than a teenager. A 13-year-old probably knew better than me. Being out of my element wasn't something I was used to. I hated it. I was a captain. A leader. I was supposed to be in control. This was the only part of my life where I felt lost and completely out of my element. Did she feel like this about me? Kendall and I had gone another week without seeing or talking to each other. I had her number, I could have called or texted. Then again, she had my number too. I figured if she wanted to talk to me, she would reach out. But maybe she was waiting on me? Who was supposed to make the first move at this point? Did it matter? It's not like I was trying to play it cool or hard to get. I was busy. So was she. Maybe she hadn't even noticed I hadn't been around. She was in school and working. I knew that was a lot to manage. I couldn't talk to any of the guys about this. I knew they would never let me live it down. The humiliation wasn't worth it. I could figure this out on my own. I had an open morning, so it was my chance to see Kendall. The team was number 1 in the conference, and we were close enough to playoffs to feel comfortable we were going. We'd have to completely fall apart on the next few games to drop out. We had it covered. We'd all been working hard, to our breaking point, to get where we are. We weren't going to let our chance slip away. It just meant that practices and training were even more intense than usual. On top of that was the press. I had interviews and photo shoots to attend. I'd barely been home in the past few weeks. It was draining, but worth it. My walk to the cafe felt like I was on autopilot. Like a cord was pulling me in. I opened the door to the cafe and got in line, seeing her. The moment she looked up and saw me, something clicked. She was the void, the emptiness, I'd noticed all week. She smiled, and my stomach tightened. It had a strange habit of doing that when I saw her. When it was my turn, she made my drink without asking and handed it over. I feel like I haven't seen you in forever. I'd missed her. That was a shock. I'd never really missed anyone before. Not my family when I was on traveling teams or at college. Not the guys when I didn't see them for a while. This was a first.
Yeah.
Sorry. Things have been crazy. She nodded. I know. I feel like I'm living in fast forward. Yes. She understood. I laughed and took a sip of the coffee. I'm glad I'm not the only one. I handed her a $10 bill and moved out of line. She continued to help the line of customers while I took my normal seat. I barely opened my book when I sensed someone sitting next to me. I looked up to see the manager, Joey, staring at me. Hi, I greeted her. She nodded. Hi, Wyatt. I looked around, expecting someone else to show up. I want to have a chat. It's not like I really had a choice, and I think she knew that. Okay. What are your plans with our Kendall? I blinked. Was she crazy? Why would I talk to her about something so personal? If there was anyone I would have this discussion with, it would be Kendall. I know you're both busy, but that's an easy excuse to hide behind. You and I both know if you wanted to make it work you could. Who did she think she was? She didn't know me or my life at all. I was in the midst of the most important time of the season. I had to work out every day and practice and be the head of the team. Even if I really wanted to, I didn't know if I could give Kendall the attention she deserved. Kendall and I are just getting to know each other right now. My excuse, frankly, sounded lame. She shot me a look that said she didn't approve of my response. There are plenty of men that come through those doors that are interested in her. If you don't make a move soon, you'll miss your chance. I looked over to the line where some guy was leaning in a little too much to place his order. Thanks for the advice. She nodded and stood up. Don't mess this up. I watched her walk away and sighed. That was bizarre. I couldn't deny my attraction to Kendall. She was beautiful and smart and real. But I couldn't do this right now. My focus needed to be 100% on the team. Plus, the guys had just stopped with the Harbor swag 2 days ago. If they found out I took her out, I'd come home to my walls painted their black and maroon. Kendall would love that, but I'd have to move. I stole a glance while she was helping a customer. I liked her. She didn't change for anyone. That would be important in my world. I didn't want her, or anyone I dated, to get caught up in the drama and fame. Kendall seemed like the type of person that could keep a level head. Plus, she was beautiful. Even in a stained polo shirt and jeans. A man stepped up and she took his order. He leaned forward and said something that made her laugh. I didn't like that. When she offered his cup, his hands touched hers for far too long. So, this was what Joey was talking about. How many times a day did this happen? I wasn't the only man that had noticed her, but did they all have to practically throw themselves at her? The man should be walking away by now, but he was still there blocking the line like an idiot. She smiled and I nearly stood up. The guy pulled something out of his suit pocket and passed it to her. Was that a business card? Seriously? She took the card and put it in her back pocket. She took it? I waited for her to throw it away after he walked out, but she didn't. She just kept on working as if she hadn't just been hit on. Why wasn't she upset? She was at her place of work. He should respect that. Who picks up on the cute barista? Me. That was beside the point. I knew her. He was just some schmuck off the street. My coffee was gone, but I couldn't leave. I had to get to an interview, but I couldn't stand. Kendall was still helping customers and had probably forgotten I was even here. Joey came out of the back room and stopped when she saw me. She raised a single brow and I nodded. Without a word she went to Kendall, whispered something, then Kendall was walking to the back and Joey took her place at the register. This was my chance. That crazy woman had gotten in my head. I needed to do this before I missed my chance. Before she called back that stupid guy in the suit. I stood and hurried to the back room before anyone could question me. Kendall was sitting at the desk with her feet kicked up. She looked startled when I walked in. Wyatt. What are you doing? I stopped in front of her as my mind went blank. What do I say? Are you going to use that? I blurted out. Her brows pulled together. Use what? I pointed at her. In your pocket. She reached for the front of her pants, then paused and smiled at me. You saw that? I nodded while she leaned and pulled the card out of her pocket. I'm not going to use it. She ripped it in half and tossed it in the trash can near the table. Any other questions? That was easier than I thought. I was expecting her to argue, say I had no business in her dating life, call me a freak for watching her. She never did what I expected though. I have one more.
Yeah.
I blew out a breath trying to calm myself. I couldn't remember the last time I asked a girl out. High school maybe? I was wondering if. Her smile wavered. Yes. If you would like to go out with me. Maybe dinner. Not tonight. I paused and ran my schedule through my mind. Crap. I didn't have a free night until next week. Next Monday? She laughed and nodded. I think I can make that work. Really? I didn't mean to sound as shocked as I felt. I was trying for smooth and confident and failing epically.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to it. She hadn't turned me down. She hadn't laughed in my face. I had my first date in years planned. Now I just needed to come up with the perfect date idea. No pressure. Me too. She smiled and started walking backwards to the door. I've got to get back, but I'll see you later? I nodded and watched her leave. I couldn't believe I'd really done that. I asked her out. The girl that hates my team. The one that put salt in my coffee the first time I met her. The one that ran away. It was hard connecting that version of her with who I'd just seen. We hadn't been able to spend that much time together with our conflicting schedules, but I knew there was more to her that I hadn't seen yet. I couldn't wait to discover it. The hardest part was going to be keeping this from the guys. I didn't need extra crap from them for going out with her. The girls would know. They had a sixth sense for things like this. If only I could avoid everyone until Tuesday. Too bad we had an away game. That was a lot of time spent together. A lot of time for me to dodge conversations. It would be worth it. I stood and threw my empty cup away. When I got to the doors, Noah and Colby were walking in. I saw them and spun on my heels. A pack of paparazzi followed them. Sure, they were used to it now, but I didn't want any tips flying around about where I hung out. Or worse, where I lived. I hurried to the bathrooms, but the men's was occupied. If only I had a jacket to cover my face. A hat wouldn't be enough if the cameras were ready and waiting. Hey. You need an escape? I looked up to see Joey walked past me.
Yeah.
Come on. She led me to the back room and through a door leading to the alley. I took a deep breath as soon as I was outside. Thank you. She was leaning against the door with a small smile. I know how much you value your privacy, and I value your business. With a wink she turned and the door shut behind her. When I got to the main street, I peeked around the corner, but no one was around. I walked a few extra blocks to avoid the paparazzi, but I made it back to my place unseen. Another day of anonymity. Chapter 14, Kendall. The weekend passed at a snail's pace. I'd never been the type to get too excited about dances at school or dates. Maybe it had more to do with the guys I was going with, so this was the first time excitement and anticipation set in days before. I couldn't believe I was going out on a real date with Wyatt. How we had gone from our first disaster encounter to a date was a mystery to me, but I was so grateful for his forgiveness and second chance. He'd texted me to dress comfortably. I wasn't sure what that meant, and I wished, not for the first time, that I had friends to call in situations like this. I could ask Joey, but she would make too big of a deal, And probably tell me to wear tie-dye sweats. I considered going to the arena for practice just so I could ask some of the Pride ladies, but I didn't want them to know about the date. After seeing what Wyatt was going through with his teammates just for hanging out with me, I didn't want to make it worse for him. I wasn't sure if he had told anyone about our date. I couldn't blame him if he didn't. I'd made this difficult for him. I knew talking to the girls would spread like wildfire. There didn't seem to be secrets among them.
Ugh.
The last thing I wanted was for Chloe to ruin this for me with a comment about how I wasn't worthy. I knew that. Wyatt Hartman was on another planet compared to me. I knew I didn't deserve a chance with him, but he'd asked me. He wanted to see what could be between us as much as I did. Plus, he wasn't the hockey star when he was with me. He was just Wyatt. I doubted the Pride would understand. I wasn't a jersey chaser or gold digger. I wasn't interested in him for that, but I was going to have a really hard time convincing everyone else of that. He'd texted me that he would be by to pick me up at 7. I tried to tell him I'd meet him somewhere, but he insisted on coming to my house and driving me. I didn't want him to see where I lived. It was small, cluttered, and old. Like falling apart old. The grungy green couch couldn't be hidden and the broken blinds over the windows didn't pull up anymore. There wasn't much I could do to make it look better. If I timed it right, I could be out front when he got here so he wouldn't see where I actually lived. That was perfect. I changed into a pair of jeans and white long-sleeve shirt and slipped on a pair of sandals before grabbing my bag and going to the door. When I reached for the handle, a knock sounded. I jumped and shook my head. Of course, he was early. I opened the door and my breath caught. He was so handsome. Flawless in a simple t-shirt and jeans. My heart was racing against my ribs. This was my date. For one night he was all mine. That was enough for me to smile for the rest of the year. Hi. I breathed out the word. He was smiling, but it dimmed as he looked behind me. This is where you live? I considered making a joke and telling him this was just a random place I like to hang out, but his face told me it wasn't the time. It is. He finally looked down and met my eyes. It's nice. Very. Collegiate. I could have kissed him then. He could have mocked it. He could have made me feel shame about my current circumstances, but he found a way to spin it, making me laugh. I nodded. It is very starving college student. He laughed and I shut and locked the door behind me. I should dig up some photos of my apartment my junior and senior year. He chuckled. You're living in luxury compared to that. He led me to his car and opened the door for me. I got in, still smiling. I'd love to see that. He was constantly surprising me. He came from money, at least I assumed that from what he said about his parents, but he didn't allow that to define him. He created his own story. Got through on his own. I admired his strength. I know I told you it was a surprise, but I wanted to give you some say in at least what we eat. Are you craving anything specific for dinner? We're doing more than just dinner? I was surprised. Most guys I dated seemed to cut the night short. Maybe they were too lazy to plan a full night. Maybe they didn't want to pay for it. Either way, I wasn't used to the attention Wyatt was giving me. I felt spoiled. He turned and looked at me. Of course. Huh. I thought I was lucky just grabbing a bite with him. Knowing he had a whole night planned made me feel special. I'm fine with anything. I tried to sound carefree. Spontaneous. Going with the flow. That was me. Laid back. Never one to overthink.
Ha!
What's something you've been craving lately? He asked. I eyed him as he drove. Anything? He glanced at me and smiled. Anything. I paused. Would he make fun of me? Tell me no. French toast. He laughed and nodded. I know just the place. Relief washed over me. He just went with it without missing a beat. I'm sure he wasn't expecting my answer. He probably wanted steak or a burger, but he let me decide. I bit my lip to keep from smiling too wide. Minutes later, we were parked in front of a small restaurant in a part of town I'd never ventured. It looked a little sketchy if I was being honest. Ruth Ann's? He laughed at my expression. Trust me? I didn't really have a choice at the moment. Okay. We got out and headed in. An older woman greeted us from behind the counter and told us to take a seat. We'll be with you in just a moment. Wyatt led us to a booth toward the back and pulled 2 menus out from behind the napkin dispenser. I'm not sure if you'll need this since you know what you want, but they have combinations if you're interested. I nodded and opened it to the breakfast page. This is really the first place that came to mind when I said French toast? He smiled and there was a sparkle in his eyes. You'll fall in love by first bite. I promise. Another older woman came by and took our order before quickly returning with our drinks. I thanked her and took a sip of water. How did you find this place? He laughed. One of the guys, Brassard maybe, was starving in the middle of the night, so he looked online and this was the only place open. He came here and got almost half the menu. The next day he came to practice raving about the secret diner he found, so we came here after that practice and it's been one of our go-to places since then. Of course. There's no way someone would find this under normal circumstances. It was so far from where the arena was, or where Wyatt lived. I'd be shocked that anyone came here without a late-night craving, but I must be wrong. It was surprisingly busy. You're putting a lot of pressure on this meal. He smiled. I know, but I'm confident in its ability to live up to the hype. Our food came out suspiciously fast. French toast wasn't hard to make, but it felt like we'd just ordered. The 6 triangles of bread on my plate looked like pretty much any other French toast I'd seen. Nothing special. Trust me. Wyatt already had a full bite in his mouth. I cut a corner and dipped it in the little dish of syrup it came with. Wyatt watched me as I brought the fork to my mouth and bit off the bread. Oh. My. Oh. Yes. I chewed and slowly smiled with my mouth full. This is amazing. I told you. I was surprised he was able to understand me. I dove in and devoured my plate in record time. When I was done, I leaned back in the booth feeling perfectly content. That was easily the best French toast I've ever had. Wyatt wiped his mouth while nodding. It really is, isn't it? I'm glad you enjoyed it. It was divine. We'll be coming back here for sure.
Oh no.
I didn't just say that. How embarrassing. I didn't mean to assume we'd be going on more dates, but it slipped out. Spending time with him was so easy. I could easily picture us doing this again and again. Yes, we will. His eyes held a promise, and my stomach did a mini somersault at the thought of spending more time alone with him. But maybe he was just being nice. This was why I hated dating. I hated doubting myself and second-guessing every little detail. Are you ready to get out of here? I nodded and excused myself to the bathroom while he paid the bill. I needed a moment alone. Away from the effect he had on me. He made me forget all the reasons this shouldn't happen. That was it. It was so easy to be around him and think that was it. That moment was all that mattered. The real world melted away when I was in his presence. That wasn't good. It wasn't healthy. My life, my problems, my fears couldn't disappear. I couldn't make myself forget about all the people I'd loved that left me. I couldn't forget that I was on borrowed time. I couldn't forget that I didn't fit in his world. These issues weren't going anywhere. But it was nice, just for a few minutes, to let myself imagine life as it could be. Life where this was real. Where an orphan girl could end up with a hockey star. My reflection stared back at me. Defeat. Exhaustion. Doubt. I saw it in my eyes. Could Wyatt? I washed my hands and left before I could psych myself out. You ready? He was waiting by the front door. When I got close, he reached his hand out to me. I placed mine in his and nodded. We got back in the car and he started driving, taking us even further from the area I was familiar with. There was a movie theater downtown, just across from the arena. "Where are you taking me?" I said it like I was teasing, but I was genuinely confused. The corner of his lips twitched. "Nervous?" I narrowed my eyes. "A little bit." He looked at me and winked. "Give me 5 more minutes." Since he wasn't going to tell me, I sat back and eyed the clock. Maybe this was good for me. Getting me to branch out of my 1-mile radius. I should have left a note for my roommate telling her where I was going and when I should be back. Not that I'd seen her recently. Wait. The last time I saw her had to be over a week ago. I could text Uncle David. Tell him to track my phone if he doesn't hear from me.
Yeah.
That would be a good idea. He'd be on the next flight here, with half the new recruitment class. "Here we go." Wyatt pointed as he turned into a lot. It was an outdoor theater. An old-fashioned drive-in. Seriously? I was bouncing in my seat like a child. I've never been to one of these. I've always wanted to. Wyatt parked and smiled. "I'm glad you're excited. I know it's probably not as comfortable as a movie theater, but it's a fun experience." I looked around his car and laughed. "I'm pretty sure this is nicer than a popcorn grease-covered chair. Speaking of popcorn grease, there's a snack counter over there." He pointed over my shoulder. "I'm still full, but no movie is complete without popcorn." His smile grew. "I'm glad you said that." He opened his door before stopping and turning back to me. "I'll be right back." I nodded and he left. I looked around, taking in the parked cars and giant screen. This was surreal. I felt like I was in an old-fashioned movie. He returned with a stash of popcorn, lemonade, and Coke. "I didn't know what you'd want." I smiled. "I know your drink order." He set the cups down and pretended to glare. "You know my coffee order." I raised an eyebrow and looked him over. "You're not one to waste calories or carbs. Those are both diet." He laughed. "It's a Coke Zero actually. That's the one you want." "I'll take the lemonade." He fell into his seat and laughed. "You're right. Pretty good barista, huh?" I shrugged. "I guess. You're not that hard to figure out." He turned his head, looking serious. "I'm not." I shook my head. "No, not to me. I know you're a private person, and you like your anonymity, but that doesn't mean you're a closed book." He didn't say anything, just watched me. "I know you value hard work and honesty. You put other people's need before your own. Your priority is your team. You do everything for them." I paused. "You're a genuinely good person. So, all that means I like diet drinks?" His eyebrows shot up in question and I burst out laughing. "It makes sense in my mind." He shook his head and laughed. "You're good at reading people. It's a good trait to have since you want to go into psychology." I nodded. I'd been told that before. "I know you too," he said. I looked over at him. "Do you?" He nodded once. "You come off like you don't want to let people in. Like you're fine on your own, but I know you're lonely. You know yourself better than almost anyone else I've ever met. You don't pretend to be anything, you don't change to fit in. You're you." I love that. I froze at his words. Not only had he said something I didn't know other people realized. My mom taught me to be myself and be proud of who I was. I took that to heart. He also used the L word. Maybe not in the context that means anything, but still. He loved something about me. This was too much. He didn't know me. He didn't know the parts one kept hidden. He wouldn't be with me now if he did. When he got back, we moved to the back of his SUV where he had blankets and pillows waiting. We climbed in and got comfortable just as the previews started. It was strange being outside watching a movie. We were in our own little world, while still being next to dozens of other cars. The popcorn sat between us and I watched as he took a handful, careful to wait my turn. For some reason the thought of touching him right now, even his hand, scared me. I felt like a young teenager again. Intimidated by a boy. The movie started, and as much as I'd wished it was an action movie, it was a romantic comedy. Perfect. We just hang out here for the next 2 hours watching people fall in love. I looked over to see his reaction, but he didn't seem fazed. He probably already knew what would be on. I was just along for the ride. We continued snacking in silence, carefully avoiding one another. About halfway through the movie, the main characters were forced together in a closet. Their eyes met, music played, and the inevitable kiss occurred. I glanced out of the corner of my eye and was shocked to see Wyatt looking at me. He smiled and laughed. I guess this is an awkward first date movie. I should have waited until they played an action movie next week. I laughed, grateful I wasn't the only one feeling a little off. It's a cute movie, just not very realistic. His eyebrows lifted. Why not? I pointed at the screen. Just because it's the first time they're alone and in close proximity doesn't mean they have to kiss. They could have just hidden out. Now where's the fun in that? That was the last thing I'd expected him to say. My mouth opened but no words came out. What's wrong with the hero and heroine getting closer? He leaned forward an inch. Realizing it was their chance. He moved until he was a breath away. And taking advantage of it. He winked and dipped his head until his lips barely grazed my cheek, so close to my lips. My brain was in overdrive. What was he doing? Why was he doing it? What was going on? Then the rest of my body took over. I turned just enough for our lips to connect. I didn't move after that. Didn't breathe. Just waited for him to react. It only took a heartbeat for him to press his lips harder against mine. His hand found my neck, my jaw, my cheek, my hair. My senses were on the fritz. This was happening. Wyatt was kissing me. The second I comprehended that, I reached forward and traced a finger along his jaw. He pulled back and looked at me with an expression I hadn't seen before. It was new. Not bad. Surprised maybe? No. Not that. Wow, he said. I nodded. Wow, indeed. I didn't know how the night would end, or what would happen to us tomorrow, but for right now I knew we were on to something incredible. Chapter 15, Wyatt. I passed the puck back to Eric and paused in the center of the neutral zone, watching. Practice was the last thing on my mind, and I knew it was coming through in missed passes and careless mistakes. Kendall was holding back. I couldn't figure out why. Was it just her personality to be less open as I was? Was she hiding something? Was she really not interested in me? No. I knew she was. She'd made that obvious. There was just something else. She would tell me when she was ready. I couldn't force it out of her, and I didn't want to. When she was comfortable she would open up. In the meantime, I had to prove she could trust me. I wanted her to share with me. I wanted us to be able to lean on each other. We're both on our own here. I wanted her to know that she didn't have to be alone, or feel lonely. I wanted to be her person to lean on. I was turning into a sap. Get your head in the game, Hartman. I ignored coach and focused on getting the puck away from Malkin. We were playing a scrimmage and I'd yet to score. This was not me. I couldn't let Kendall distract me. She made me promise her I would tell her if she did. I wasn't going to put that on her. If my playing suffered it was my own fault, not hers. I got the puck and turned in one motion. I broke past Brassard and Malkin and sprinted to the other end. No one else was around, so I took aim and slapped the puck into the goal. Ollie shook his head and took a sip of water. The guys playing on my team slapped my back and helmet, but I didn't feel like celebrating. I was slipping out of control and I needed to rein it in. This close to playoffs was not the time to get sloppy. Maybe I should tell Kendall I needed to focus for the next few weeks. She would understand. Hopefully. I finished off the rest of practice without getting yelled at again and headed home. I needed time to relax and get a break from the team. I just sat down when a knock sounded at the door. Perfect. I stood and went to the door and swung it open. Hi. Kendall stood in front of me with 2 white plastic bags in her hands. It was like déjà vu from the other night. Hi. I glanced curiously at the bags. I know I probably should have called first, but I was hungry, and I figured you probably would be too. My house is too quiet, so I wanted to see if you wanted to eat with me. She seemed so nervous, which was strange. I thought we were past that. Our date had been great. Didn't nerves die out after the first kiss?
Yeah.
Of course. I stepped back and let her in before shutting the door behind her. What did you get? She walked straight to the kitchen and started opening the drawers. Forks. I moved past her and opened the last drawer and offered her 2. I wasn't sure what I was hungry for at first, but I walked by this little Indian restaurant and the smell was so amazing, so I got that. 1 massaman curry and 1 chicken pad thai. How does that sound? I leaned over and inhaled. If it tastes like that, it sounds perfect. She beamed and began dishing out on 2 plates. I watched her work and was surprised by how natural it felt. I didn't have a lot of people over, this was my sanctuary from the rest of the world, but I liked her being here. I liked how she made herself at home. I liked that she thought about me and felt comfortable coming here, even if she was a bit nervous. Dinner is served. She held out a plate for me and I accepted it before taking a seat at the bar. 1 bite in and I was done. This is amazing. The flavors were delicious, and I spooned more into my mouth. Maybe I was hungry from practice or maybe I'd been eating too much boring food, but this was some of the best I'd had in a long time. This place is close? I asked. She nodded and covered her mouth. Just around the corner. Huh. I needed to pay better attention to my surroundings. Who knew what else I was missing out on due to my tunnel vision? I looked over to her and smiled. She was good for me even though she broke up my routine. We finished the rest of the meal quickly. Do you want to stay and watch a movie or something? She seemed to hesitate. I should study. I couldn't argue with that. As much as I wanted to hog all of her free time, I knew I had to respect her school time as well. But I guess I could stay for an hour or so, she conceded. I smiled as she did and took her hand. I led us to the couch and pulled her down with me. Now that I knew what it was like to have her close, I craved it. She cuddled in against my chest and I turned on the TV to some sitcom rerun. She shifted until she was looking up at me. We need to talk. I sat up and nodded, feeling nervous. This didn't sound good. Okay. Don't worry. It's nothing bad, well at least I hope not. Is there something specific on your mind? She pursed her lips and made the cutest face. I wanted to kiss her but didn't want to take away from whatever she needed to say.
Yeah.
Kind of. You know what? Now that I think about it. It's nothing. Never mind. She tried to turn away, but I caught her shoulders and stopped her. You can talk to me, Kendall. What's going on? She sighed and looked to her lap. What is this to you? Oh boy. We were already having this conversation? I'd heard about this from the other guys. The define the relationship talk. I'd heard it was usually awkward and ended with the girl pushing for commitment. Not that I'd mind that. Maybe. Maybe not. Was I ready for commitment? It wasn't necessarily a question of Kendall, it was the idea of a relationship in general. This is 2 people who should never be in the same room, finding that they actually enjoy spending time together. She laughed and pointed at my first pro jersey hanging on the wall. If only that was black and maroon. I shook my head. No way. Tell me more. I know you love hockey, your team, and volunteering. What else? I laughed. I don't have time for more. You read. I nodded and looked down at her. You noticed that? What kind of books? Crime novels mostly. She smiled. Interesting. I shrugged. I like trying to figure it out before the characters. It's a break from my reality. I get it. I'm more of a romance person myself, but I'll read mysteries and crime every so often. I liked that she read romance. She told me about so much pain and hardship she'd been through. I questioned whether she believed in happy endings. She deserved one. What do you want, Wyatt? In life? Do you want a wife and kids? I should have expected the question from where our conversation was going, but I wasn't prepared with an answer. I think so. She didn't say anything, and I took that to mean she wanted more. I don't want what my parents have. It's all about appearances to them. My older brother is a doctor and they couldn't be prouder, but he's miserable. It wasn't the life he wanted. He just wanted them to be happy, so he sacrificed what he wanted. I didn't do that. I pursued hockey as a career. They were proud and supportive of me when I was younger, even in college. They made sure I had the newest and best equipment. Hired the best trainers and made sure I was on the best teams, but once I told them I wanted to do this professionally, they shut off. They didn't want me to waste my life pursuing a childish dream. They thought I should use my business degree. Get a grown-up job. But you're in the NHL. It's not like you're playing in community leagues and hoping to make it big one day. You're one of the top players in the league. You admit it finally? I almost laughed but caught myself. She rolled her eyes. That's not the point. I can't believe your parents aren't proud of you. I shrugged. It is what it is. I've accepted it. Any support they show is for the media or their friends. They don't actually care. I don't want to be like them. If I have kids, I want them to know I will love and support them no matter what they do in life. I want my wife to love me. Not just stay with me for the money. Their marriage has been full of affairs and lies. It's pathetic. I want love and a real marriage. She looked sad and I felt guilty for laying that on her. My parents had a happy marriage. At least, that's what people told me. Dad died when I was young, so I don't have any memories of them together, but Uncle David and their friends told me they were head over heels for each other. I want that too. The white picket fence and all? I was teasing, but her face turned serious. I want me and our children to come first. I've never known that. Dad was in the army and so was Uncle David. The army and the men and women that served were their priority. They pledged their lives to the service. I don't want that. I don't want to be out of control of my life. The army tells you where to live, when you can leave, where you can travel, everything is dictated by them. I cringed. It sounded a lot like the NHL. The Fury could trade me at any time. They could terminate my contract. They tell me activities I can't participate in. They control my daily schedule. I don't have much say in my life either. It had never been a problem before. It was only affecting me. I never really thought of how a wife or children would fit in the picture. I wasn't planning on dating until I was retired. Kendall was changing that though. But I wasn't done. I was still in my prime as a player. I couldn't give that up yet. You know, the NHL isn't much different in that respect, I said. She blinked and looked up at me. I know. I can't change that. At least not for another 10 years or so. I wouldn't ask you to. I sighed and dropped my head back. Was this the breaking point? The first woman I'd ever been seriously interested in and being an athlete was the problem? I knew the other guys' wives worried about being traded and moving around, but it wasn't enough to keep them away. It was just a necessary evil of the job. Madeline hadn't wanted to date Eric because she didn't want her life to be how it had been growing up with her dad as a player. She was willing to take the risk though. She loved Eric more than she feared moving around. Would Kendall ever get to that point? I turned my head and looked down at her. She was staring ahead, lost in her own thoughts. Chapter 16, Kendall. The thought had been brewing in the back of my mind, but Wyatt confirmed it. We weren't compatible. We were too different. I should have said
Goodbye.
that night. I should have cut all ties then. He was too sweet though. He walked me back to my car down by the cafe and kissed me briefly before opening my door for me. How was I supposed to end it then? Hey, Wyatt, you're perfect and all, and your kiss is the best thing I've ever experienced in my life, but I just don't think we're going to work. Nope. No. Not going to work. I'd have to fade out. It helped that he was busier than ever. The Fury made it to the playoffs, so he was traveling more and had more press obligations. It made postponing the
Goodbye
easier. He hadn't been into the cafe in over a week. He'd called and sent me sweet messages, but I hadn't seen him since that night. I ignored his calls. Told him I was busy working or studying when I replied to his texts. It was hard, but it needed to happen. Dragging this on would only make things worse in the long run. I needed to do it. Tell him no more. But what if that upset him? Threw off his game? A few months ago, that would have been the perfect plan. I would have savored the opportunity. Now though, I cared. It wasn't just him. I cared about this stupid city. The stupid team. Even the stupid pride. They'd sucked me in. I still bleed black and maroon for the harbor, but I had a tiny, itty-bitty section of my heart for the Fury. Why do you look so glum? I looked up from the counter I'd been wiping for the past 5 minutes to see Joey watching me with a worried expression. It's nothing. Tell that to the hole in my counter. I picked up the rag and twisted it in my hands. I have to do something hard. Like finish grad school? She walked around the counter and leaned against it, facing me. Well, yes. But that's not what has me worried. Then what is it? Should I tell her? It's not like she would tell anyone else. Maybe Matt, but I doubted he'd care. He was the one that warned me at the beginning. He would probably be happy I was walking away. You can trust me, Kendall. I nodded. I have to end things with Wyatt. Her eyebrows shot up. Why? Did something happen? I shook my head. Are you pregnant? I threw the rag at her. No. Why would that be your first guess? She smirked. It was the most scandalous option. It's not like that. Her expression turned serious. Do you not like him? No, I do. She narrowed her eyes. I think I'm missing something, honey. If you like him and nothing bad has happened, what's the issue? When she said it like that, I felt stupid. A customer walked in, so I was saved by the bell. I thought Joey would disappear to the back room while I was making the drink, but she stuck right by my side. I wasn't getting out of this as easily as I'd hoped. Large caramel latte. I smiled and handed the drink to the customer and watched as she walked back out to the sidewalk. Dang it. I was hoping she'd stay here so Joey would drop the topic, but my last chance walked out with her. I turned to see Joey looking at me with raised brows, waiting. We're too different. We want different things. Our future plans don't match up. She didn't answer immediately. I tried to make myself look busy by restocking things behind the counter. You're looking for the real deal? Joey said. You don't just want to have fun? I paused with a stack of cups in my hand. Was I looking for a future? The one? I had to be. That's why I was so upset about this. If I was just interested in having some fun for a little while, I would date Wyatt for as long as it was still easy. I'm not interested in playing games or casually dating. If I don't see a future with someone, there's no point in wasting either of our time. She nodded slowly. And what makes you two so different? Does he not want to settle down? No. I'm not sure. I think he would, eventually. Okay, does he not want kids and you do? Or vice versa? I shook my head. We've both mentioned kids. I can't guess all day, Kendall. What's the issue? Why was she getting short with me? It's not like I asked for her help. She forced herself in. I want to settle down in one place. Make a home. Be part of the community. Be able to travel and do things when we want. Wyatt can't offer that. Because he's a hockey player? I nodded. That's a tough one. He can't change his career and he doesn't have a ton of control in what happens. I do know that he's the heart of the Fury. I have a very hard time seeing them trade him. Would you be okay living in Salt Lake indefinitely? I wouldn't mind. It's beautiful and I could see myself raising a family here. Then maybe you're creating a problem. Maybe you're scared this might actually work out. Was I freaking myself out? Focusing on the negative. No. I spent my whole life as the child of a service member, I said. I know firsthand how much is sacrificed when your career comes first. I don't want that. I don't want my children to always come second. She smiled gently. Kendall, I can see where that could be hard, but the NHL isn't the military. They have much more freedom. Do they? She pursed her lips. I think so. I shrugged, defeated. I don't think it's that different. So, you're going to give up your chance with Wyatt? I nodded. I have to. I'm not going to try to talk you out of it, but I think this is something you should talk to Wyatt about. I don't think you should end everything with him because of fear. With that, she turned and walked away. I wanted to argue with her. Tell her it's not fear, but self-preservation. My phone buzzed. Wyatt's name was on the screen, again. This was the third call in 2 days. Did he not get it? I was doing this for him. We wanted different things. We had to let whatever this was, go. I just hated having to be the one to do it. I'd had a feeling he would make this hard on me. He was going to put up a fight, because that's the kind of guy he was. I opened a new text and told him I needed some time and space, that I'd talk to him later. I pressed send before I could second-guess my decision. This was it. I needed to accept it and move on. Wyatt needed to move on. It was easier this way. The sick stomach and ache in my chest was much better than the heartbreak that would come if we let this go any further.
Ugh.
The thought of seeing him with someone else felt like a hot knife through my chest. I'd see him again. He wouldn't avoid the cafe because of me. That would be hard. I'd have to treat him like every other customer. Be polite. Professional. Forget about what it felt like to be held by him. Forget his warm kisses. Forget that he took me in despite everything I did to give him a reason not to. I could do this. I could be strong. It was for the best. The cafe was empty again, so I pulled out a textbook and began reading. My classes were kicking my butt. I was cramming in a few pages whenever I could. I wasn't lying when I told Wyatt I was busy. I really was. No busier than him, though. And there was the guilt again. The guy had more on his plate than I could imagine, and he was still making time to reach out to me. Why wasn't I relishing his attention? Why did I have to be rational? Mature? I read through the chapter, only half absorbing the information. My mind bounced from childhood development to Wyatt. I was supposed to be learning how to handle difficult situations. Looking at situations without bias and helping to find the best solution. It was the implementing part one was struggling with. Every few words, my mind drifted to our date. How considerate he'd been. How he didn't make fun of my craving for French toast. The thought he put into getting ready for the drive-in. Making sure I'd be comfortable. He was the kind of guy I wanted to end up with. He was a forever guy. I blew out a breath and set my book down. There was no point in pretending I was comprehending anything I was reading. Joey stuck her head out of the back door and eyed me. "Just go home," she said. "I can close." It was tempting, but I needed the money. "No, it's okay. I'll close." She nodded once. "If you're sure." "I am." I forced a smile. "Okay, I'm heading out then. Try to relax and get some work done tonight." Those two things seemed counterintuitive, but I understood. "I'll try." Now I had an hour to myself. Left alone with my thoughts. My phone buzzed and I checked the screen. Wyatt wishing me luck with the test I was studying for. Dang him. Why did he have to be thoughtful and remember details like that? It made this so much harder. I closed my eyes and shook away the thought. He wasn't here right now, so there was nothing I could do about the situation. Instead of standing and staring at my phone, I got the mop ready and began cleaning. Hopefully, it would be enough to distract me. At least for a few minutes. Chapter 17, Wyatt. Kendall had been avoiding me. I knew it from the first missed call. I couldn't pinpoint how or why exactly, but something in my gut told me she was pulling away. Part of me wanted to let it happen. It would be easier this way. My life was moving in fast forward. We were flying through the playoffs and the finals were coming up. The Stanley Cup was in view and I wasn't going to let anything stand between the team and that win. But no matter how hard I pushed myself at practice, how long I extended my workouts, how many interviews I did, she was in my head. I was worried about her. She was alone out here and probably getting overwhelmed with school. I just wanted to know she was okay. If she didn't want us to be a thing, that was fine. I wouldn't hold that against her, but ignoring all my calls and texts was a bit extreme. A whistle blew, and I jumped over the boards and onto the ice. I couldn't think about her for another hour. I looked to my left as Malkin passed the puck to me. I dodged the defensive line and had a chance for a shot, but Eric was across from me, tapping his stick. He was open and wanted the shot. I passed it to him and watched him shoot and score. I clapped his back on the way back to the center. My head needed to be here, completely. I'd check in on Kendall to make sure she was fine, then I was done. If she was moving on, then so would I. The puck dropped again, and I took possession, getting us back into the attacking zone and skating behind the goal, waiting for my line to catch up. Once Murray was in position, I passed to him and shifted so I could be ready for a block from Ollie. Murray scored in the 5-hole and I clapped him on the back for our second goal. "Keep it up, guys. This is how we're going to beat Cincinnati." The guys cheered, and we resumed our spots at the center of the ice to start a new play. I spent the rest of practice actively thinking about not thinking about Kendall. I didn't bother staying around after. If there were any problems or things coach wanted to discuss, he'd have to call me. I showered and changed before heading straight to the cafe. I didn't see Kendall when I walked in, so I looked for Joey. She wasn't around either. I got in line and waited, impatiently, to talk to Matt. "Hey, the usual?" he asked. I shook my head. "No, actually I was looking for Kendall." He scoffed. "Me too. She's been a no-show for 3 days. If you see her, tell her I'm sick of working doubles. I've got school too, you know?" I nodded. I understood his frustration, but I was more concerned about where Kendall was. 3 days without showing up for work? That didn't sound like her. She would never blow it off like this. "Is Joey around?"
Yeah.
"She's in the back." "Thanks." I took off before he could stop me. Not that he'd bother. I pushed the door open and stepped into the back office. Joey was sitting at the computer and looked up when I walked in. "To what do I owe this pleasure, Mr. Hartman?" She smirked, and her eyes shone. She knew why I was here. Where's Kendall? She shrugged. From what her text said, she's sick. Kendall didn't seem like the type to lie about that. She needed this job, we all knew that. When was the last time you heard from her? Monday afternoon. 3 days? Okay, thanks. I'll see you later. I was out the door before she could respond. I hurried through the cafe and back to my car. This didn't sit well with me. I should have come by sooner to check on her. I knew she wanted space, but who knew how bad she was because of my pride. When I got to her complex, I found the last visitor parking spot before rushing to her door. I knocked twice without an answer. I tried yelling her name but didn't hear anything. I tried the handle and it was unlocked. I let myself in and looked around. Kendall? No answer. The living room and kitchen were empty, so I walked down the short hall to the bedrooms. One door was open with a disastrously filthy room. It was covered in clothes and dirty dishes. Definitely not hers. Kendall? I tried the next closed door. It was locked. Kendall? I tried the next door and it swung open, revealing a small but tidy bedroom. A framed picture of Kendall and an older man sat on the desk. The bed was unmade, but the room was empty. She had to be in the bathroom. I went back to the door and knocked. Kendall, it's Wyatt. Nothing. Kendall, I'm coming in. Yell if you want me to stop. I waited a few seconds before stepping back and looking at the door. I didn't want to have to kick it in. That would cost me a few hundred to fix, and I doubted Kendall would appreciate that. I looked around the frame and found a pin. I stuck it in the keyhole and jiggled the knob until it opened. I gently swung the door open and looked around, hoping I wouldn't see anything Kendall wouldn't want me to. The room was dark, so I flipped the switch and gasped. Holy crap. Kendall. She was laying on the ground, unmoving. I bent down next to her and brushed her hair away from her face. She was pale, ashen. Her eyes looked sunken in. Kendall? She didn't respond but groaned a little. How long had she been like this? Where was her roommate? I grabbed a washcloth and got it wet before wiping her forehead and face. She was drenched in sweat and the room smelt like she'd been throwing up. Kendall, honey. A phone started ringing from another room, so I got up and checked to see if it was hers. The screen read Uncle David. Perfect. Hello? I answered, hoping he wouldn't freak out. A man was answering her phone. Hello? This is Uncle David, Kendall's uncle, right? Yes, who is this? I could hear the stress in his voice. He'd probably been trying to get a hold of her too. This is her friend, Wyatt. Where's Kendall? I've been calling for 2 days. I just got to her apartment and found her. What do you mean? She's on the bathroom floor. I've been trying to wake her up. She's groaned a few times, but she won't wake up. Call an ambulance. Right. Of course. Hang on. Why hadn't that been my first reaction? Maybe I was used to the guys on the team. If I found them like that, I would have assumed they were drunk or hungover. I pulled my phone out of my pocket and dialed 911. 911, what's your emergency? I couldn't believe this was happening. I just found my friend unconscious in her apartment. Is she breathing? Yes. What's the address of the emergency? I rubbed my face with the back of my hand. It's apartment 217 of the University Plaza complex off of 200 South. What is your name and phone number? I told her my information, wanting to yell at her to hurry and dispatch an ambulance, but I knew I had to follow their protocol. Can you explain what happened to your friend? I haven't heard from her in a few days. I went to her place of work and they told me she'd been out sick for 3 days, so I came to check on her. I found her lying on the bathroom floor, unconscious. How old is she? 22. Does she have any health concerns? Oh boy. I wanted to say no. I didn't know of any. I put the phone down and spoke into Kendall's. Does she have any health problems? Kidney disease. Stage 4. What? Kendall was a healthy 22-year-old. I moved to the bathroom and sat down next to her, stroking her hair. There was no way she had kidney failure. I brought up my phone and spoke to the dispatcher. Stage 4 kidney disease. Okay. I've dispatched an ambulance and they're on their way. I'll stay on the line with you until they get there. Okay. I muted her call and went back to her uncle. The ambulance is on the way. Good. You said you're her friend? Yes, sir. Does she trust you? Well, wasn't that a complicated answer? Trust? Probably. I believe so. She's seeing a doctor at the university hospital. Dr. Thompson. She'll have all of her medical history. I nodded. Dr. Thompson. Got it. I got an email that she missed an appointment. She should have been there yesterday. I should have known something was wrong. I should have come sooner. I'm so sorry. Just focus on helping her now. I'll try to get on the next flight. Uncle David, I know you don't know me or have any reason to trust me, but I'll take care of her. I won't leave her side. If the recruitment center won't let you leave, I'll be here for her. There was a pause and I checked to make sure the call was still connected. Thank you. I heard sirens coming and stood up. They're here. I'm going to go wave them down. I'll take her phone and keep you updated. Thank you. I hung up and picked up my phone. I hear them. I'm going to go direct them. All right. Have a good day. I hung up and hurried down the stairs to the front of the building. People had started gathering and the paramedics jumped out. Chatter started around me. Isn't that Wyatt Hartman? Hey. It's our captain. What's he doing here? I pushed through the onlookers and got the attention of the first paramedic. Over here. 2 of them jogged toward me while the other 2 followed with the gurney. We're on the 2nd floor. I rushed up the stairs and to her door. I let them in and led them to the bathroom. Take a step back, sir. I stood in the hallway watching them look her over. One listened to her heart while the other seemed to be looking for injuries. She has stage 4 kidney disease. One of them nodded. The 2 with the gurney finally caught up, bringing it down the hall. I watched in a daze as they stuck her within 4 and hooked up a bag of fluids. They had her strapped down on the gurney. They were asking me questions and I tried to focus on answering, but I couldn't focus. Are you coming with us? I nodded, following them out the door and back to the ambulance. I'd worry about my car later. The drive to the university hospital was less than a mile, but it felt like an eternity. I couldn't take my eyes off her face. I wanted her to wake up. I needed to her tell me she was okay. I followed them through the emergency room and back to a private room. They continued checking things on her, hooking her up to machines, and talking to each other in a code I didn't understand. I did my best to stay out of the way. I wanted to scream at them to tell me what was wrong, but I thought if I stayed quiet they would let me stay with her. A nurse stopped in front of me with a clipboard. Do you know her medical history? Any drug use? I shook my head. No. No drugs. All of her medical records are with Dr. Thompson. The nurse nodded and walked away. I'd never felt so useless in my life. Machines were beeping and buzzing and driving me crazy. How could she stay asleep through all of this? She had to wake up. They changed her into a hospital gown and I turned to face the wall. I wished more than anything that someone would tell me what was going on. Anything. Was she going to be okay? I looked around the room hoping a nurse or doctor would meet my eyes. They seemed to be moving around me. Seeing me without acknowledging me. I wasn't used to being invisible and now was the not time I wanted to start. Excuse me? A female nurse stopped and turned to me. Yes? Can you tell me what's happening? She sighed. Are you family? Do I lie? I was the closest thing to it she had on this side of the United States. Brother. She eyed me but didn't argue. We're worried about her kidney function. She seems to have a flu, but her GRF levels are at 29, so it seems to have hit her harder. She's extremely dehydrated. I nodded. So, she was sick on top of being sick. We're going to run more tests and get her charts from Dr. Thompson. Thank you. She moved closer to Kendall and I slipped out the door and into the hallway. I pulled out Kendall's phone and called Uncle David again. Hello, he answered. Hi, Uncle David. We're at the hospital. They told me she's got the flu and her numbers are at 29. That's low. He sounded even more stressed than before. Is that bad? I wish I knew something about kidneys or the disease she's facing. All I knew was that a person normally has two. It's much lower than when she left. He sighed and I didn't know what to say. I wish she'd just told me about this. I wish I knew what was going on. How I could help. If I'd known, I would have taken her to the hospital days ago. I shook off those thoughts and focused. What can I do? I can't leave. At least not until Friday. Can you stay with her? Of course, sir. Thank you. I'll contact her doctor and see what else he can tell me. I'll be in touch. Oh, Uncle David? Yes? I told them I was her brother. I expected him to berate me for lying, but he just chuckled once. Smart kid. He hung up and I leaned against the wall. I felt like a kid. I had no idea what to do. I wish there was someone to tell me what to do. I was the person people relied on. I was the one they called when they needed something. Who do I call? Coach? No, he had enough to deal with right now. This wasn't a team issue. Eric? Reese? Noah? Ollie? Brassard? All of them. I really just needed any of them. I pulled out my phone and sent them a group text asking who was available. Their responses came in faster than I expected. I was past the point of caring if they would make fun of me or if they were to come in wearing Harbor jerseys. I just needed my family. Chapter 18, Kendall. My eyes were heavy. Not just heavy. I couldn't open them. I clenched my hand and tried to bring it to my face. Kendall. Don't move. I didn't recognize the voice. Why couldn't I move? Your 4 is on that hand. Wait. 4? Where was I? Kendall, you're going to be okay. Wyatt? What was he doing here? I tried opening my eyes again, but I was just so tired. Chapter 19, Wyatt. All of them came. My entire line was surrounding me in the waiting room of the hospital. Chloe and Maddie were there trying to cheer everyone up. Colby was on her phone researching kidney disease and Emma was off getting food for everyone. It was the distraction I needed. The guys sat around me, silent, but there. That was all I wanted. To not be alone in this. There were no jokes said. No snide comments about who she rooted for. I asked them for help and they showed up. Because we were a family. I was scared and confused and overwhelmed and they came in and made it better. By just being here. I'd never felt that way with my parents. I was always waiting for the next ball to drop. For them to abandon me yet again for something or someone that was more important than their youngest son. It says here that by stage 4 she should have started hemodialysis. I met Colby's eyes. She never mentioned dialysis. She pursed her lips. She never mentioned kidney disease. I nodded wondering for the 100th time why Kendall didn't tell me. Was this why she was pulling away? She was sick and wanted to go through it alone? I was there for her. I wanted to be there for her. Didn't she know that? Mr. Hartman? I looked up to see a doctor standing at the doors leading to the patient rooms. I stood and met him. Yes? Is she awake? He nodded. She's awake and asking for you. She was severely dehydrated, and as we mentioned before, her GFR levels are low. Dr. Thompson would like to see her in the morning. I nodded and followed him down the hall. She was propped up and smiling at the nurse talking to her. I stopped in the doorway, so unbelievably happy she was awake. Kendall. She turned to me and her smile dropped, just a little. Wyatt. I walked to her bedside and the nurse looked up at me. We're waiting for her to finish this bag, then she can go home. I nodded before she turned to leave. Thank you. I picked up Kendall's hand and squeezed. The doctor told me if I had waited even a few more hours to come in, my kidneys would have completely shut down. You saved my life, Wyatt. Her voice was soft, and her eyes revealed her fatigue. It physically hurt to see her like this. I'm sorry I didn't come sooner. I thought you were mad at me or wanted space. When Joey told me she hadn't heard from you in 3 days, I came to check on you. She cringed. I'm probably fired. You're not. I called and told her what happened. She's glad you're okay and wants you to rest before even thinking of going back. She relaxed. Thanks. I've kept Uncle David up to date too. Her eyes widened. You talked to him? I nodded. He called just after I found you. He told me about your kidney disease. He wanted you to get to the hospital as soon as possible. She looked away. Why didn't you tell me, Kendall? She sighed. Because of the way you're looking at me now. I shook my head and waited for her to look at me. After nearly a minute, she did. I've known about my kidneys for years, she said. I have the genetic kind of disease. We've been monitoring it and things we were finding. It wasn't progressing. Through college I started to get a little sick. Just tired at first. I thought I was just overworked. My back and right leg started hurting and I knew. I squeezed her hand again. She seemed to struggle talking about this. I went in and I was already at stage 3. I followed a strict diet and felt better, for a while. When I got accepted here, Uncle David didn't want me to go. He was scared I would get sicker and no one would be there for me. She smiled sadly. His worst nightmare had come true. Your levels at stage 4. She nodded. I know. You're getting worse? She nodded again. I was out of my area of expertise, for sure. I didn't know anything about this. What do we do? Dialysis. My doctor has talked to me about the option of taking home a machine, so I can do more frequent treatments. It's supposed to lessen the symptoms. That's going to work? She shrugged. I hope so. My heart dropped to my stomach. What if it doesn't? Then it's time for a transplant. I blew out a breath. This was serious. Wyatt, it's fine. It probably won't get to that. People live for years, decades even, in one stage. I shook my head. You haven't. She closed her eyes. I'm not sure I like you talking to Uncle David. I didn't care at this point. He was the only one telling me what was going on. I closed my eyes. You're going to need a transplant soon, aren't you? She nodded once. She looked defeated. I hated it. I didn't want her giving up. Uncle David said he isn't a match. No, he's not. Then what do you do? She met my eyes and held them. I hope I move up on the transplant list in time. No. That wasn't okay. I couldn't let her live like that. A constant waiting game? I looked at her 4 bag and saw it had emptied. Are you ready to go home? She nodded, so I paged the nurse and we started the discharge process. I thought everyone would have gone home, but the whole gang was waiting for us.
Oh no.
Kendall's shoulders tensed in front of me. I released the wheelchair and placed my hands on her upper arms. It's okay. They're here because they care. When the group saw us, they instantly hurried forward. Emma got to Kendall first and crouched down despite her pregnant belly and grabbed Kendall's hands. Are you feeling okay? I moved to the side, ready to step in. Kendall surprised me by smiling. I'm okay. Thank you for being here. Good. Now come on, we've got dinner and we're eating at Hartman's. Emma shot me a look, but I didn't challenge her. I knew better. Okay, I said, but I don't have a car. I left it at Kendall's. Emma waved us off. We know. They had organized it all, and when we pulled into the parking garage in the back of Noah's car, my car was parked next to his. How? I'd locked it and the keys were in my pocket. Noah turned around and smiled. Colby had the spare. I frowned. I didn't give her one. She smiled and shrugged. You're welcome. For what? Stealing? She laughed. For thinking ahead. I have a copy of your apartment key too. For situations like this. There was no use arguing with Colby. That girl was a machine. She was more organized than any government agency and more efficient. I shouldn't have been surprised she'd managed all of that without me knowing. Kendall watched us with a small smile. I'll come open your door. I tried to sound stern, so she wouldn't argue. She narrowed her eyes. I'm not an invalid. I ignored her and hurried around the car just as she opened the door. I took her hand and helped her out and put my arm around her. For once she didn't resist me. When we got up to my apartment, everyone else was waiting. Food was spread out on the table and Chloe was waiting with an armful of clothing. She stepped forward when we walked in. Come on, Kendall. I got you fresh pajamas. I expected Kendall to turn down the offer, but she surprised me again. Thanks. That sounds wonderful. They disappeared down the hall together. I wanted to follow to make sure Chol played nice, but I decided to trust her. I turned and faced the rest of my friends. Thank you guys for doing all of this. There were mutters, but everyone was smiling. We started dishing out food and soon everyone was settled in, finally eating dinner. Chloe walked back into the kitchen, alone. Where's Kendall? I stood and almost walked past her. She's taking a shower. I assumed you wouldn't mind. Of course not, but is she okay? I don't want her to pass out again. Chloe gave me a knowing smile. She's fine. I sat back down and finished my food. I'm sorry, Wyatt. I looked up and met Chloe's eyes. For what? She looked guilty. I haven't been super nice to her. I didn't like that she threw the harbor in our faces. I thought she was disrespecting you. I closed my eyes and reminded myself to stay calm. You need to apologize to her. She smiled. Down, boy. We had a heart-to-heart. We're good now. Thank you. We'll all do better. Maddie leaned forward even though I knew she wasn't a problem. She didn't come to practices. She couldn't make her schedule at the physical therapy office work out. Not that anyone blamed her. She had a career. Chloe's career was the team, and Colby's job was Noah. Madeline was one of the few women in the Pride that had a full-time career, and the rest of the women were respectful of that. Especially since she was the one that got Eric back in shape so fast. We owed her.
Yeah.
We will. Emma said while everyone else nodded and agreed. I nodded to Colby. Thanks, guys. Kendall walked out a few minutes later wearing one of my t-shirts and black leggings. She smiled shyly before taking a seat next to me. Thanks for letting me borrow these, Colby. I turned to look at Colby, who shrugged it off. No problem. If you ever need anything while you're over here, we're just a few floors away. Kendall smiled, but it wasn't her normal smile. It didn't reach her eyes. Are you feeling okay? She nodded. I'm fine, Wyatt. I'm sorry you had to see me like that. I narrowed my eyes. That's the least of my worries. I just want to make sure you're okay and healthy. I'm not healthy. I don't know if I'll ever be. I hadn't meant to say that. I meant normal. Whatever her normal was. I wanted her to be comfortable and happy. The kidney situation was something I was going to need time to digest. I was a fixer. Whenever I was faced with a problem, I fixated on it until the perfect solution was available. I didn't know what to do for her. I'm sorry. I hated being in a powerless position. She looked into my eyes and sighed. Please don't be. Don't be different around me. I'm fine. She wasn't, but I let it go for now. Are you hungry? Not really. She leaned back in the chair and looked out at the spread of Chinese food. It was probably too much for her stomach right now. How about some toast? She didn't answer right away, but finally nodded once. That sounds good. I jumped up before she could say another word and headed to the kitchen. The rest of them continued their conversations, and I watched Kendall while the toaster was going. She seemed off. More off than just being sick. There was something else going on in that brain of hers. I wanted to be alone with her, get her to open up, but I couldn't ask everyone to leave. Not after all they had done for me tonight. When the toast popped up, I spread a bit of butter on it and brought it out for her. She picked up a slice, nibbling on a corner. Here's your phone, too. I charged it for you. Uncle David asked that you let him know when you're home. She took it from me and nodded. Cincinnati has been losing steam. I think this round will be over by Game 4. I nodded my agreement with Eric. I was grateful to have people around. It felt less awkward having a normal conversation going. I think I'll have a shutout with the next game. Emma swatted Ollie and shot him a look. Don't be mean. He shrugged. It's not his fault they suck. I have no idea how they hung on to the second spot in their division. Reese was shaking his head. Chloe held up a hand. Don't get too cocky now, guys. After Game 3 we'll see where they stand. I want us to close this out in Game 4, so you guys have a long rest period. Kendall was watching the conversation as it bounced from person to person, and I wished she would join in. She knew hockey just as well as the rest of us, but she sat in silence. After we cleared the food, everyone started leaving. I saw them out, then turned to Kendall. Do you want me to drive you home or do you want to stay here tonight? She didn't answer immediately. I wanted to ask her to stay, but after the day she'd had I didn't want to put pressure on her or do anything to make things difficult. I'd like to go home. Her face gave no hint of what she was thinking. It was like she shut down. I waited for a beat before responding, hoping she would immediately regret her decision and change her mind. You're more than welcome to stay here, but I understand wanting to be in your own bed. She nodded and hugged herself. I grabbed my keys and led her down to the parking garage. She didn't say anything on the way back, just stared out the window at the dark streets. When I got to her complex, I parked in front of her building and turned to her. Will you let me walk you up? I had a feeling I knew the answer, but I had to try. She shook her head. I don't think that's a good idea. I ignored her and got out of the car, hurrying to her side before she could get out. She rolled her eyes but accepted my hands as I helped her stand. To my surprise, she didn't protest as I led her up the stairs. She leaned on me as we slowly took each step. She stopped halfway up. Are you okay? I searched her face, which was scrunched in pain. I'm just winded. Before she could argue, I put my arm under her knees and swept her up. We were at her door in under 30 seconds, but she managed to complain the whole time. I could have done it myself. She didn't meet my eyes. Well, you didn't have to. I was there. She turned and opened the door, stepping in. Okay. I'll see you tomorrow? I'll bring by some food or something. Just let me know what sounds good. She inhaled, held it and exhaled slowly before turning to me. I don't think that's a good idea either. Why? She tilted her head. I need some. She paused when her voice caught space. My stomach dropped. That usually translated to a breakup. But why? Sure, she'd been avoiding me before I found her, but we just experienced this crazy scary thing. I'd basically saved her life. I thought things were good now. I couldn't fight. I couldn't argue. I wanted her to be happy. Okay. She looked up at me for only a second before dropping her eyes and turning. Before she grabbed the door, I stopped her. Kendall? She faced me but didn't meet my eyes. If you ever need me, please call. She nodded once and quietly shut the door. She wouldn't call. She wouldn't text. I knew this was it. The only time I'd see her was at the cafe. Could I be professional there? Be polite but distant? Pretending would be hard, but what was worse was the unexpected sense of loss. She was never really mine, but my heart and soul already sensed the distance.
Bye.
Kendall. Chapter 20, Kendall. I laid in bed and stared at the ceiling of my tiny, pathetic room. I could have been in Wyatt's beautiful, luxury guest room, but no. I needed to let that go. Yesterday was scary. Waking up in the hospital with no memory of how I got there, or the previous 2 days. Nothing. I had no idea how long I'd been on the bathroom floor. I hadn't seen my roommate in over a week, so there was no use asking her. I'd been alone and who knew how long I would have stayed there if Wyatt hadn't come. I didn't want to think about that. I couldn't burden Wyatt anymore. I'd rather be alone and scared than bring him down with me. I knew what was coming. Doctors had warned me for years. I knew I'd get to this point eventually. Dialysis. The transplant list. I moved here so Uncle David wouldn't have to watch me go through it, and I wasn't going to let Wyatt either. I was an adult. I was old enough and mature enough to take care of myself, well except yesterday. I should have gone to the doctor or hospital sooner. I wouldn't make that mistake again. Now that I was officially in stage 4, things were going to change. I would start dialysis. My life would revolve around treatments now. My limited availability at the cafe would probably diminish even more, especially if I wanted to graduate anytime soon. Joey would probably let me go. She needed someone that was consistent. I had a plan in place if that happened. Uncle David had me invest part of the money my parents left me. It was supposed to be for my wedding or first home, but I could live off it for a while if I needed to. This wasn't what I wanted. I didn't want things to come to this. 2 bad diseases didn't care. I rolled out of bed and walked to the kitchen and put bread in the toaster before realizing that I missed Wyatt. Already. He offered to take care of me. He would bring me food or medicine. I knew if I texted him he'd be here in minutes, but I couldn't. I need to do this on my own. I ate my toast and went back to my room. I had an appointment with Dr. Thompson at 11 to discuss my treatment. Plenty of time to relax and watch a show. I needed to rest. Even if the doctors from last night hadn't told me to, I would. My body wasn't giving me a choice. The walk to and from the kitchen had drained me. I had to hide it each time Uncle David called or wanted to video chat. I couldn't let him see me weak. It took over an hour of convincing him I was fine to get him to cancel his flight. I didn't want him spending the time or money to come out here when I could take care of myself. He finally agreed with the condition that I would keep him updated every day, and if I ever felt off, I had to go straight to the hospital. That was something I could live with if it saved him a trip out here. I wasn't going to let anyone else worry about me. The only time I'd left my apartment in a week was to pick up my dialysis machine. Dr. Thompson and I agreed on home treatment, so I could do daily sessions. She said I would feel better fast and not have as many side effects. That sounded good to me. It had been 4 days and I was feeling more like myself. My professors had been understanding about my situation and had been emailing me lecture notes and assignments. I read my textbooks and worked on catching up during my treatments. It took my mind off what was happening. Things weren't easy. I had food and groceries delivered. I didn't have much of an appetite, which was good since I didn't have the energy to cook. Crackers and toast have been all I could handle. But I was doing it. I was taking care of myself. I wasn't bringing anyone else down. A knock sounded at my door, making me jump. It wasn't Kristen. She was away for the next week. She'd been kind enough to yell that at me as she blitzed in and out in under a minute a few days ago. I was hooked to the machine, so I couldn't get up. I couldn't remember if the door was unlocked or not. I ignored it. They probably had the wrong door anyway. Just as I relaxed, there was another knock. Kendall? A female's voice surprised me. I couldn't fathom who it could be. Who is it? Emma and Colby. Oh boy. I looked at the machine. I might be able to carry it with me to the door. Is it unlocked? No, the answer was immediate. Crap. I stood and carefully brought the small machine with me. I was breaking a dozen rules, but I didn't have any other options. I opened the door and stepped back. Oh honey. Emma rushed forward and took the machine from me. You didn't need to get up for us. The door was locked. We could have just come back. It was too late now. I walked back to the sofa knowing they would follow. What are you guys doing here? Colby looked at Emma then back at me. You kind of went through a traumatic experience and no one has heard from you. We wanted to make sure you were doing okay. Emma nodded. We've been worried. This wasn't what I wanted. I didn't want anyone to worry about me. Fussing over me. Stressing over me. I'm sorry. You guys didn't need to come all the way over. I'm fine. Emma eyed the dialysis machine. You don't look fine. I shrugged. This is nothing. Colby barked out a laugh.
Yeah.
Right. You're just treating yourself for kidney failure. She paused and stared into my eyes. Why are you doing this alone? I squared my shoulders. I didn't need or want anyone talking down to me. Not right now. I can take care of myself. She leaned forward. That's not what I mean. I'm not doubting your ability. I'm just asking why you're choosing to do this alone. I didn't have an answer they would accept. We want to be there for you, Kendall. All of us. Emma looked sincere and I hated it. I appreciate the thought, but my voice suddenly cut. I didn't want to get emotional. I didn't want to show my weakness, more than what was already on display. Kendall. I know we don't know each other very well, but I want you to know that we want to be here. We care about you. It might be hard to understand, but the Fury is a family. Wyatt cares about you, so we do too. It's automatic. She was right. I didn't get it. Why would these strangers care about me? I'd offended them by wearing harbor gear. I'd made zero effort to get to know them, so why? Colby reached out and touched my arm. It's a lot to take in, I get it. I'm new to their world too, and it was overwhelming. I didn't understand why they all wanted to be friends with me. Why they cared. But now that I'm around them more, and meeting you, I get it. Wyatt is like a brother to me. I want him to be happy. You made him happy, and we think you can again. So, we like you. It's that simple. They were family. I guess I understood. I would want to get to know and hang out with the girlfriends of the guys from the base. They were a part of my life, so their girlfriends and wives would be included in that. But Wyatt and I aren't in a relationship. We've only been on one date. Emma smiled. It's taken less than that in the past. Colby laughed. Guys, I don't want Wyatt. They froze and stared at me. Emma shook her head. What? I sighed. I don't mean it exactly as it sounds. I like him. I care about him. I'm attracted to him, but it's more than that. I know what's coming. I know what I'm going to have to go through. I don't want him to see me like that. I don't want him to worry about me or have to take care of me. I'm trying to save him from this. Colby raised an eyebrow and looked at Emma, who pursed her lips before speaking. Kendall, you have a lot to learn. Colby nodded in agreement. It's going to take so much more than an illness to shake Wyatt off. I've known him for years and he's never even noticed a woman. His focus has been 100% on the team and his career. You're the first one to get past that. You're the first one he's let into his world. Don't abuse that. I didn't know what to say. I blinked away, the tears gathering in my eyes. What do you really want, Kendall? Colby's voice was gentle. Like she knew she had to be careful. I looked away. I couldn't face them. What I wanted was to run to Wyatt. I wanted his arms around me and him telling me everything was going to be okay. How had this happened? How had my sworn enemy, the person I'd messed with the first time I'd met, become the one person I wanted? He was everything I swore off, but everything I needed. I blinked, letting a tear fall. I want Wyatt. I want us to drive each other crazy. I want him by my side through this, but I can't ask that of him. Emma smiled. Don't make that decision for him. Let him know how you feel. What you want, then let Wyatt choose what he can handle. I nodded before finally looking up at them. I'm scared. Colby stood up and came to sit next to me. That's okay. You have every right to be scared, but please don't do this alone. Not when there's a dozen people wanting to be here for you. I know we've just met, but I like you already. I, for one, will be here for you whenever you want. If you're bored and want someone to talk to while you're on the machine, call me. If you're hungry and don't want to cook, call me. If you're tired but need something from the store, I'm your girl. She smiled and pulled me into her arms. Actually, I'm not giving you a choice. I will be here. I will pester you and hover. You don't have a choice. She pulled back and winked. We're best friends now. Accept it. I laughed and choked back tears. I guess I have to. Emma jumped up and wiggled between me and the arm of the couch. Don't forget about me. I'm your best friend too. I leaned my head on her shoulder and sighed. Fine. A week of doing this alone was rough. I wasn't doing well. At least, not mentally. Maybe what I was missing was a support group. My doctor told me having one was important, but I told myself I didn't need that. I could do this on my own. Not anymore. I had Emma and Colby. Plus, Wyatt. If I got the nerve to talk to him, I could only hope he would forgive me. I'd been rude and ungrateful to him. Constantly. Why did he keep coming back? I shook my head. Surely, I'd exceeded his limit. I'd pushed him away for the last time. Don't worry, Kendall. Everything is going to be okay. I smiled at Emma, but there was still doubt running through my mind. It wouldn't be okay until I resolved things with Wyatt. I needed to apologize again. Emma and Colby were too optimistic. They probably didn't know the full story. They didn't know how awful I'd been to him already. I had a lot of work to do if I was going to fix things. That didn't guarantee that he would forgive me though. The girls allowed me to make my own choice, kind of. I smiled. Maybe I wouldn't give him a choice. I would make myself a part of his life. I'd show him that I cared about him. That he meant something to me. Chapter 21, Wyatt. Nearly a week passed since Kendall was in the hospital. A lot had happened since then and I didn't get to talk to her about it. We won the second round and were just one more series away from the finals. I wanted this. The team wanted this. We'd been working hard for months. We'd sacrificed so much to get here, and I was going to keep us on track. She wasn't at the cafe. She didn't come to practices. She disappeared from my life. The one person I wanted to celebrate with was gone. Even though I tried not to let her creep into my thoughts, Kendall was always there. I worried about her. I wondered how she was feeling. What her doctor told her. If she was eating. If she needed someone. I couldn't let her go, no matter how hard I tried. But it was for the best. At least right now. The guys needed me at the top of my game. No distractions. Practices had been brutal, but it was what we needed to make it through the playoffs. We didn't make it this far by slacking off. When I got home, all I wanted was another ice bath and to rest. I'd barely set my bags down and kicked off my shoes when there was a knock at the door. I answered it without checking. Colby was standing there, smiling at me like she had a secret. "Hey, Colby." "Hi." She bounced on the balls of her feet but said nothing else. "Is Noah all right?" She nodded. "Oh.
Yeah.
Nothing happened with him." I studied her, waiting for her to go on, but she didn't. "What can I help you with?" This was getting weird. Even though we lived in the same building, we didn't often pop in on each other. "I was just stopping by to make sure you're doing okay." I searched her face for any signs of why she was really here. "I'm fine, thanks for asking." She nodded. "I know things have been stressful and you're under a lot of pressure, so I just wanted to make sure you're doing okay. In a good mood and all." I narrowed my eyes at her. "I am stressed, but I'm pretty happy. We're still in the playoffs, so that's what matters to me." She nodded slowly. "So, things are good. You're in a good mood. That's good." She was up to something. I could feel it. "Well, now's as good of a time as ever." She stepped to the side and pulled Kendall back with her. I tried to hide my shock at seeing her, but I may have dropped my jaw a little bit. "Kendall? What are you doing here?" Colby pushed her forward a bit more and smiled over Kendall's shoulder. "We were just getting lunch and thought it would be nice to stop by." She looked down at her wrist, which was empty. "Look at the time. I've got to run. You two should catch up." She bolted down the hallway before I could argue. Kendall was looking at me like a scared animal. I wasn't going to kick her out or slam the door in her face. "Do you want to come in?" She bit on her bottom lip for a second before nodding and stepping inside. "Can I get you anything?" "A water?" I didn't know why I was offering things like I was hosting her. She showed up on my doorstep after disappearing from my life. She was the one that told me she needed space. I'd honored that. Why was she back now? "I'm fine, thanks though." She wandered over to the couch and sat down. I followed her, feeling out of place in my own home. "What's going on? Is everything okay?" She gave me a weak smile. "Things are fine. I've started treatment. Home dialysis, which is nice. I don't have to go into a clinic." I nodded. I didn't know much about kidney treatment, and knowing she was going through it alone made me feel a little sick to my stomach, but this was what she wanted. She rubbed her hands over her jeans. I realized I've made a mistake. My eyes shot up to meet hers. "What do you mean?" She took a deep breath. "I've thought for so long that asking for help, admitting I can't handle everything on my own was a sign of weakness. I thought if I leaned on anyone else, I'd be a burden." She paused and smiled. It was actually Emma and Colby that showed me how wrong I was. "Wait, what did those girls have to do with it?" "What do you mean?" "They came over. Uninvited and unannounced." She smiled. "They talked some sense into me and I realized all the mistakes I've made." She took a breath, scooting back into the couch. "I moved here so Uncle David wouldn't have to watch me deteriorate. Then I met you." She looked into my eyes and I felt her pain. "I never meant for us to happen. I wasn't expecting to meet anyone out here. I wasn't planning on letting anyone else go through this with me." I swallowed and kept silent. I didn't know what to say. No one can really plan for the future. Did she want an apology for me ruining her plans? Should I say sorry for meeting her? Throwing her off? I wouldn't. I didn't regret anything about her. Yes, she was a heartbreaker sometimes. Yes, she made me second-guess myself more than any other woman I'd ever met. But she was also someone that made me realize there might actually be more to life, more to my world, than just hockey. She made me want to explore that possibility. See if I could have it all. The house, the family, the team, and the career all at the same time. But then she told me she needed space. She shut the door on that dream, and I was fine moving on. I was fine being the captain everyone could depend on. No distractions. No life. I don't know what you want me to say, Kendall. I didn't plan on meeting you either, but we did. We both changed each other's lives, at least for a little while. She nodded, and I swear I saw a tear in her eye. I was willing to try. I wanted to see what could happen, but you shut me out. Twice. She tilted her head as her face contorted to show her pain. I'm so sorry. Wyatt, I never meant to hurt you. I was scared and I pushed you away. I understood. I did. She'd been through a lot in her life. She'd been through more disappointment and suffering than most people endured in their entire lives. I got that her default was being alone. She was a survivor. Independent. Self-sufficient. I admired her for all of that. But I couldn't handle the back and forth. I get it, Kendall, but I want you to have exactly what you want and need. I wanted to be there for you, even before I knew about your kidneys. I wanted you to be a part of my life. I tried to smile. Even though you resisted. Even though we're sworn enemies. I wanted to see what we could be. She opened her mouth, but I wasn't done. I can't do this though. I can't be the one that gives us 100% while you go from 0 to 100 in a day. I can't handle the roller coaster. I need my head to be clear. I need to focus right now. She nodded. I cleared my throat. I'm sorry. You can't imagine how sorry I am. I think I can. Her voice was barely a whisper. I shook my head. I was willing to risk it all. I put myself out there for you. More than I ever have before. I tried. I made the effort. And you just walked away. A few tears broke free and rolled down her cheeks. I'm so sorry. I sighed. I know you are, but it can't undo what's already been done. We can't go back. I don't want to hurt you. I don't want this to be so harsh, but I have to tell you what I need. Right now, I need to focus all of my heart, mind, and strength on the Fury and the playoffs. My team deserves that. I understand. I really, really hoped she did. This was less about her and more about the timing and the realities of my life. I didn't have the luxury of free time. I couldn't show up to work and zone out on the computer in a cubicle. I had to be completely present the second I stepped in the arena. This doesn't mean I don't care about you. I do, I continued. Way more than I thought I could care about someone else. I swallowed again and reminded myself to keep it together. But I can't do this right now. My team needs me. She slowly stood up. I know. I stood and followed her to the front door. She turned and looked up at me with a tear-streaked face. I'm so sorry, Wyatt. Me too. She stood up and pressed a gentle kiss on my cheek. She turned and let herself out before I had the mental capacity to react or move. She was gone. Again. This time, though, I had the chance to stop her. I could have. I probably should have. But I didn't. Everything I'd said was true. I needed to be there for the team. The guys deserved that. But I could have let her in. Allowed us to try again but warned her that I needed time and space for the next few weeks. But I didn't. I didn't know if I'd regret that. I wouldn't know until things settled and I had a moment to reflect on the decision I made. It took every ounce of strength to tell her no. To let her leave. It wasn't the decision I wanted to make. I wanted nothing more than to jump across the couch and take her in my arms, but I couldn't. My life, my choices, affected so much more than just me. If I was distracted, it hurt the team. We'd worked too hard to get where we are for me to blow it when it counts the most. If things were supposed to be different, if we belonged together, we would find our way back. What was that saying? If you love something, set it free? That's what I was doing. If we were meant to be, we would be. Eventually. As much as it hurt, I had to shove it down. Ignore that pain and focus on the days ahead. I went to the freezer and grabbed several bags of ice I had stored and moved to my bathroom for an ice bath. The second my toes hit the icy water, the physical pain took over. It was exactly what I needed. Each needle prick of pain was deserved. It was what I needed. Chapter 22, Kendall. I was in shock. Of all the possible outcomes I'd imagined, that was not one of them. Colby and Emma had been so sure. They told me over and over again that Wyatt missed me. That he cared about me. That all I had to do was show up and let him know I'd made a mistake. They made it seem so easy. It turned out to be one of the hardest things I'd ever endured. I tried so hard to keep it together. I didn't want to cry in front of him, but the moment he told me he had been willing to try. Past tense. Done. I knew. I knew my chance with him was gone. I'd had one of the most amazing men in my life and I shoved him away. I did it. I couldn't blame him, or my disease, or anything else. I'd ruined what could have been the best thing to ever happen to me. I'd thrown away the perfect man. How was I supposed to live with myself after this? Just carry on with work, school, and treatments like I didn't know what was out there? Like I didn't know how much better life could be? There was no going back from Wyatt. There was no one else to look forward to. It might seem dramatic, but it was true. I knew in my soul, he was the perfect person for me. So why? 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 Why had I tossed him to the side? I was afraid. I knew it, but I didn't want to admit it. Not to him, not even to myself. I was afraid of being happy because I knew from past experiences that it didn't last. Nothing good did. I thought it would be easier to end it now than endure his loss later. It wasn't. I would have rather loved than lost than never loved at all. That stupid quote was so true. Now though, I didn't have that option. I'd ruined it. I was walking through the lobby of his building when Colby called to me. I turned to her and she immediately ran over and threw her arms around my shoulders. Oh honey. What happened? I wanted to be mad at her. To blame her for making me go through with her crazy scheme. I wanted to blame her for the pain I was feeling, but it wasn't fair. I'd done this. I made it happen. There was no one to blame but myself. She led to me a sitting area and sat with me on the sofa. Kendall, what's wrong? I took a deep, shaking breath. The tears hadn't stopped since I shut the door. I was breaking apart and past the point of caring who saw me. I didn't care if I looked crazy. I felt it. He told me it was too late. I'd put him through too much already. She gasped. He did? How could he do that? Because I have. He's been nothing but amazing, and I kept pushing him away. I was running away from the possibility of us. Now, I've ruined it. My chance with him is gone. She shook her head. He's just stressed because of the playoffs. He's not in his right mind. I don't think so, Colby. I think he's had time to process everything and he made the right decision for him. He needs to focus on the team and I'm a distraction. It's fair. I deserve it. She scanned my face and finally sighed. You're giving up. I nodded. I haven't been fair to him. I shouldn't have waited this long to get my crap together and tell him how I've felt. It's all my fault. She pursed her lips and nodded. I'm so sorry, Kendall. If I ever thought for a second this could happen, I never would have mentioned it in the first place. I didn't want you to get hurt. I know. I smiled. It's not your fault, or his. This one is on me. I stood and wiped my face. I'm going to go to the cafe to make sure I still have a job. I'll see you later though. I didn't know if that was true. Colby cared about me because I was in Wyatt's life. That changed, so did our friendship end too? She stood and gave me a quick hug. I'll see you later. I turned and walked out before I lost my nerve and fell apart again. I walked the few blocks to the cafe and hesitated when it came into view. It had been almost 2 weeks since I'd last worked. Had Joey replaced me? She told me to rest, but was my chance gone here too? I opened the door and stepped inside. There were only a few customers sitting around, but no one in line. Matt looked up and nodded once. Welcome back. I couldn't tell if he was being sarcastic or not. Thanks. Sorry I was out for so long. I really did feel guilty about that. I never meant for my problems to affect everyone else around me. He shook his head. Don't worry about it. I'm glad you're back though. Thanks, is Joey here? He nodded and I walked around the counter to meet my fate. Joey was sitting at the back desk with bedazzled glasses perched on her nose. Joey? She turned and smiled when she saw me. She took off her glasses and waved me forward. I'm so happy to see you, Kendall. I didn't know if or when I would again. We hugged. I'm so sorry, Joey. I know I've let you down. I want to promise you it won't happen again, but I don't think I can. Joey waved me off. Life is unexpected and try as we might, we can't control the future. I'm just glad you're feeling better. I am. I've started treatments and I'm beginning to feel more normal. She nodded. But is this just a band-aid? I didn't want to admit it. I really didn't want to tell her what was coming next. In most cases, dialysis can be enough to keep people healthy and fully functional. She tilted her head. But in your case? Mine is genetic. I'm headed to complete failure. Meaning? I sighed. I'll need a transplant. In the next 10 years? She seemed hopeful. I shook my head. In the next 6 months is more likely. Oh, Kendall. She had me wrapped in her arms before I could protest. I didn't want her sympathy. I didn't deserve it or her kindness. I patted her back. It's going to be okay. That was the most ironic thing about being terminally ill. I was usually the one comforting people about my condition. I didn't mind, usually. I'd had my whole life to wrap my head around what was coming. It was a shock to everyone else. She stepped back and nodded. Of course, it is. Has your family been tested? Do you have a donor? I shook my head. A few soldiers volunteered, but they weren't a match either. She nodded once, determined. Well, I'll get tested, and I'm sure we can get the customers too. Maybe your friend Wyatt? She looked hopeful and I hated to take that from her. Donating a kidney is a big deal. I don't want you to worry about it. We can't both be gone. Matt would quit. She laughed. And I don't think our customers or even Wyatt would be likely to donate to me. Her eyebrows pulled together. What happened with our captain? I didn't want to talk about this. I really didn't. Joey deserved some answers though. We're not, I paused, not knowing what to say. We didn't exactly break up, we were never really together. We're not friends. She looked as confused as I felt. Of course, you are. I shook my head. No, we're done. She mumbled something under her breath. Well, we can worry about that later. In the meantime, are you feeling up to working? I nodded. A distraction was just what I needed. I pulled on my apron and headed out to the front. When Matt saw me, he actually smiled. Oh good. I was getting really sick of working doubles. The temp Joey brought in is clueless. Can't even make a regular cup without messing something up. The guilt in my stomach increased. I'm so sorry, Matt. I can't imagine how hard that was with school on top of it. He just shrugged. You would have done it for me. I smiled.
Yeah.
I probably would have, at least for Joey's sake. It was easier than I'd thought to fall back into the routine of work. I helped all the customers that came in despite Joey and Matt's offers to help. I owed them enough. Matt, you should go home. I've got this. He seemed hesitant, but once Joey agreed, he was gone in a flash. Poor guy. He hadn't had a day off in weeks. Hopefully he wasn't too far behind in his classes. I'd hate to know he was failing because of me. That was more than my conscience could take at this point. The next day I came in to open and texted Matt halfway through the day that it was slow, so he didn't have to come in. It wasn't exactly a lie, but Joey agreed that he deserved it. I offered to cover for him a few days in a row, but he told me one day was plenty. My professors were still sending me the information I needed, and since I didn't have a life outside of work, I was able to catch up at night. This was my life. Sleep, work, study. Repeat. This was what I wanted when I moved here. I was going to focus. Finish my degree and get back home as soon as possible. That wasn't my dream anymore. Knowing what I could have had was agony, pure torture. Over the next few days, I found myself zoning out and thinking about what could have been. Where I could be at that moment if I wasn't such an idiot. The Furies were in the finals. They'd made it. As hard as it was to see him, I watched every game. Uncle David was heartbroken the Harbor only made it to the first round, and I didn't have the heart to tell him my allegiance had changed. I wanted to celebrate with Wyatt. I wanted to storm into his house, plant a kiss on him and tell him how proud I was. But I couldn't. The girls had been calling and texting me with updates. Even Chloe called and told me that despite what Wyatt said, he wasn't acting himself. He was playing his best, but he didn't celebrate with the team. After each game he went back home or to the hotel. Alone. As happy as I was that he hadn't moved on, I was heartbroken I'd done this to such an amazing man. He didn't deserve what I put him through. I just wish I could take it all back. Redo all my mistakes. It was game 3 of the series tonight, and the game was at home. The cafe was dead. We hadn't had a customer in over an hour. You should just head home. I looked over to Joey and shook my head. No, you go home. Watch the game. She smiled. How about we shut it down and head down to that restaurant on the corner? With all the TVs. They'll have it on and we can watch together. Not spending the night alone? In my tiny apartment? Yes, please. Somehow Joey always seemed to know what I needed, even when I didn't. We worked quickly to clean up and close out the register. Ready? Joey asked. I nodded and joined her at the front door. After we locked up, we headed down the street together. The sports bar was packed, of course, with fans watching the game, but that didn't deter Joey. She walked past the hostess and to the bar. She waved at the man behind it. Hey, Danny. Have room for 2? The large, tattooed man looked up from the drinks he was mixing and nodded when he saw Joey. For you? Always. Let me take care of you. Within a minute he had 2 bar stools cleared and we had front row seats to the large flat screen playing the game. What can I get for you too? He didn't offer a menu, but I figured if I played it safe he wouldn't bat an eye. Chicken fingers and a Coke? He nodded and looked to Joey. Same. He poured our drinks then left for the other end of the bar. The Fury is up. I looked at the score and sure enough they were winning by 2. It's only the first period. We have 45 minutes of playing time left. Our boys have this, don't you worry. We won't see a game 5. I wish I felt as confident as she did. I was too stressed. I watched the puck and the players move across the ice without breathing. Miami had possession, but Eric and Reese were closing in. Noah got the puck away and passed it to Eric. He turned and got it past the neutral zone and into the attacking zone. Wyatt was open and waiting. Eric passed the puck and without missing a beat Wyatt turned and shot it in. They scored. The entire restaurant exploded with cheers. Yes. I stood and clapped while Joey simply nodded. I told you. Our boys have this in the bag. We watched the rest of the game, barely touching our food, in this same fashion. I was stressed, unable to sit still, while Joey calmly ate and nodded when they scored. The game was over. The Fury won 6-3. The guys wanted it. Everyone could see. All I wanted was to be able to see Wyatt. I wanted him to know I was watching and cheering for him and his team. Joey turned around on her stool and leveled me with a look. This can't go on, Kendall. I looked from her to the plates to the TV and back to her. What do you mean? You're hurting. He's hurting. You need to try again. I shook my head. I can't. I can't go through that again. She stood up and threw a few bills on the counter before tugging me by my elbow out the door. I know it's going to be hard. I know it will be uncomfortable, but it's something you need to do. I tried to protest, but she wasn't having it. You need to think big. Show him what he's missing. Show him that you're willing to do whatever it takes to get him back. I don't know how. She smirked. It's a good thing you've got friends that do. You? She laughed and shook her head.
Oh no.
You've got the pride. How did you know about them? I know all. She winked before laughing again. They came in to check up on you while you were still out sick. I told them where you were and that was that. You gave my address to strangers? She shrugged. They seemed nice enough. I rolled my eyes. That must have been the day they came over. Well, I'll try. That's all you can do, sweetie. She started walking down the street, leaving me alone with my thoughts. She was right. I needed to fix this. It couldn't be too late. I pulled out my phone and hurried to my car. Chapter 23, Wyatt. There were really no words to explain the feeling of playing in a Stanley Cup Finals game. Reporter after reporter asked me to describe it, but I would just give them one word. Incredible. Unimaginable. Otherworldly. We were up by 2 games going into Game 4 and we were playing at home. We had the advantage. I repeated that to the guys over and over. We couldn't get psyched out. I could see the look in the rookie's eyes. Noah was trying to keep his composure, but I knew he was freaking out. This is just another game. We're going to go out there and do what we do every single day. We have the ability to win this. We just have to stick to what we know. Got it? 24 heads nodded in response. The lights flashed toward our tunnel and I heard my name announced. I ran out and onto the ice in an explosion of applause and cheers. It was deafening. It was exhilarating. If we were lucky, it would intimidate Miami. I skated around the ice, taking in the energy flowing off the crowd. They were pumped. They came to see us. They wanted us to win. That was what I needed to focus on. Kendall had entered my mind a few times through the past few days, but I shoved thoughts of her out. Far away from my attention. As much as I missed her, I'd done the right thing for the team. After all we'd gone through this season, they deserved my best. The national anthem and first puck drop occurred while I was on automatic mode. I was running through plays in my mind, considering options of how to start the game. I wanted to throw Miami off from the very beginning. Score early and get in their heads. Make them think the game was over as soon as it started. Eric was next to me and I leaned over, trying to be discreet. We're going to start with the rookie in the corner. He looked at me with raised brows. Really? Are you sure? I nodded. He's got this. The ice was cleared, and our first line stayed on the ice, ready for play to start. I stopped next to Noah and nodded once. You're on. He looked panicked for a second before smiling. Got it, Cap. Reese and Brassard picked up on the change and were ready. I went to the face-off and winked at the Miami player across from me. You look tired. Don't worry, we'll end this in 2 games and you can go home and rest. He glared at me and hesitated when the referee dropped the puck, giving me a split-second advantage. I got possession and immediately passed to Eric. Miami was ready for this. They knew Eric was my go-to. What they didn't expect was for him to pass it to Brassard. I got into possession near the net and instantly had 2 players on me. Good. I wanted as many as I could. They assumed I was waiting for the puck, so I could score. I was actually just making sure I had a good view for what was coming. Noah got to the right corner, his secret sweet spot, and watched. Brassard passed to Reese, who turned and dodged a defender before passing it cleanly to Noah. No one saw that coming. Reese was in a great position to pass to me. It was like they forgot we had a 5th player. Noah slapped his stick against the ice, sending the puck straight through the goalie's hands and into the net. I cheered before it went in. I knew it. I could see the line. The alarm sounded, and the lights went dark with a spotlight on Noah. He was grinning from ear to ear. His first goal in a finals game. This was a moment he would remember for the rest of this life. He would tell his children about it. His children's children. I skated over and patted him on the back. Nice shot. He shook his head. Thanks for the setup. I nodded and went back to center ice. We were a long way from the end of the game. We couldn't get too excited yet. There was no feeling like this. No other win felt this good. I said that every year, but it was true. It just kept getting better. The fans were insane. Miami never scored. It wouldn't get better than this. That was a great game, guys, Coach said. Let's not get too excited though. We still have one more game to win. I nodded as Coach spoke next to me. Miami finally knows what they're up against and they're going to fight next game. They aren't going to go down easy. There were a few mumbled comments, but Coach ignored them. We're going to their territory next. We lost a game there. Don't forget that. A few of the guys had the decency to look humbled. Eric was not one of them. He just sat back and smirked. I eyed him. Now was not the time to make a smart remark. His eyes challenged me, but he kept silent. Good choice. We're opening the doors in 5 minutes. Shower quickly or wait until after the interviews are done. There were only a few guys that took the risk of being caught in only a towel when the cameras rolled in. I wouldn't chance it. I knew I'd be hounded and a small and very immature part of me hoped the worse I smelled the shorter the interviews would be. Who's the MVP, Coach? Brassard yelled out with a wide smile. Coach looked around. We normally voted, but I had a feeling things would be unanimous tonight. I think we should go with the surprise goal. He picked up the gold helmet that we rotated as MVP was decided and walked to Noah. This is yours tonight. Noah looked gobsmacked. It was his first time receiving the honor. Thank you, Coach. I started clapping and soon the rest of the team joined. Noah stood and took a few mock bows. Just when he sat back down, the doors opened and dozens of people poured into the room. I went to my locker and sat down. This was the routine. It made it easier for reporters to find me. I barely had a chance to get comfortable before 3 mics were shoved in my face. What are you thinking right now, Wyatt? I eyed the first mic. That you need to back up, sir. I'm really happy with how the whole team performed. They've all worked hard all year, and they really deserved this win. For the next 40 minutes I answered the same questions while trying to change up my responses enough to keep them all happy. I didn't understand how they expected me to have a new brilliant answer when they asked the same question as the person next to them. I was exhausted, and they wanted me to be clever? Not a chance. Security came through and kicked out the reporters. Family and friends were allowed to stay, but no more press. Thank heaven. Emma, Chloe, Madeline, and Colby walked in together, leading the rest of the pride. They went directly to their significant others while I watched. Alone. It was hard not to feel bitter when I saw the happy couples. They had it all. Even the rookie. Why was I the one that had to sacrifice? Just because I was captain? I shook it off and smiled at them. It wasn't their fault I was single. I turned to gather my things to shower when someone tapped my back. I looked over my shoulder expecting to see a child or fan, but it was neither. Kendall? She smiled, but it didn't reach her eyes. Hi. What? How? Why? My brain had reverted to its caveman setting. One-word questions only. I'm sorry. I shouldn't be here. She took a step back, but I caught her arm before she could leave. Why are you here? She bit her lip and I had to look away. That always got to me. I hated it. She only did it when she was nervous or anxious. I never wanted her to feel that way around me. I've been thinking about you. Us. I made so many mistakes, Wyatt. I know that, and it kills me. She stopped and closed her eyes. She looked pained. I opened my mouth, but she spoke again. I'm so sorry for everything I did. For running away. For pushing you out. For lying. I would give anything for the chance to could take it all back. She swallowed. I'm learning just how delicate life is and how little time we have. My heart clenched. I wanted to reach out, pull her in and hold on to her. I didn't though. I needed to hear what she had to say. She spoke again. I know you have your priorities. I respect that. It's actually one of the things I like most about you. You put everyone else first. Their needs before your own. I saw that, and I didn't want to take advantage of it. I didn't want you to watch me go through treatments. I didn't want you to waste your time on me. Anger quickly boiled inside me, but she continued. I know that's wrong. I know I'm hard on myself. She turned and looked to where the girls were standing watching us. It took a few people talking some sense into me, but now I know. The people in our lives that matter will be there for us no matter what. They want to be there. I've always felt so guilty about being alive. Both my parents died, but I didn't go with them. Uncle David gave up his life to raise me. I couldn't bear the thought of anyone else sacrificing for me. I really couldn't imagine what she'd gone through. There had to be plenty of lies she'd told herself over the years. It wasn't her fault. Her life had been harder than most. She needed to see that people could love her without obligation. They could choose to be there for her. Guilt washed over me. I should have taken the time to understand this. The girls had. They helped her. I'd kicked her out of my life when things got hard. Kendall, I'm sorry, too. She put her hand up to stop me. Please don't say that. You have nothing to apologize for. She looked into my eyes and I saw the emotions whirling in hers. I know you told me you were done. I know you need to focus, so I'm not here to ask you for another chance. You're not. Why was she here then? I couldn't handle another round of breaking up with her. I wouldn't survive watching her walk away one more time. No. I'm here to show my support. She waved down and I realized she wasn't wearing anything with the Harbors logo. She was wearing a Black Fury t-shirt. I smiled and almost laughed. She smiled back, much shyer than I'd ever seen. I'm here to let you know that I'll wait. For what? For you. I was greedy when we first met. I expected you to change into what I wanted. I realize how unfair that is. So, I'm going to wait for you to be ready. I'll be here for every game. I'll cheer you on for the rest of your career. When you've decided that the timing is right, I'll be there. Was she really saying what I thought she was? What woman would do that? An indefinite promise? You will? She nodded. Take as long as you need. The team comes first. I won't bother you again. I'll give you space. Huh. Okay. She smiled. Okay. Without another word, she turned and waved to the girls as she walked out. So that was it? She came here to tell me she was going to wait for me? What if I never changed my mind? I would. I knew I would. She was special. I wanted to give us another chance. I had a feeling we'd get it right this time. I looked over to the girls, and all four of them waved back. Conspiring against me. I never thought the day would come. Chapter 24, Kendall. Miami had won the last game, so the series was at 3-2 with the Fury leading. The guys were back home, so Chloe got me tickets to watch them win. This was the final game, hopefully. I felt it in my bones. The Fury would win. I walked into the arena this time feeling as jittery as one of the guys prepping for the team. Actually, I was probably even more nervous than them. I looked around the hall packed with fans. Chloe told me to meet her here, but I didn't see her. I spun and looked back outside. This was the right place. I checked the time. I was 2 minutes early. She would be here. Kendall. I turned at the sound of my name. Chloe and Colby were running toward me. Relief washed over me. They hadn't abandoned or forgotten about me. Hi guys. Chloe held out a jersey for me. Since you promised you wouldn't wear Harbor colors anymore, I figured you could use one of these. I took it and held it up. Hartman was spelled out across the back. Wyatt's jersey. Thank you. She smiled and nodded. Come on. We've got your pass. Colby linked her arm through mine and led the way through the crowd to an elevator that required an electric key. Chloe held a black tag from her keys up to the sensor and the doors opened. While we were inside, I slipped the jersey over my shirt. When I caught my reflection, I almost laughed. If only Uncle David could see me now. He'd disown me. We saved you a spot with the pride. We sit pretty low, but I doubt he'll notice you. I nodded, too nervous to speak. I didn't want to distract him. I'd made Chloe and the other girls swear to secrecy. I didn't want Wyatt knowing I was coming. I didn't want him to lose focus, but I also didn't want to hear about how he reacted to the news. That would have to come after the game. Down here. Colby smiled at the security guard checking tickets and started down the stairs. Music was blasting over the speakers. Some new rap song that was probably supposed to pump up the crowd. The seats were packed. I was still in shock that Chloe got me in. This was Game 5 of the Stanley Cup Finals. You can't just decide you want to go the day before. That is, unless you have really good connections. Which I did. Thanks to Wyatt. I couldn't wait to tell Uncle David about this. Maybe if I broke the news about being friends with some of the players' wives first, the sting of betrayal would lessen. If things went well with Wyatt, I could promise to bring my uncle to a playoff game next season. Whoa. I was getting too far ahead of myself. Emma stood when she saw us and gave me a hug. I'm so glad you're here. I hugged her back before stepping away. Thanks. I took a deep breath. At least they were happy to see me. We saved this seat for you. She patted the open spot next to her. I sat and felt a squeeze on my shoulder. I turned, and Madeline was leaning forward from the next row. You doing okay? She looked serious. not like she was just causally asking how my day was. There was a lot to her simple question. I am. Hopefully I'm doing better by the end of the night. She smiled and nodded. I hope so too. She leaned back as I turned forward. Chloe scooted past and sat on my other side. I know you're nervous, but just enjoy this moment. The boys are in the finals. Soak that in. How could I not? This was a huge moment for me, but I couldn't imagine what the team was going through. 3 years in a row to the finals. A team hadn't won 3 championships in a row since 1964, but if any group of players could break that record, it was the Fury. Wyatt was an amazing captain and the team had been so in sync this season, they were unstoppable. I took in the energy of the fans, buzzing, waiting for the game to start. Minutes later the lights dimmed, and the music changed. The announcer introduced the Miami team to little applause, then the first line of the Fury. When Wyatt stepped onto the ice the arena went crazy. I couldn't believe it. He was their hero. They loved him. And I was the fool that left him. Not for much longer. I was going to fix this. I cheered and clapped with the pride as the rest of the players came onto the ice. After the initial fanfare and national anthem, the owner of the team and the mayor of Salt Lake City walked out on a red carpet to the center of the ice for the ceremonial puck drop. This was it. Just 60 minutes of playtime between them and another victory. They were up 3-2. This was the game for them. If they won, the cup was theirs. They could do this. The referee started the game and Wyatt won the face-off. I expected everyone to sit once the game started, but not tonight. Not with so much on the line. The girls around me were screaming, telling the ref how to do his job, telling the guys what they needed to do. I knew the players couldn't hear them, but I wasn't sure if the girls did. Chloe was so mad about a bad pass from Eric to Reese I thought fire was going to come out her ears. This wasn't just a game to anyone here. This was everything, and they were playing like this was life or death. They had to win. I couldn't try to talk to Wyatt after a loss. I needed him in a good mood. That was all I needed to fuel my own screams. That was hooking. Are you blind, ref? I banged on the glass and Chloe joined me.
Yeah.
Where's the call? Emma laughed next to us and shook her head. Until Ollie was knocked to the ground. Where's the penalty? Emma shouted. That was stick contact with the goalkeeper. Read the rulebook. I banged on the glass for her in support. The first period ended with the Fury only up by 1. It was a tight game. Miami was playing their very best. The guys were going to have to push themselves. I have to pee. Anyone else need anything? Emma stood, holding her pregnant belly. Chloe laughed. No, I'm surprised you made it through the whole period though. Emma rolled her eyes. I told the baby if he kicked me in the bladder he wouldn't get to come to a game until he was 18. I laughed. That's quite the threat. She smiled proudly. He's listening, so it must have worked. The women around me were chatting, but I faced forward watching the Zamboni recoat the ice. Only 40 minutes of playtime now. About 2 more hours until the game ended. Plus, time for him to change and do any interviews. Maybe 3 hours until I got to see Wyatt. Every minute my mental state changed from positive to negative. He was going to tell me to get lost and file a restraining order. He was going to throw his arms around me and swear to never leave my side. More than likely, he hadn't decided. Nothing had changed since I last saw him. My head and heart were going to explode before the game ended. Are you doing okay? Chloe rested her hand on my arm. I bit my lip. I really didn't know the answer. It's all going to work out. Trust me, okay? I didn't really have a choice. Since I called her, she'd reassured me that this was what I should do. I needed to show Wyatt that I supported not only him, but his team. This was not only his career, but his family. I wouldn't want to be with him if he didn't make an effort to know Uncle David, So why had I assumed he would mind that I didn't like his team? I'd been a fool. That was it. Thanks, Chloe, I told her. She nodded and turned to the woman on her other side. The music changed and the announcer started pumping up the crowd again. Second period. If the guys played as well as they had in the first period, they had this in the bag. I clapped with everyone else for the Miami team but stood and screamed when the Fury came back out. All the players skating around the ice, warming back up. I slid down in my seat, not wanting any of the guys to recognize me. Don't worry. They're in the zone. Chloe patted my leg. Colby leaned over her. Plus, most of them avoid looking at the pride during games. We're too distracting. I laughed at her eye roll. Listening to the things they were yelling during the game so far would distract even the best player. Did I miss anything? Emma sunk down into her seat and looked around. Nothing yet. Good. She nodded and clapped 5 times. Let's go, Fury. She clapped again and soon the entire section joined in. Let's go, Fury. Clap, 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 clap. This continued until Wyatt and the Miami captain got to the center for the face-off. I was amazed that the cheer had spread through the arena, and it all started with Emma. The pride had more influence than I thought. I stood, cheered, yelled, and clapped through the rest of the game. The Fury led the game the entire time, but only by 1 point. Miami answered each of the Fury's goals with one of their own. The game was too close to call. Way too close to sit down or relax. I felt like my standing and cheering somehow influenced our guys. Like my energy revived them. Come on, Murray. Pass it to Hartman. Emma was screaming so loud I was worried she'd go into early labor. She banged on the glass and I saw Reese glance at her. Crap. I moved to the side, but it was too late. He'd seen me. It's okay. He won't say anything. There's no time. Chloe must have seen my panic. She was right. There were only 2 minutes left in the game. It's not like he was going to pull Wyatt aside and let him know. I nodded and focused on the action. Come on, guys. I cheered and hooped as the time ran out. 60 seconds. Eric took possession and got the puck into Miami's zone. He went around the back of their goalie and stopped in the left corner. He passed the puck to Reese, who stopped it and quickly shot it to Wyatt. 40 seconds. As I watched him, their captain and the man I'd developed feelings for, I held my breath. Time stood still. The puck drove through the air. Their goalie moved to his left, anticipating the goal, but the puck dropped. Faster than the goalie thought. It grazed his leg on the way into the net. Goal. I jumped. Hugged Emma. Hugged Chloe. Gave high fives to everyone around me. I cheered with everyone else, until my throat went raw. 30 seconds remained on the clock, but it didn't matter. With the way Miami had been playing, there was no way they would score twice. Formalities took over as Eric went in for the next face-off. He won and passed the puck to Reese. They continued to pass the puck to Wyatt, then Noah, then Brassard. It was like they were playing keep away from the Miami players. 10 seconds. The noise in the arena grew. It was almost deafening when the buzzer signaled the end of the game. Some of the girls started crying. Chloe was beaming. I could practically feel her smile. Everyone around me started yelling. They did it. 3rd-time champions. For why? For why? Emma put her arms around me and we stood there in shock and reveling in the pure joy. This was it. They'd won. Their season was over. I was relieved for them. Each one of the guys deserved a break. But it was more. Wyatt had less pressure on him now. He might not think I'm such a distraction anymore. It might be our time. Chapter 25, Wyatt. Even though this was my 3rd time going through this ceremony, there was no getting used to it. I prayed I never did. I never wanted to take this for granted. Hats covered the ice until a team of junior players came and swept them up. I loved that tradition. The red carpet had been rolled out and everyone that had something to do with our team or the NHL came out onto the ice. It was like walking through a dream. My name was announced, but it sounded far away. I stood frozen until Eric shoved me forward toward the cup. Coach handed it to me. The weight in my hands was all it took to wake me up. I threw my arms in the air, raising the silver award into the air. I kissed it as I skated around, letting the fans get a chance to see what was rightfully ours. When I got to the section where the pride was sitting, I paused and thrusted it in the air again. They all cheered, some were even crying. I scanned their faces, and nearly fell to my knees when I saw Kendall between Chloe and Emma. She was clapping and jumping up and down. When her eyes met mine, time stood still. She smiled and winked. I didn't know she would be here. It made the victory sweeter, knowing she was here to be a part of it. She wiped a tear and I realized in that moment I was done. I gave in. I couldn't fight it anymore. I wanted to be with her. We would figure out the details later. I never wanted to see her walk away again. Our future was full of uncertainties, but I could handle it. As long as we were together. I smiled at her, then went back to the team and passed the cup to Eric. Each guy took their turn before the rest of the ceremony continued. As maddening as the loss in Miami had been, I wouldn't trade it for winning at home. There was nothing sweeter. I posed for endless pictures. Made a speech. Hugged each of my teammates and the staff. The pride was out on the ice and I thanked each of them as they congratulated me, until it was just her. Kendall hung back. Watching. She smiled and talked to a few of the guys as they passed, but I could tell she felt out of place. I looked around and took the opportunity to go to her while I had the chance. Her smile wavered as I got closer. "You're here," I said. She nodded. "Do you mind? I can leave if you want." "I know I said I'd give you space." I put up my hand, touching my finger to her lips. "I'm glad you're here. I can't believe I get to share this with you." She blinked rapidly and I realized she was about to cry. "Kendall, please don't cry." She sniffed and smiled. "I'm just really happy for you. You were incredible. This whole season." I raised an eyebrow. "Even the part when you didn't know me?" She scrunched her nose. "Even when I thought you were the jerk that took a shot at Olisak." I wrapped my arms around her and pulled her against me. Even with my bulky pads it felt good. Having her near me always felt right. "I missed you, Kendall." She turned her head and looked up at me. "I missed you so much it hurt." I kissed the top of her head. "I'm sorry." "Me too." "Kendall?" Her eyes found mine, looking worried. "I want to try again." I only had to wait 1 second for her response. "I was hoping you'd say that." With zero concern for who was looking, what cameras were around, or what the consequences may be, I kissed her. Pressing my lips to hers with force. Every lost moment. Every misunderstanding and miscommunication. Every second we could have been together, but let our pride get in the way. We'd make up for it all. It was a promise. I wasn't going to lose her again. If she tried to push me away, I'd hold on tighter. If she tried to run, I'd follow. We'd made enough mistakes for a lifetime. I wasn't going to let us waste another second. When I finally pulled back, she was flushed and smiling. "Get a room, you two." Eric and Reese were standing with their arms around their fiancés as if they had any room to talk. I kind of forgot where we were. Kendall dropped her head against my chest while I laughed. "Wow. That's one heck of a compliment." My kiss made her forget we were standing in the middle of an arena with hundreds of thousands of eyes on us. Not too shabby. "I've got to get changed." "Wait for me?" She looked up at me with wide eyes. "Forever." The next day felt like the day after Christmas. The build-up. The preparation. The excitement. The joy. It was all done. The season was over. I looked over at Kendall laying next to me on the couch and smiled. She was much better than Christmas or even the Stanley Cup. I had nowhere to be and she had a few more hours until she had to be to work. It was exactly what I wanted. Time. With her. Something I thought I'd never have again. She looked over at me and smiled. Why are you watching me? I leaned down and kissed her lightly. I've got something to tell you. She sat up and looked at me with a cautious expression. I went to see Dr. Thompson. Her eyebrows pulled together. What? When? I first went after you got out of the hospital. When I told you I needed space? I nodded. I went to her to see if I could be tested. Even though I'd just run away? I nodded again. We all did the test, and last week I found out. Her eyes were wide, waiting. I'm not a match. She sighed and fell back onto a pillow. Okay. I'm not a match for you, but I'm a perfect match for another person on the list. Her eyes met mine again, and I almost laughed at her upside-down expression. That person has a donor who's a perfect match for another person. That third person's donor is a perfect match for you. She blinked. Then again. Slowly, she sat up and reached for my hands. What are you saying, Wyatt? I'm saying that you have a donor. She squeezed her eyes shut. But why didn't we think of this before? Uncle David could do it? I shrugged. A lot of things have to fall perfectly in place, and it just worked out this way. Her eyes shone with unshed tears. You can't donate. You'll be out for weeks. I already talked to Coach about it. He's on board. I'll be out for about 4 weeks before I can come back for light training. I'll be back in shape in time for next season. I can't let you do that, Wyatt. You can't risk that. I smiled at her and leaned in to kiss her. When I sat back, she was dazed. It's all done, Kendall. You're getting a new kidney in 3 weeks. Her jaw dropped. That soon? Everything is lined up. The sooner the better, right? She nodded. Thank you. I smiled before kissing her again. This woman was my world. I'd thought for years I could only have one thing. Hockey or a life. Hockey or a relationship. Not anymore. One stubborn Harbor fan changed everything. Epilogue. 3 weeks later. Are you ready? That was the third time Wyatt had asked, in the past 5 minutes. I reached across the railing and grabbed it, squeezing hard. I'm ready, babe. He leaned up and smiled at me. I wish I could be there for you when you wake up. I rolled my eyes and rolled slightly to my side to face him. You're going to be waking up at the same time. We'll see each other once we both know the date and president. What? I laughed at his confusion. Don't the nurses ask questions like that? Maybe in movies. I don't think they're going to quiz us. I nodded and laid back down until the door swung open. Are you two ready? I smiled at the question and looked up at Uncle David at the end of our beds. I think we are. He nodded once. I could tell he was anxious, but he wouldn't show it. Everything's going to be fine. He nodded again and cleared his throat. The other donors and recipients are all prepped. It should be any time now. I couldn't stop smiling. I'd been trying to absorb the news since Wyatt told me weeks ago, but it still felt like a dream. I was getting the transplant. 3 people were today. All because of Wyatt. I squeezed his hand again and he squeezed mine 3 times. I love you. It had become our code through the endless appointments and treatments and lab tests. We hadn't said it out loud yet, but I knew what it meant. A woman in blue scrubs walked in, smiled at Uncle David, and finally looked at me. It's time. Like she'd said a magic word, 2 teams walked in, one going to Wyatt and the other flocking around me. Our hands were pulled apart as we moved out to the hallway. Panic instantly flooded through my body. Wyatt. I tried to sit up, but a hand kept me down. Wyatt. Uncle David came to my side. What's wrong? I need to see him. My bed stopped moving and my uncle stepped away. Wyatt's bed appeared and stopped when we were face to face. What's wrong, Kendall? I took a deep breath. I love you, Wyatt. His grin could have lit the entire hospital. I love you too. I closed my eyes and let the relief and joy wash over me. Hey. I opened my eyes to his perfect face watching me carefully. I'll see you in just a little while. I nodded. Okay. His bed moved on until I couldn't see him anymore. Uncle David came back into view and took my hand. I guess I should buy a Fury jersey while I'm here. I giggled. You would never. He shrugged. I think I have to. He's going to be family. I narrowed my eyes. We were a couple, but marriage hadn't been discussed yet. He winked. A man knows these things. He picked up my hand and kissed it. I love you, Kendall. I'll be waiting right here for you. I love you, too. Thank you. He nodded and stepped back so my team could push me along. I relaxed and blew out a slow breath. I wasn't nervous anymore. I knew things were going to be okay. I had too much waiting for me. Thank you for listening to Attacking Zone, a Utah Fury hockey romance. Written by Brittney Mulliner. Text copyright 2018 by Brittney Mulliner. Production copyright 2023 by Brittney Mulliner.